Hey everybody, this is a compilation of pointless top 10s related to jobs or job-related things such as class trainers, windmills, animals with jobs, etc. So enjoy. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of the pointless things, where we fly and buy pointless statue in Booty Bay, because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is Gindel the Green, and Gindel the Green is a gnome mage trainer located in Thelzamar in Loch Modan. And I think it's pretty obvious that Gindel the Green is a reference to Lord of the Rings, referencing Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White, depending. And Gindel the Green was added in Cataclysm, so if you're a classic WoW person that came to Loch Modan and you were like, I've never seen Gindel the Green, that's why. Also, Gindel is making some very questionable fashion choices, like he's got the green hat and the green robe and the green shoulder pads, but then he's wearing white socks with sandals. Like, dude, what? Like, why did he decide to do that? Why didn't he just get some green shoes? Like, just go full green, man. Props to him for just doing what he wants to do, but I just, it's a little weird. But yeah, outside of those things, there's nothing too special about Gindel, but I do think he's a fun class trainer. He's a mage trainer, right? So that also kind of ties into like Gandalf is a wizard mage training, right? So either way, I wanted to put him on the list, and that's why he's number 10. 9. Number 9 is Zen'Balai, and Zen'Balai is a jungle troll druid trainer located at Nighthaven in Moonglade. However, before the Cataclysm, she actually lived in Brackenwall Village. And so if you are somebody that played more classic WoW than retail WoW, you probably do remember her more from Brackenwall Village, where she sold the expert first aid book, as well as the manual heavy silk bandage and manual mage weave bandage. But then, like I said, after the Cataclysm, she moved from Brackenwall Village to Moonglade and became the druid trainer instead of a reagent first aid trainer. And so I wanted to put her on the list because I truly think it's impressive that she has went down a line of just terrible jobs to have in the World of Warcraft economy. Like, she's been a first aid trainer, which then got removed from the game, and then became a druid trainer, which then pretty much lost all sustainability because people could just learn their skills on their own. I mean, they really could have just made her like an archaeology trainer to complete the trifecta, but it's, she would have probably been like, I'm done. Just remove me from the game at this point. And so yeah, I decided to put her on the list because it's not every day you find somebody that's had two jobs in World of Warcraft that have both become invalid. And so that's why Zen'Balai is number 9. 8. For number 8, we actually have two class trainers, both of which are mage trainers. So one of which is Merrick Nurabit, and he's a gnome mage trainer located in the Dunmurrow starting zone area. And then we have Kaelistia Hatebringer, who is a banshee mage trainer located in the magic quarter of the Undercity. So Merrick Nurabit is on this list because he's just a goofy mage trainer, and he actually got removed after classic WoW, so you can't actually find him in retail WoW, but probably for good reason. He was a gnome mage trainer that just wanted to drink and not actually train anybody. And so when you talk to him, he says, oh yeah, the arcane arts, of course. Yeah, here's what you need to know, Cren. Don't get into too much trouble. Save some coin to buy me an ale, or any spells you might want, and stay the heck away from Gnomeregan. Other than that, have a good day. I'll be here if you need me or want to train or whatever. Meanwhile, then we have Kaelistia Hatebringer, who I decided to put on this list because she is one of the only banshees in the game, as of right now, to wield a weapon. So I just thought that was pretty cool. And so yeah, I decided to combine these because they're both mage trainers and they don't have anything too crazy about them. It's just like one's a drunk gnome that doesn't want to train you and the other's just a banshee that carries a mage staff, which is pretty cool. But you know what? I like it, and that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are both Strahd Farzin and Baba Gaia Shadowcleft. And these are two Warlock trainers located in Ratchet. And I just thought they were interesting, starting with Strahd Farzin. It says here, when he was facing down his Fell Hunter, he barely escaped with his life, but eventually he became a powerful Warlock teaching greater summoning. And I think the coolest part about him, though, isn't really his lore. It's the fact that he has the option to train your spells for money, just like you could back in classic World of Warcraft. However, due to automatic learning, there's actually no chance for anybody to actually learn spells from him. But you can like literally click on him with the little book icon and see where you would be able to learn spells. There's just nothing to learn. So really, Strahd might be the last remaining true classic class trainer in World of Warcraft. And then we have Baba Gaia Shadowcleft, and I really like her because she's clearly a reference to Baba Yaga, which is the witch-like character in Slavic folklore. So I just thought that was cool. She also has an eye patch, and how could you not like a Warlock with an eye patch? That does look pretty sick. So either way, that's why Baba Gaia and Strahd Farzin are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Daphne Funky Beats, and Daphne Funky Beats is a gnome located in the Pig and Whistle Tavern in Old Town in Stormwind City. And Daphne is kind of like the cooler version of Merrick Nurabit, the drunk gnome guy from earlier, because she's just here having a good time, dance with everybody. She's like, yo, pull up a stool and join me for a drink or two, friend. Wait, hey, where'd all the stools go? And then she's a warrior trainer, so she would train warriors, but if you weren't a warrior, she would just be like, hey, you're not a warrior, but you're still pretty cool. Come on, get a drink on me. And then she just literally busts into like dance parties and everybody all around just starts dancing and they just like have dance parties here. It's a great time. In fact, I would say out of all the former class trainers, she's having probably some of the best times because there's so many other class trainers. They're just stuck in some random location. Nobody's going to you anymore. You can't actually teach anybody anything outside of like queuing people up for proving grounds or whatever it is. But then you got Daphne Funky Beats, just drinking and dancing and having a great time all the time. So that's why Daphne Funky Beats is number 6. 5. Number 5 is Amal'thazad, and Amal'thazad is a lich located at Arcarus the Ebonhold, and he is a Frost Death Knight trainer, so really just the Death Knight trainer. And when you talk to him, he says, "We are what the cold wind carries, the icy chill of despair, the cold embrace of death." And now instead of training you, he just lets you into proving grounds, like all the other class trainers. And he's actually got some really cool notes and trivia here on the Warcraft wiki. So it says, before WoW Shadowlands, Amal'thazad was one of the few friendly liches on Azeroth in World of Warcraft, the other being Tanathal, and the only one with whom players may interact. It also says he has an invisible follower recruiting spell with the following description. Champion Amal'thazad. Amal'thazad was once a powerful frost mage who fought against the forces of the Lich King. Arthas, impressed with the mage's power, raised him into undeath as the Lich King Amal'thazad. The spell is associated to a buff that says, Amal'thazad employs the frozen powers of undeath to lay waste to all who dare to oppose him. So yeah, Amal'thazad is pretty cool, and that's why he's number 5. 4. Number 4 is Gold Skimmer, and Gold Skimmer used to be called Sister Gold Skimmer, and she was a goblin priest trainer located at KTC headquarters on Kazan, and she could be seen there standing on a pile of gold, and she would just stand there all the time, standing on her big gold pile, looking to train some priests, and when you would talk to her, she would say, "You don't have to be a priest to tithe. Your coin is just as welcome, sir." But then she moved up the chain, and under mine, she became Mother Gold Skimmer and now runs her own Sewerside Chapel in Hovel Hill, where she has an accountant and a bodyguard and pretty much everything you would expect of a sleazy church. And now when you talk to Mother Gold Skimmer, she says, "Looking to reserve your front row seat in the afterlife? No post-mortem refunds." And so I do think it's really funny, right? Like, she was supposed to be this holy priest trainer, and then she's just like, this sucks. I gotta figure out how to get out of here. And then she just started her own mega church and is just like, hey, come give me money. And so yeah, compared to all the other class trainers, she's doing pretty great, even if she might be a little scummy. And that's why Gold Skimmer is number 4. 3. Number 3 is Gurag, and Gurag is a Firbolg shaman trainer located in the Crystal Hall of the Exodar, which is probably why you've never heard of this guy, and if you have, it's because you actually went to the Exodar, which is impressive. I think the only time I'd really go to the Exodar was when I was playing my mage, and I could just teleport there and be like, hey, cool, just to like mix it up a little bit, you know? And one of the reasons I like this guy is he's one of the few Firbolg trainers or NPCs in general just outside of Firbolg areas. Like, obviously, you're gonna find Firbolg NPCs if you go to like little Firbolg towns or whatever it might be, but finding one outside of an actual Firbolg area, like in a capital city, is pretty wild. In fact, I read here on Wowhead that he is part of the Stillpine tribe, which is one of only 3 known uncorrupted Firbolg tribes. But then I realized this comment was written in 2008, and obviously now we have many more uncorrupted Firbolg tribes. We have Blackmaw, Blackwood, the Bristlelimb, the Grizzleweld, the Longclaw, the Smolderhide, the Stillpine, the Timbermaw, the Wildlands, the Winterpelt, and the Barkskin. But either way, I still think Gurag is pretty cool, and that's why he's number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Goblin trainers located at Bilgewater Harbor and Azshara. And we have quite a few Goblin trainers here. We have Max Avalanche, who is the Goblin Shaman trainer. We have Evil Fingers, the Warlock trainer. We have Fizz Lighter, the Mage trainer. Jesse Boomfist, the Monk trainer. And the Warrior Matic NX-01. And speaking of the Warrior Matic NX-01, apparently it might be a reference to the Starship Enterprise NX-01 from the Star Trek spin-off series of the same name. And despite being a training dummy, it's actually listed as a humanoid. But I really like how all of their names are just kind of funny pun types of names. We have Jesse Boomfist, who just says, "Gunpowder's useless if you can't control when it explodes. Too late, they're gone. Too early, you're gone. And then Evil Fingers says, look, you don't even want to know the sort of stuff I could teach you. Seriously, I'd melt your brain. Go play nice somewhere else. And then on top of that, they'll all just start fighting each other randomly. They're just like throwing spells at each other. So it's very Goblin-esque, very chaotic, and I just think it's a lot of fun on top of just having all these different types of class trainers. So that's why I decided to put them at number 2. And number 1 is Ting Strong of Stomach, and Ting Strong of Stomach is a Pandaren monk trainer located at the inn in Deathnell in the Tirisfal Glades. And this is such a weird interaction. So Ting is just standing here, and these undead come up to her, and they're like, here, try this. And she's like, okay. And she drinks from this vial, which then turns her green and surrounds her in this green smoke. And then she's like, wow, it's interesting. And they're like, oh, yes, I'm sorry it wasn't to your liking. And then they walk away and they're like, she should have been a pile of bones and slime. Strong stomach indeed. And then Ting says, I will say the Forsaken have strange taste when it comes to brew. I get the feeling they're not exactly preparing it for friends though. It also says here that during the Mist of Pandaria beta, she was actually known as Ting the Intoxicated, and then it got changed, probably because I don't really think she's like a drunk walking around. I think she's just got a good stomach. But yeah, I just really like this interaction of like, she's this Pandaren monk trainer that came here to train up the undead monks, and they just are like, who is this? And they keep giving her like poison potions or weird things, and she's just like, this is great. And they're just like, I don't know. So either way, that's why Ting Strong of Stomach is number 1. Number 10 are Gordoon and Darok, and Gordoon and Darok are a dwarf and orc located at the Blue Sky logging grounds in the Grizzly Hills, and both of them offer you a log ride down to Venture Bay based on if you are Alliance or Horde. So Gordoon says, hello, whatever class you are, you're ready to head on down to Venture Bay and crack some Horde skulls? While Darok says, you want Darok to send you to Venture Bay? So they both really have a way with words. And the reason I put them on this list is it feels like they're working at a water park, but without having to follow any safety regulations. You know what I mean? It's like, get on the log and away you go. It's almost like they're a glorified flight master where instead of having to send people all over, they're just like, hop on the log and down you go. I guess the only downside would be not as many people are taking log rides, so you're kind of just standing around doing nothing for a lot of the day, but you still get to stand by running water and you get some great scenery, so that's pretty nice. And so I'd say Gordoon and Darok got some pretty cool jobs, and that's why they're number 10. Number 9 are the goblins that used to manage the Zeppelins that now just kind of stand around and tell you to take a portal. If you talk to Hindenburg, he will say, the Purple Princess crew has gone on strike. Something about not getting paid for the last 11 years. I wasn't really listening. As members of the Horde have utilized our exemplary services for so long, we have provided mage portals for distinguished individuals, such as yourself. I promise the trip will be mostly painless. And then if you talk to Frezza in Orgrimmar, they say, the Thunder Caller's under maintenance. It caught fire just one too many times. Shame, really. And so they just really have to stand around and tell people to take the portal, and that's it. However, I don't know who's keeping these portals open. I guess it's these goblins standing here. Maybe they're goblin mages, but they're not channeling the portal like they do in the big cities, right? Where they got all the portals all over. I don't know how it works, which, by the way, Mage is keeping the portals open, one of the worst jobs in World of Warcraft over on Pointless Top 10 Worst Jobs. But that's why the goblins that don't have to manage the Zeppelins are number 9. Number 8 are the resort staff at the steam pools in Feralis, but not just any of the resort staff, because there's a lot of mediocre resort staff jobs there as well, but the ones that get to wash the mammoths. And from what I read on Wowpedia, it seems that the resort offers mammoth rides, which is why they have these mammoths here in the first place. But it just seems like it would be so much fun to have this big hose thing, and you're just hosing down a mammoth all day long. Everyone else has to like walk around and deal with the people and be waiters and waitresses and cook and do all that, and you're just standing there hosing down a mammoth. Now, granted, it might smell bad, but I feel like after you're there a while, the smell would probably go away. You'd get used to it. It also appears that there's some goblins that are washing the mammoth with soap and some weird animation. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't want to be one of them. I want to be one of the goblins with the water hose. I also kind of wanted a reason to just put these guys on the list because I love the fact that there's just a bunch of goblins washing a mammoth. It also seems like they don't actually carry a water hose or a water gun. Like they're just carrying some invisible thing that shoots out water. Like, look at that. There's nothing there. So I don't know what they're doing, if this is crazy goblin engineering or just a graphical glitch, but it's been like that for as long as I can remember. So that's why the Goblin Mammoth Washers are number 8. 7. Number 7 are Cousin Slowhands and Mystic Bird Hat, who travel along with you in the Grand Expedition Yak. And I put them on this list because number 1, they get to ride along on the yak wherever you're going, and number 2, they get all your business for transmogrifying and repairing all your stuff. So they make a bunch of money, and on top of it, they get money from everybody around you in your party or your raid. I also don't know what happens to them when they go away on the yak. Like, are they like Pokemon where they go into the Pokeball and nobody knows what happens? Or they got like a little house in there? Or like, do they just go unconscious? Like, I have no idea. They also have some phenomenal quotes, such as Cousin Slowhands saying, "I'm just a pathetic creature of meat and brew. Maybe you could roll a barrel. Munchies, crunchies, lucky doos, and loot. You could die of dysentery out here. And I was going to have a party and invite Mystic Bird Hat, but you dismissed him." And speaking of which, Mystic Bird Hat says, "Your yak is in another stable. I am Yak Rider. This is my yak." And yak. Yak never changes. So yeah, a lot of their quotes are references to other video games or movies and stuff, but overall, it seems like they're having a fun time. So that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are 2 people in Borealis. We have Lincoln J. Lemthebi, I don't know how you say that, and Chef Patrick. And I decided to group them up because they're pretty close together in Borealis, so I was like, whatever. It's my list, I can do what I want. But Lincoln J. Lemthebi is a human located at Hook Point, and he runs the Lemthebi Auction House. And he just looks like he's having a fun time selling a bunch of stuff. He'll be like, "Sold a haunted memento for 18 gold. Frankly, I wouldn't pay even a copper for this, but it's not my money. Sold a dreadnought pauldrons to the young man in the front row for 756 gold. Doesn't seem you can wear them, but oh well. Sold a chromatic sword for 281 gold. You're certainly not going to be sneaky with this blade." See, I was just having fun saying all those quotes out loud. Imagine the fun he's having improving all of it. His name is also a reference to Sotheby's, which is one of the world's largest brokers of fine and decorative art, jewelry, and collectibles. And then we have Chef Patrick, who's located at the Hops Line and Sinker Brewing in Borealis. And his whole thing is that, sure, he's just another food vendor, but he actually will tell you what pairs with what types of foods. So for example, he says, "I recommend pairing our pontoon pilsner with our zesty salted tideway cod. The bright bitterness of the beer contrasts the sweetness of the cod rather nicely, while the hops adds a spicy complement to the fish's notable saltiness." And you can just like go through and click on all these, and he actually has a bunch of different recommendations. And so if I had to be an NPC that sold food in this game, I'd want to be Chef Patrick. You get to talk about all the things you love with beer and pairing beer with food. It'd be great. And so that's why Chef Patrick and Lincoln J. Lemthebi are number 6. 5. Number 5 are Boldar and Habdash, and Boldar and Habdash are both located at the Grand Bazaar in Dazar Lore, and both of them try to sell you things that are definitely not worth the amount of money that they are selling them for. So Boldar says, "Buy Boldar's rocks. I got the bestest rocks here. I sell for a good price. Want to be big and strong like Boldar? Buy one of my rocks, then lift and smash with it every day. Then maybe you get big and strong. Maybe not as big as strong as me, though." Meanwhile, Habdash says, "Me have good idea. You buy 2 hats, you wear 1 hat. You give other hat to friend, family, mate, me no judge. Of course I sell 2 hats at same time. I have 2 heads. I see you only have 1 head. Me sorry for you, but you can keep extra hat." But when you buy his hat box, you get 2 twill covers, which sell for 68 silver and 77 copper each, even though the box was 20 gold. So man, he is making quite a good profit off of those hats. Meanwhile, Boldar sells you the Smooth Rock, Shiny Rock, Fly Rock, Hard Rock, and Magic Rock. My favorite of which are Shiny Rock, which says, "This one pretty worthless, ha ha ha, not good for much," and Magic Rock, "This one's specifically magic. My chief told me so. Promise it magic or your money back. But if you try to get your money back, he only gives you 25 silver even though you paid a gold." So yeah, I'd say these ogres are living a pretty good life with the amount they're upcharging for what they're selling. So that's why they're number 5. 4. Number 4 is another combo. We have Razzle Fireborn and Shandy Glossgleam located in the Photonic Playground in Dalaran. And Razzle Fireborn seems to be the proprietor of this art gallery, and it seems like he's just chilling, reading a bunch of books, and making sure nothing gets a little too crazy. There's this gnome walking around admiring all the paintings, and then you can't even interact with Razzle Fireborn, so he can't even deal with any of the customers. If they come up to talk to him and be like, "Hey, can I buy something?" or "Hey, whatever," he won't talk to you. He has no interaction, so that must be peaceful, not having to deal with the public. And on top of that, he gets to show off all his paintings, which some of these paintings are actually really cool paintings. Meanwhile, upstairs, you've got Shandy Glossgleam out on the balcony, and he washes people's clothes using his personal water elemental, Aquanos. And so he says, "Are you surprised to see me here? Everyone needs clean laundry, and what better way to do it than with your own water elemental? Simply bring your laundry, pay a nominal fee, and before you know it, everything will be fresh and clean." So he doesn't even do anything. He just has his water elemental wash all your clothes, and then he gets paid for it. So yeah, both of these jobs seem great. Unless you're the water elemental, I guess. And that's why they're number 4. 3. Number 3 is Rendel, and Rendel is located in Castle Nathria, and he stands at the entrance repairing everybody's armor, and so he stands in front of a big pile of gold, which he clearly accumulated from repairing everybody in the raid's armor. And I put Rendel at number 3 because clearly he's making a ton of money, right? Like, who wouldn't want to be Rendel? He's just standing there with an anvil, repairing everybody's armor, and he's just like, oh man, I don't even know where to store all this money. I also love the fact that Blizzard decided to do something like this where everybody knows that repair people are probably making a ton of money in WoW, and they're like, you know what if we just have fun with it and put a bunch of gold behind them to show how much money this guy's actually making. I don't know, it was nice to see that. He can also be found in Zareth Mortis repairing a bunch of stuff, but I mean, he can do whatever he wants now. He's practically retired, so that's why Rendel is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Half Hill Goat Herd located in the Valley of the Four Winds. And when I went to the Valley of the Four Winds, I was like, there's got to be some cool job here in Pandaria, right? And I was looking around, and then I saw this Half Hill Goat Herd guy just meditating with a bunch of goats standing around. And I was like, all right, this is looking pretty good. And if you look at the Half Hill Goat Herd that are just leading the goats around, I mean, the goats are just chilling. They're like following them. They're like, yeah, whatever, I'll follow you. They're not being, rebellious or anything. They're all just following, chilling, having a good time. It seems very peaceful. And I mean, you get to live in Valley of the Four Winds and look out at one of the most majestic landscapes in all of World of Warcraft. And I know from a fact from doing pointless top 10 food on tables and barbecues that Half Hill has some unbelievable food they could go get. Even got this guy who has like apples that are gigantic. Those are some of the biggest apples I've ever seen. There's got to be a pointless top 10 I can put him into. But yeah, being a goat herd just seems like a really chill job, and that's why the Half Hill Goat Herd are number 2. 1. And number 1 is Punchio, and Punchio is a goblin monk sitting atop a rock in the lake in Orgrimmar's Valley of Wisdom, and players can pay Punchio 99 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper for sage advice. And the advice that he gives you is, if you can do it, then sell it. If you let a sucker keep their coin, now there are 2 fools. You can't buy wisdom, but you can buy training. Do 100 push-ups every day, and you'll be able to defeat any foe in just 1 punch. Never provide refunds. And, my favorite, not all goblins are greedy, but beware those who charge for advice. So not only is this goblin just chilling on this rock surrounded by water, having a peaceful time, but then he's charging you practically 100 gold to be like, you shouldn't have did that. That's like if I told you to drop a super thanks on this video because you really appreciate it, and then being like, I don't know why you did that, idiot. So really, I'm practically like this goblin guy already. And that's why he's number 1. 10. Number 10 is Farmer Griffith, and Farmer Griffith is a farmer located in Shatrath City looking after his ewes. If you don't know what a ewe is, it is a female sheep. So he has 2 female sheep, and they're just chilling with him, and he's just chilling. He's got a shovel. He's got some sort of meat thing, I believe, and then it looks like cheese or butter is there as well, and then he's got a jug of something. It could be water, it could be wine, like who knows what he's got. And then he's carrying a pitchfork. That's really all there is to Farmer Griffith, but I kind of love that. I love that he's just this random farmer in Shatrath City, and his ewes do have a purpose. There's the achievement to all the squirrels I've loved before, where you have to go around Azeroth and slash love all the critters, and ewes are one of the critters you have to love, and so you can just go to these and slash love them for the achievement. So there you go. He's not completely pointless, although I guess his ewes would be the meaningful thing, and then he'd be pointless. But there are actually a couple of Griffiths in Stormwind, Seoman Griffith and Alyssa Griffith, so he could be related to them, but there's no telling if he actually is. Plus, Griffith seems like a pretty common name, so I don't know. But either way, he's number 10. 9. Number 9 are Farmer Ray, Getz, and Kalaba in the Hillsbred Fields, and these are the 3 farmers that are very close to each other in the Hillsbred Fields, and you have to kill them as part of a quest for High Executor Darthalia, and she wants them killed in order to disrupt the humans' food supply and infrastructure, and she wants Farmer Kalaba killed out of revenge. I just always remember doing this quest, and it just kind of sticks out. So when I thought of doing farmers, I was like, well, those three have to be on the list because they're like staples of World of Warcraft in my mind, at least if you're a Horde player. I don't know about Alliance, but the other big thing is they become the Ray Gets Kalaba monstrosity in Cataclysm, which is actually a reskin of Rotface and Festergut from ICC. But overall, there's nothing too special about these farmers. They're just part of a quest. They're just in Hillsbrid, but they're memorable, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Dwarven Farmers, and the Dwarven Farmers are found in the southern wetlands reachable from the Dunmorrow airfield. For some reason, the farmers give out the same kind of information as Ironforge Mountaineers as if they were located in Dunmorrow. So that got me thinking to like, is this some sort of, thing that was supposed to be implemented that never was? And then on Wowhead, I read this. It says, actually, it seems those farmers found in the wetlands were scenery from a very early version of WoW. Ironforge was supposed to have a gate opening directly there, and that can be confirmed using WoW Map Viewer to explore the area. That dwarf gate that leads to nothing could very well be connected to Ironforge. Also, if you explore that area a little, you'll see some mountains without texturing, high and perpendicular to the ground, almost as if they are only there to serve as a wall. I can only imagine that it was created as a blocker so that players can't visit the area. Also, a road from the farm leads right to these walls and has quite detailed scenery along the path. So they were probably going to be something, but then they never were. And I love that. And that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Silk Farmers, and Silk Farmers are Pandaren farmers in the silken fields of the Valley of the Four Winds, and they raise silkworms around the valley for cloth. One large worm named Silky sometimes bites them instead of the food that they usually eat. So you can see here, he's like, eat up, big fella. And then Silky's like, ruh, ruh, ruh. He just picks him up and just starts whacking him around and throwing him around. And he's like, oh, my face, bad worm. That's a bad worm. And that's really it. There's nothing else involved in this area. It's just Silky the silkworm and the silk farmers. And there's little silkworms all around, but Silky's the main one. And he's just, he's gotten too big, man. But the silk farmers have to deal with Silky, and that's just, that's their job. That's their life. And, you got to respect them for it. And that's why the silk farmers are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Tabitha, and Tabitha is not your conventional farmer, and it didn't really strike me that she was a farmer until I realized that you go to Tabitha's farm deep in the Quagmire and Dustwalla Marsh. So I was like, you know what? If it's Tabitha's farm, that would make her a farmer. She's actually a powerful mage living with 2 apprentices, and she's been training generations of apprentices at her farm from both Horde and Alliance, though this shouldn't be possible as the humans only arrived in Kalimdor within the last decade. As she is seen working with Vile, she is also apparently an alchemist. So nobody really knows anything about Tabitha, like where she came from, who she is. She did actually have the quest where you go get her Tiara of the Deep back from Hydromancer Velrotha in Zul'Farrak, so maybe she had some sort of Zul'Farrak tie-in back then. I have no idea. She does help both Alliance and Horde, because pretty much both of them have quests where they're like, go check on Tabitha, and then she's like, yeah, what's up? It is she's actually one of the most confusing, weirdest NPCs in the game, probably, and I imagine she's like one of those really powerful NPCs that nobody really knows anything about. So I actually want to learn a lot more about Tabitha, but for now, she's just a really cool, unconventional farmer, and that's why she's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Saldian farmers, and the Saldian's farm is unique in Westfall in that it is the only farm that was never completely overrun by the Defias Brotherhood. Though the Defias harvest golems roam the fields, Farmer Saldian and his wife Salma Saldian have stubbornly refused to leave. The farmhouse has been serving as a halfway house for years, and the couple does its best to keep their guests alive. I would also say these are some of the most well-known farmers in World of Warcraft. Most people have been to Westfall, they've been to the Saldian farm, they've gotten the Westfall stew, they've done the special chicken feed quest where you gotta cluck at the chicken, and on top of that, the Saldians have actually carried over into numerous other expansions with a bunch of additional lore that is too much to get into right now, but you can go look it up if you want, because there's a lot of it. So that is why the Saldian farmers are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Farmer Goldfield, and Farmer Goldfield is a human located at Goldfield Farmstead in Stormsong Valley, and some people have called him Mancrick 2.0, because much like Mancrick, who hates the Quillboars, Farmer Goldfield also despises the Quillboars. So when you do one of the quests, he says, "You see the problem? No, you don't. Problem is in all these dang Quillboar. Quillboar I can shoot all day. Been shooting them all my life since my pappy gave me my first gun. Problem is these pigs are tough, tougher than they've been before. Can't kill them like I used to, see? My new modified bullets just get stuck in them and they refuse to die. Take my knife, go out there and kill some Quillboar and get my ammo back. Then I can shoot the rest. I won't stop till there's none left." So you go out there, you do that, you come back and give him the ammo, and he says, "I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving. Those Quillboar, they killed them. I gave her the watch, told her to hurry, grab our boy and get to the house while I got the gun." Goldfield choking back tears. "I won't leave. Our family has our roots here. They would want me to stay, don't you understand? This is our farm. My boy, he wanted to join the militia. I made him a sword." Goldfield takes a deep breath. "Now you know. Help me retake my farm. Grab a gun and let's kill every last one." So after helping him with all that, he says, "My wife, she loved the carnations that grow by the water's edge. If you could gather some, there's a nice spot under a tree by the river. We loved to go there when the sun was setting after our days in the fields. Our boy would run around catching bugs, making reed whistles." So he really is like a Mancrick 2.0. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people know about him because obviously it's a random BFA quest. So if you haven't done this, you haven't really known about him. And that's why I like doing these pointless top 10s, to find the stories like Farmer Goldfield's. And that's why he's number 4. Number 3 are Theodore and Verna Furlbrow, and they owned a pumpkin farm in northern Westfall. The couple decided to leave Westfall when their farm was overrun by the Defias Brotherhood, but their wagon broke down on the road to Elwyn. Stranded, they wound up squatting at the Jansensteed for the next 5 years. And of course, this is also where Old Blanchy is, the horse. Around the time of Cataclysm, the Furlbrows and their horse, Old Blanchy, were found murdered near their cart at the Jansensteed, and there's a big investigation quest that I think plenty of people have done, which is one of the better Cataclysm quests, actually. The Furlbrows also have a son, Private Furlbrow, who joined the Valiance expedition with the Westfall Brigade, and he's stationed at the Westfall Brigade encampment at Grizzly Hills. And he actually has a big argument with Private Jansen, where Private Jansen's like, "Boy, what I wouldn't give for a bowl of Selma Saldian's Westfall stew right about now." And Private Furlbrow's like, "You know, it's not Selma Saldian's recipe." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "It's not Selma Saldian's recipe. It's my ma's. She asked some passerby to deliver it to Selma right before she and Pa left Westfall with Old Blanchy." And he's like, "Yeah, well, at least the Saldians didn't flee Westfall when things got tough." And he's like, "No one insults Ma and Pa. Take it back." And he's like, "You heard what I said. Your parents are cowards, and so are you, Furlbrow." And then they battle it out, and Private Furlbrow wins, and he says, "Glad you decided to see it my way." And then he's like, "Okay, I take it back. Your ma and pa weren't cowards." And so I decided to put him at number 3 for a few reasons. One is they were the inventors of Westfall stew, right? Number 2 is for this big interaction with their son fighting it out. And then number 3 is they had Old Blanchy. So for all those reasons, they're number 3. Number 2 is Farmer Yoon, and Farmer Yoon is a young Pandaren from the city who inherited Sunsong Ranch from his grandfather. After giving his farm away to the adventurer, Yu, he occasionally can be found at Half Hill Market. So Farmer Yoon has this big backstory where he always would go visit his grandfather, Old Yoon, at the family farm, and then his grandfather passes the farm down to him, but he's from the city, he doesn't know how to farm. And then the Tillers Union is like, "Ah, here comes the city kid." And he's just like, "Oh no, I want to prove that I can do this and prove it to my grandfather." And that's where you come in and you aid him and help him get the farm going and essentially kind of make it your own farm, right? And then after a while, everybody respects him and they're like, "Wow, you did it." And, you know, it's a fun little story. And so I wanted to put him on the list because he's probably got the most interactive farming in World of Warcraft, making him one of the most interactive farmers outside of, you know, people farming herbs and gold and whatever, but, you know, actual farming. And I always just think it's a nice little wholesome story where you play through this and he earns the respect of everybody. So, you know, it's a little cliche, but a lot of things are cliche. And that's why Farmer Yoon is number 2. And number 1 is Farmer Torp, an orc located west of Warsong Hold in the Borean Tundra. And Torp is actually a Swedish word roughly meaning farm or cottage. And the reason he is number 1 is because this man knows how to cure the plague. So when I was doing my research into all these farmers, I found this comment and he said, "Farmer Torp remains the only NPC capable of curing the plague. Not Keeper Remulos, not Alexstrasza, not Adal. only Farmer Torp can cure the plague. So when you talk to him, he's like, just look at him. My beautiful Kodos are helpless to defend themselves against those filthy swine. I need you to buy me some time. I think I can cure the Kodos of their sickness, but you need to keep the unliving swine off of them. So you fight all the swine off of them, and then he gives you an antidote, and he puts it into their mouth, and they bite down on it, and it cures them of the plague. So he really does cure the Kodos of the plague. Imagine if Farmer Torp was there during the culling of Stratholme instead of Arthas. He would have saved everybody. There would have been no plague. There would be no expansions. We would have went home. If only we had Farmer Torp. And that's why he's number 1. 10. Number 10 is Guard Tarik, and Guard Tarik is an orc found in the eastern part of the Northern Barrens near the road to Ratchet, and he's typically found inside of the cook's hut eating food brought to him by Gurag. And there's actually a little interaction that happens here. So Gurag goes, "Would you like something more to eat, sir?" And Guard Tarik goes, "More bread, boy." And Gurag's like, "Right away, sir." And then Gurag will walk over to Tarbin Hearthgrain, who was in a pointless top 10 NPCs you didn't know about, or NPCs you forgot about. Dude, I've done so many pointless top 10s. They're all blended together. But yeah, then Gurag gets a loaf of bread from Tarbin Hearthgrain. He walks back and he's like, "Here's your bread, sir." And then Guard Tarik's like, "Ah, very good. Now scat." And then Gurag's like, "As you wish, sir." And I did see somebody from Wowhead like 20 years ago posting like, "This guy's a rude oaf doing this. I logged on my alliance and beat him up. He's not going to talk to Gurag like that any longer." But it turns out during the Legion invasions, he actually guarded this place from the Legion invasions. So he can't be that bad. Like, he cares about him enough to protect everybody here. He didn't just run away or something. So you know what? Maybe he's just having a bad day. Maybe he's just, not feeling great. So he's just like, more bread, get out of here. Like that type of thing. But I think deep down, Guard Tarik is actually a good guy. And you know what? He actually guarded them when they needed guarding. So that's why Guard Tarik is number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Temporal Guardians, located outside of the Challenger's Rest in Dornegal, and the Zimtorga Guardians, located at Zimtorga in Zuldrak. And the reason I put these on the list is these are elemental guards, and there's not actually many elemental guards in the game, at least like in terms of guarding cities that I could find. These were like the 2 main ones I could find. There was a lot of like boss elemental guardians, but I just thought it was cool that there's like these 2 giant earth sand elemental dudes just like sitting outside being like, "Yeah, we'll beat you up." Like, they just look cool. And then obviously in Zimtorga, we have the ice elementals, which my favorite part about them is they will throw snowballs at you. So I love the fact that somebody could be attacking and they just like whip a snowball so hard that it just like blasts them back and gives them a concussion or something. Like, they probably throw some hard snowballs, man. Also, I love how the Temporal Guardians are like gyrating or something. Like, if you look at their bodies, they're like, blah, 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 blah. Like they're all freaking out. I don't know why that's happening, but it looks pretty cool, actually. It's like they're made out of jello or something. But yeah, it's not often you see elemental guards in World of Warcraft, so I had to put them on the list, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Tonka guards, known as the Brave, and there's actually a few different types of Braves. There's the Tunkalo Brave, located at Camp Tunkalo in the Storm Peaks, and there's the Camp Onequa Brave, located at Camp Onequa in the Grizzly Hills. And I do think I like the Tunkalo Brave a bit more, because they do have the giant totems as weapons, which I think is pretty sick compared to the Camp Onequa ones, which just have like an axe and a shield, which, it's fine, but the totems just look cool. And listen, I love the Tonka, all right? I think they're great. I always look for a reason to put Tonka in any pointless top 10. I wish they were an allied race. In fact, I made pointless top 10 allied races, but I didn't put the Tonka on there. But they would be like number 11. Like, I just think they're really cool, right? But I guess we have High Mountain Tarn, so they probably think like, that's good enough. There's also a Wowhead comment here that said more bull than Tarn, more cow than Draenei, which I thought was pretty funny. Yeah, overall, there's nothing really special about these guards, but I think they look cool. I like Tonka. I like that they're carrying totems, and you know what? They're guarding the towns in Northrend that nobody even really goes to that much anymore. So you know what? Respect to them for still guarding them all these years later, and that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Grease Monkey Mussels, and the Grease Monkey Mussels are goblins located in Prospectus Bay on Mechagon Island. And these are actually some really unique guards for a few reasons, one of which is they're literally named Grease Monkey Mussels. Like, you don't really run into that many things with a really weird name, Typically, they'd just be like, oh, these are the Prospectus Bay Guards or the Prospectus Bay Bruisers or something like that, right? But no, these are the Grease Monkey Mussels. The other interesting things are all all of these are female goblins. There are no male goblin grease monkey muscles, and then they all have the Death Knight blue glowing eyes. They also all have the same weapons, the same hair, the same, like, everything. Like, it's kind of crazy. It almost feels like they're clones. But when I go to look up any lore or anything about them, there's just nothing. There's just people complaining like, the net things they throw at you are really annoying. I hate these NPCs. But that's it. Nobody's asking where they came from, why their eyes are glowing blue, why they all look the same. It's really interesting. So I had to put them on the list. So that's why the grease monkey muscles are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Royal Guardians, and the Royal Guardians are Zen'Balai golems located in Dazar'alor. And I'm not gonna lie, I just put these on the list because I thought they look really cool. In fact, I didn't even realize that there were various other types of Zen'Balai golems in World of Warcraft. Apparently it all stems from the Isle of Thunder Zen'Balai golems, and then in BFA they like rework that model to be these Royal Guardians. And so we've actually got some interesting lore about troll golems. It says troll golems are made by various troll tribes, and they can be powered in different ways. Some are powered by mojo, some are powered by voodoo, and few have been even powered by channeling the powers of the Loa into them. And so while the Drakari Empire and the Darkspear tribe trolls have used them, the Zen'Balai Empire has used them quite frequently for things such as city guards within Dazar'alor, which is what we're looking at, as well as being used to take care of their dead in Atal Dazar, and being used to keep peace within the Terrace of the Speakers. So yeah, I didn't really know that trolls use golems this much, but now looking back, it does make sense, because I've seen quite a few troll golems. So either way, these are really cool, and that's why they're number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Tuskar Guards riding turtles, and I chose these because I love this. Like, this is the most Warcrafty type of thing to me. You have actual walrus humanoids riding around on turtle mounts, guarding their home from invaders. Like, it feels so funny and goofy, but it just feels very Warcrafty to me. And I thought about putting the current Tuskar on this list with the otter mounts, but I don't know, it didn't hit the same. And then there was just a bunch of Tuskar that were standing around that weren't even mounted. They were just like normal guards or something. Like, where's the whimsy? There's no whimsy there. I guess the otter mounts can be kind of whimsical, but like, I don't know. There's something about these turtles, man. Look at that turtle. He's like, ooh, and just walking around. I think it's also funny because when you think of a threat, like when you think of a guard, typically you think of someone standing on guard and being like, you're not getting into this place. And it's like, when you roll up here, you're just like, oh, that's a walrus riding the turtle, and the turtle's just like, hello. Like, it just doesn't feel very threatening, you know what I mean? And so yeah, for all those reasons, I had to put them on the list, and that's why the Tuskar riding the turtle mounts are number 5. 4. Number 4 are both left and right Rathian's bodyguards and the retired exchange guard, and they are all located near the Tavern in the Mist at the Veiled Stair in the Mist of Pandaria. And so starting with left and right, there's a couple funny things about left and right. So the first one I would say is that left is actually on the right and right is on the left. So I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose. Also, I believe these are references to Game of Thrones. It says here that Lady Olenna's bodyguards are left and right in A Song of Ice and Fire. But yeah, these are my types of favorite things in World of Warcraft, where it's kind of goofy, but it's hard to pinpoint. Like, it could be a reference to something, and it probably is, but you wouldn't really notice it just by seeing it, right? Like, if you see Harris Pilton in the game, you're like, okay, it's Paris Hilton, right? But if you see left and right, like, you wouldn't instantly think like Game of Thrones, but you know, it's a little deeper than that. So I enjoy when they do these types of obscure references, you know what I mean? But then we have the retired exchange guard, who is a Pandaren located at was once the Black Market, and when you talk to him, he says, Madame Goya has decided to move her operations to more lucrative markets. It seemed like a prudent time to give up a thankless job. But I wanted to put him on the list because it's not often you see like a retired guard, let alone retired anything in World of Warcraft, right? So I just thought it was really interesting. And some guy in Wowhead was like, poor guy, I wonder what he'll do now other than sit there. But like, he seems happy to retire. He was like, yeah, gave up that thankless job. And now he's just like meditating and chilling. So I think he's having a good time. But either way, that's why left, right, and the retired exchange guard are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Sludgeworks Enforcers, and the Sludgeworks Enforcers are goblins that guard the Sludgeworks in the Stone Talon Mountains. And I actually wish I would have put this in Pointless Top 10 worst jobs in World of Warcraft, because this is definitely up there. So the Enforcers do not enjoy their work guarding these Sludgeworks and have an extremely high turnover rate for their job, and that's because there is wyvern poop all over the place. And so when you talk to Ghibli Racket for the Turd Problem quest, he says, we got a problem. We built the Sludgeworks near a wyvern habitat. Now, our initial blueprints for the sludge works were drawn up so as to not disturb the wyvern habitat, as the beasts are apparently sacred to Tauren and orcs. Do you know what's sacred to me? Not getting pooped on, that's what. And so there's various goblin quotes around here, like, the Horde doesn't pay me enough for this crap. And, I'm feeling ill. And I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore. I quit. As well as various other quotes that you can read on the screen. So you gotta feel bad for them. They're guarding a terrible place to guard, and that's why the Sludgeworks Enforcers are number 3. Number 2 are the guards located all over the major cities, and I was thinking about doing Ironforge guards, or Stormwind guards, or Orgrimmar guards, and I was like, you know what? They just all deserve to be on the list, because every major city has really cool guards, and, you know, some probably better than others. It is kind of subjective, just depending on maybe your favorite city or what you play or whatever it might be, or nostalgia or anything like that. But odds are you've been in one of these cities, you were lost and you're like, I don't know how to get around. And then you go to one of the guards and you go, hey, where is this thing that I'm looking for? Then the guard's always like, oh, you go over here. Or maybe you're looking for the inn, that's over there. Maybe you're looking for the profession trainers, they're over there, right? The guards are always just kind of like a guide to help you out. In fact, I'd say they're usually more guides to locations than they are actual guards. Usually if the city gets invaded by raids or other players, they just get killed right away. So, you know what? They're actually doing a more helpful job than just guarding the place. They're actually helping you find your different locations you need to get to. Also, I didn't include the Dalaran guards, but I found it interesting here. It says guards in all major cities and starting areas serve as guides and offer directions to points of interest. The only exception to this is Dalaran, which has no normal guards, and local wizards instead offer directions. And I don't know why I never even noticed that, but, well, you know, I kind of noticed it, but I didn't like truly notice it, right? It's kind of like the pointless top 10 thing, where there's so many things that I did notice, but I didn't truly notice it. Like, I didn't stop and analyze it, that type of thing. Either way, that's why all the major city guards are number 2. And number 1 are the Gadgetzin and Booty Bay Bruisers. Although I kind of like the Gadgetzin ones more, because I personally have more memories and nostalgia with them, and like people getting in fights in Tanaris. But I know there's a lot of people who got in fights in Booty Bay, and then the Bruisers run over and they're like, break it up, and they start beating everybody up. But I also like how in Gadgetzin they have like a sniper on the roof, which I always thought was crazy. He's just walking around like, yeah, we'll make sure nothing happens in this goblin town. In fact, the Gadgetzin Bruisers actually fought the demons when the Legion invasions were happening. Meanwhile, I think for the Booty Bay Bruisers, a lot of people remember them if they had to get their Bloodsail Buccaneer rep up and you had to actually kill the Booty Bay Bruisers. However, I never actually did that, so I don't really have any memories or nostalgia or anything ever doing that, but I'm sure a lot of people watching this have. But overall, I was gonna put these at number 2 and then put the city guards at number 1, but I was like, you know what? The city guards act more as guides than the actual Booty Bay and Gadgetzin Bruisers. I feel like they are some of the most intense guards around. You got like a sniper up top, they got like people walking around, you gotta beat them up, you got people fighting them to get reputation. Like, I don't know, I feel like these truly are the number 1 guards in World of Warcraft, and that's why I put them at number 1. Number 10 is Dungar Longdrink, and Dungar Longdrink is the human flight master located in the Griffin Roost in Stormwind City. And the reason I put him on this list is not just because it's like, oh, he's the big flight master in Stormwind. It's because I think he was supposed to be a dwarf. That, or he might have a dwarven father, because his last name is Longdrink, and if you talk to him, he says, these great beasts know paths that ye can't find on foot. They'll get ye there fast and maybe show ye something new at the same time. He also says, where is it ye would like to go, lad/lass? For just a few coin, my griffins can get ye there faster than even the swiftest horse. But it's also kind of funny because a lot of dwarves are like, keep your feet on the ground. And yet he's the one that's helping you to get your feet off the ground, quite literally. But either way, whether he's part dwarf or was supposed to be a dwarf, whatever it is, I think it's pretty fun and a cool little piece of lore to think about. So that's why Dungar Longdrink is number 10. Number 9 is a Tauren flight master named Amelia Earhart, located at Spinebreaker Post in the Hellfire Peninsula, and it is clearly a reference to Amelia Earhart, which I'd like to bring up a comment I saw on the Wowhead article for Amelia Earhart from 2008, where somebody said, LOL, she looks nothing like Amelia Earhart, but it's funny. And I don't know if this person was being serious, but it sounds like they actually were. And for some reason, I just imagine them sitting there in the chair getting really mad over seeing other references like Oprah Winfrey and Harris Pilton and being like, she's not a Draenei, she's not a Blood Elf, this is blasphemy. But that's pretty much it. I mean, it's just a reference to Amelia Earhart, which I do think is pretty cool. I think this is also a good point to mention. There's like 600 and something flight masters in this game, so I spent quite a while looking through all of these and finding 10 of them, so there's actually a lot of cool flight masters that didn't make the list. But Amelia Earhart did make the list, and that's why she's number 9. 8. Number 8 is Surastraz, and Surastraz is a red dragon flight master located at the Amber Ledge in the Borean Tundra. And according to the WoW wiki, he doesn't appreciate being bothered and doesn't think highly of the Kirin Tor's more minor concerns with the Nexus War, saying, quote, "You and your Dalaran allies pick at loose threads while the fabric of the world's future is being shredded." He also says, "You dare approach me, mortal. For the sake of your unborn children, pray that your cause is worthwhile." Which is pretty intense for just like going up to him and being like, "Can you fly me over there?" Also, following the war against the jailer, it is reported that Surastraz is still stationed at the Amber Ledge, keeping the younger red dragons that work with the Kirin Tor in line. I also just really like the concept that there's this big dragon flight master and you're like, whoa, this flight master's awesome. He's just a big dragon and he's just like, "I'm too old for this shit. What do you want?" And that's why Surastraz is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Stone Fiend Couriers of Revendreth, and these are the flight masters for pretty much all of Revendreth, and they actually have the same animations as imps, and a group of Stone Fiends is called a nuisance, which is pretty funny. And this is one of the first times I'm actually putting Shadowlane stuff into a pointless top 10. There's like, I think a couple other times, but it's very few and far between that I actually do. They also say the line, "Why would anyone walk anywhere?" Which, I mean, he's got a point. He can really just fly anywhere he wants. He doesn't have to walk anywhere. Also, I found this cool fact about flight path speed, which is since Cataclysm, flight path rides move at 434% of running speed, making them considerably faster than unbuffed master flying, which is 310%. However, they also take you on unnecessary twists and turns to reach your destination, making the effective difference smaller. But anyway, back to the Stone Courier Gargoyle guys. They're pretty goofy, they're pretty fun, and I like them, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Spirit of Gnomragon, which is a flying machine located at the Nessingwary Base Camp in Sholazar Basin and serves as the Flight Master. It is only available after you complete the quest Have a Part, Give a Part, which is where you bring 7 Venture Co. spare parts to Weslick's Quick Wrench. And this is clearly a reference to the Spirit of St. Louis, which is the custom-built single-engine, single-seat monoplane flown by Charles Lindbergh in 1927 on the first solo non-stop transatlantic flight from Long Island, New York to Paris. A fun fact I actually found while looking this up was that the Spirit of St. Louis had no windscreen, so visibility directly forward was impossible. If the pilot wanted a view of what was ahead of him, he had to crane his head from the side window. Just imagine driving your car and the entire windshield's blocked, so you have to keep peeking out the side window to be like, where am I going again? But an interesting fact about the Spirit of Gnomragon is, according to some people that were tracking the flight speed, it's about half as fast as a typical flight path. So I think they did that because it's like, it's this old-timey, poorly put together gyrocopter. Like, it's probably gonna go pretty slow. And I actually kind of like that they did that because, I mean, it makes sense lore-wise, right? But that's why the Spirit of Gnomragon is number 6. 5. Number 5 is Bertram, and Bertram is a spectral griffin flight master located at the White Grove Chapel in Drustvar. It was the former steed of Lord Arthur Waycrest, and according to the WoW wiki, on Lucille Waycrest and Alexander Treadward's wedding day, the Red Hand Assassins, led by Roland the Knife, attacked the Waycrest Guard at the event. Alone by the side of the building, Bertram was set upon by 3 of the assassins and presumably killed that day. After he was found dead, Bertram was buried nearby at the end of the path, and now his ghost stands vigil over his grave. And he's the flight master. But Bertram has this cool little kind of sad story, right? Like, he gets assassinated, he's buried here, but now he gets to fly people around as a ghost, so that's pretty cool. And I think we should have a Bertram mount. We have other spectral griffin mounts, but nothing as cool as Bertram. And that's why Bertram is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Baneflight, and Baneflight is a ghoul flight master located at Ebon Watch in Zuldrak. And I thought Baneflight was the only ghoul flight master in the game, but then I found Grimwing, who is located at the Death Knight starting area and the Broken Shore. So even though Grimwing is a little more widespread and in various places, there's just something about Baneflight that I think is funny, because he's located at the Ebon Watch, right? And the Ebon Watch is a minor encampment of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, And during the war against the Lich King, the Ebon Blade established Ebon Watch as a small outpost in Zuldrak and then conducted their own operations from there. So I think it's just funny imagining them thinking this out, like, all right, we need a bunch of people Ebon Watch. We got, I don't know, who's going to be the Flight Master? I don't know, Bane Flight. You got Flight in your name. You're going to be the Flight Master. Like, he just gets the job because he has Flight in his name. He's like, oh, okay. I don't even know if that's how it works, but that's how it plays out in my head. And that's why Bane Flight is number 4. Number 3 is Jacana, and Jacana is a troll flight master located at Darkspear's Edge in Frostfire Ridge. And what makes Jacana so special is that he uses his torch to warm the wyverns that are cold, because obviously we're in Frostfire Ridge, it's cold here, it's snowing, and he has a couple quotes that he says to the wyverns, one of which is, "Just stay warm, it be okay, you're gonna be fine," as well as, "Just stay close to the fire, wyverns ain't be made for such cold, just stay warm." And so Jacana clearly cares about these wyverns, right? I don't know if he treats them like pets or something, but there could be a lot of flight masters that are like, whatever, just let them sit there and be cold. But, you know, he's literally using this torch to try and heat up his wyverns. And really, I don't think I've seen any other flight master doing something like this. And that's why Jacana is number 3. Number 2 is Commander Jaredenis, and Commander Jaredenis used to be the flight master at Telrendis Point in Azshara back in Classic WoW. However, in Cataclysm, according to the WoW Wiki, with the Horde planning to invade Ashenvale, the Alliance upgraded Telrendis Point to a military base and placed Jaredenis as its commander. The Horde, knowing the area as the last of the Alliance defenses in Azshara, decided to bombard the area. During one of their assaults, Jaredenis was injured and the Horde sent someone to finish him off. In fact, you can even see that Commander Jaredenis is wrapped up in bandages. However, this is where it gets weird, because the quest is you, the Horde player, go and kill this guy, but he then comes back in Legion and fights off demons in the Legion invasions. So then you might say, oh, well, you know, maybe you didn't kill him, it was just you thought you killed him, right? But he literally drops his head. Like, you cut his head off and bring it to the Horde leader for the quest completion. So I don't know how he came back to life for the pre-Legion event, but he did. Maybe Blizzard just forgot that his head got cut off, or they're like, that doesn't matter. But either way, it's a pretty cool story to have a guy that was just a flight master become a commander of this whole area. So that's why Commander Jaredenis is number 2. And number 1 is Omusa Thunderhorn, and Omusa Thunderhorn was a Tauren Windrider flight master located at Camp Taraho in the Barrens. And after playing my fair share of Tauren in Classic WoW, I've had quite my share of interactions with Omusa Thunderhorn, and he's actually pretty cool. He's wearing an eye patch. He's like one of the only Tauren I've ever seen with an eye patch on, and he's just a dude that loves Windriders, loves helping people fly, and just chilling in the Barrens, because you talk to him and he says, "Treat the Windrider well as it takes you to your destination. May your ancestors watch over you." And he also says, "Though the crossroads seems to be the center of activity in the Barrens, I prefer the quietude of Camp Taraho." Which makes it even sadder when you learn that he is killed during the Alliance invasion of Camp Taraho. You can even see how it happens using a funerary totem during the quest Honoring the Dead. And he says, "No, stay with the others. Escort them north, away from the fighting. I'll stay here with the wyverns and cover your escape. Go." And then you see him say, "Wait, is it over? I've been run through. Ah, of course, I understand now. I am expected elsewhere." And then he mounts up on a wyvern and flies away. And so even in the afterlife, Omusa Thunderhorn is pretty cool. And that's why he's number 1. Number 10 is Auctioneer Zifa, and Auctioneer Zifa used to be a Goblin Auctioneer and now is kind of a Goblin Auctioneer. So you might be like, what are you even talking about? So at some point after the Battle of the Broken Shore, she was killed and turned into a homunculus by the Burning Legion to infiltrate their enemies. She was eventually confronted and defeated by rogues in service to the Uncrowned. So a homunculus, if you're wondering, is a type of undead construct that is so lifelike so as to be undetectable even by undead hunting experts such as Lillian Voss. And if you've been watching Pointless Top 10 for a while, you may remember that in Pointless Top 10 Food on Tables, Talen's Sweet Song was a homunculus. And I believe it's for the same quest as Auctioneer Zifa. However, even though the rogues keep killing her, just like Gammon, she keeps coming back. Primarily because she has to, because more people have to do the quest. So that's why Auctioneer Zifa is number 10. 9. Number 9 are Brassbolt, Mecha Wrench, and Reginald Arcfire, and these are two steam-powered auctioneers located in Dalaran. And these are added back in Wrath of the Lich King, but you used to have to be a Grand Master Engineer to interact with them, so the only time you could use the auction house in Dalaran was if you were a Grand Master Engineer. However, in Cataclysm, they got rid of that, so it was no longer engineer only, and everybody was able to use these auction houses. And I don't know what Blizzard did to these guys, because if you read their old message, they said, "Only Grandmaster engineers possess the minimal intelligence to interface with my superior programming. More importantly, why are you talking to me?" So Blizzard must have went in and changed their superior programming to inferior programming and dumbing these guys down. So they pretty much gave these steam-powered auctioneers a lobotomy, and pretty sad, you know? Anyway, they're steam-powered auctioneers. They're pretty cool, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are auctioneers Oh Really and Yeah Really. And if you know about your memes from 2004 or whatever it was, you're going to know who these guys are. So auctioneer Oh Really is in Booty Bay, and he is the neutral auction house vendor, while auctioneer Yeah Really is a Forsaken auctioneer located in the Undercity for the Horde auction house. And that's pretty much it. That's why they're on the list, is because of the old Oh Really, Yeah Really memes, and they're named after it. Listen, we're talking about auctioneers in World of Warcraft, all right? There are not many notable auctioneers in World of Warcraft. Trust me, I've looked through all of them for this video, but that's why this video is here, to point out the ones that are notable, and these are based off a 2004 meme, so that is something. It may not be a lot, but it is something, and that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are auctioneers Harvey and Dent, located in the Shrine of Two Moons, and they are only usable by engineers. So unlike the previous robots that we saw, these are for any engineers. You didn't have to be like a Grandmaster engineer or anything. But they are still for engineers to this day. So while the previous ones are now available to everybody, these are still engineer only. Also, the previous robot auctioneers we saw were steam powered, and these are just mechanical. So I don't know if that means anything. It probably doesn't. There's be someone out there like, this isn't steam powered. This is a mechanical auctioneer. Like, okay, great. And also, they're named after the Batman character, Harvey Dent, which is Two-Face in Batman. And so I figured these guys deserve to be higher up on the list because we already had the engineer-only auctioneer robots, and then we had, you know, some references to pop culture, but these are both. So, hey, look, they doubled up on something. So that's why Harvey and Dent are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Auctioneer Jackson, and Auctioneer Jackson is a human auctioneer in Stormwind City. And according to Wowpedia, since the start of the war in Draenor, it is revealed that she is married to Officer Jackson, who can be seen patrolling the streets of Stormwind City, and they have a young son named Xander. Every hour on the hour, Xander brings a cup of coffee to his mother at the auction house, which, that's a lot of coffee. You're drinking every hour on the hour, you're having a cup of coffee for what, 24 hours? I mean, that's still probably less caffeine than the Panera Charge lemonade, but that's still a lot of caffeine. That could probably kill somebody. But that's where we have a twist. During the Burning Legion's third invasion, she was briefly seen when the Veiled Hand and the Uncrowned infiltrated the city. She was later revealed to have been replaced by a homunculus. The homunculus strikes again, and the real Jackson is presumably dead. So I guess that explains how she's able to drink so much coffee, because she's actually just an undead construct. And it's also kind of messed up, because her son just keeps bringing her coffee, but it's not even her. It's an undead construct. So he's bringing his undead construct mom coffee, and he's spending all of his energy to do this, like on the hour, every hour. He's like, mom needs coffee, but it's not her. Like, this shit's wild. And she also has a Hearthstone card, so that's why she's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Night Elf auctioneers that may or may not be alive after the burning of Teldrassil. So this is a bit of a memorial pick here, because we have auctioneer Silvalos, who was caught in the chaos and could not be saved in the burning of Teldrassil. Auctioneer Tolan, who was also caught in the chaos and could not be saved. And then auctioneer Cesares. It is unknown whether they survived the burning of Teldrassil, and auctioneer Golathos, who it is also unknown whether they survived the burning of Teldrassil. Now, you are still able to go and talk to these auctioneers in Classic WoW, so if you want to go pay them a visit, you can go to Classic WoW, talk to all of them. I just clapped my hands together for some reason. I don't know why I did that, but I did. So go pay these guys a visit over in Classic WoW, and I just thought it'd be nice to give them some appreciation, because you know what? There were some cool auctioneers that are no longer with us in the current version of the game, so that's why the old Darnassus auction house NPCs are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Collector Unta, who is the Tortollan on the reins of the Mighty Caravan Brutosaur, which is the mobile auction house, or the Long Boy. And it was hard to actually find people mounted up on the reins of the Mighty Caravan Brutosaur, so here is a dinosaur that looks exactly like the Long Boy. But I had to put this on the list because this is one of the most notable auction houses in the game, and Collector Unta really looks like he despises being an auctioneer, and I kind of love that, because if you look into his eyes, you look into his face, he's just straight up like, yeah, I'm here, I'm the auctioneer. I don't know, but then you have the big Brutosaur, who is just awesome. I really wish I had this mount, but obviously it's like 5 million gold, and now you can't even get it anymore unless you go to the black market auction house, and it's a whole process, so what are you gonna do? But that's what makes this big Tortollan Brutosaur auction house so good, and that's why the Long Boy is number 4. 3. Number 3 is Auctioneer Hesse in Stormwind, and Auctioneer Hesse is cool because he transforms into a werewolf, or a worgen, I guess, but he is a reference to the author of the novel Steppenwolf, Hermann Hesse, and he uses both human and worgen forms to reflect Steppenwolf's protagonist's 2 frames of mind, the man and the wolf. And from everything I've read and seen, it appears that he turns into a worgen every day at 9 p.m., so if you want to see it happen for yourself, you can go watch it, but I literally put it in the video, so you don't really have to, but maybe you want to go see it in game. I don't know. Somebody also mentioned it could be a reference to Blizzard's Aaron Hesse, which maybe it is. Maybe they were just like, hey, we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone and reference Hermann Hesse and Aaron Hesse in the same NPC. I don't know. All I know is that he turns into a worgen at 9 p.m.-ish, and that's pretty cool. So that's why Auctioneer Hesse is number 3. 2. Number 2 is Auctioneer Stampy, and Auctioneer Stampy is a Tauren auctioneer located in Thunderbluff, and there's a couple cool things about Auctioneer Stampy. One is that he's probably a reference to The Simpsons, where they have Stampy the elephant. It was actually a great episode. It's one of the good episodes of The Simpsons back in the day. But he also might not be a reference to that, but with the amount of references in World of Warcraft, I would say he probably is a reference to that. But one of the coolest things about Auctioneer Stampy is that he was the only auctioneer in-game who would speak when clicked on. Every other auctioneer back in Classic WoW did not talk. They didn't have any quotes, or like if you talk to somebody and they're like, what is it? Greetings, you know, they say something, but everybody didn't say anything except him. So something must have happened with a glitch or coding or whatever it might be, where Stampy was the only one who would talk. Now, in current WoW, all the auctioneers talk, but back in the day, Auctioneer Stampy was the only social auctioneer. So that's why Auctioneer Stampy is number 2. 1. And number 1 is Madame Goya. And Madame Goya ran the black market auction house at the Veiled Stair, northeast of Valley of the Four Winds, and she accepted bids personally as she was distrustful of others. After Pandaria, she went to the Ring of Blood in Nagrand on Draenor. Then she moved to the Underbelly in Dalaran on the Broken Isles. Then she moved to the Backwater Beach in Zuldazar, and now she is located in Valdrakken. And I had to put Madame Goya at number 1 because she literally runs an entire auction house by herself. Now, it may be the black market auction house, you know, you got some sketchy stuff going on, but still, she's doing this entirely by herself, which is pretty insane. So props to her on that. I mean, she's got a bunch of bodyguards around her too, but she needs them. I mean, she's running a black market auction house. So that's why Madame Goya is number 1. 10. Number 10 is Floyd Pincus, and Floyd Pincus is a Forsaken innkeeper located at Thrallmar in the Hellfire Peninsula. And I'm sure you probably figured this out, but Floyd Pincus is a reference to the band Pink Floyd. And if you talk to Floyd Pincus, he says, "I deal in comfort, soothe your savage impulse. My inn is your home." And I do think it's funny that your responses can be like, "Ah, fine offer, Floyd. I wish to make Hellfire my home." Like normally it's just like, make this in your home, right? But one thing I learned that I never knew is that the beginning of the Pink Floyd Floyd's song Shine On You Crazy Diamond is the background music in many areas of Hellfire Peninsula. And I was somebody that was never really that into Pink Floyd music. Like, I've heard songs from Pink Floyd and everything, right? And I don't dislike Pink Floyd. It's just I was always listening to other stuff. So when I went and actually listened to the song, I was like, dude, that actually is Hellfire Peninsula music. It kind of blew my mind. But I know a lot of people love Pink Floyd, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that have Floyd Pincus as #1 on their top 10 list of innkeepers. But you know what? He made the list at number 10, so that's why Floyd Pincus is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Gerties the Drowsy, and Gerties is a night elf innkeeper located at the Wily Wisp Den on top of Sabermaw Bluff in Val'Sharah. And one of the reasons I love Gerties is this house is just a mess. And if you talk to Gerties, they say, I am not a morning person. So I don't know if Gerties just woke up, was like, just started slashing and bashing everything all around. But then you also have Cakely, who is probably his wife or something, and she's a general goods vendor just chilling out on the bed. And I think one of the reasons I love this so much is it just feels like these random druids turn their house into an inn. They're just like, you know, it'd be fun. We just made this into a tavern. That'd be pretty cool. Now, I don't know the legal aspects of this. I don't know if you need a license. You got a license to become a tavern. But there's actually another cool fact, which is his on-click voice lines are that of the Warcraft 3 Druid of the Claw unit. So maybe this is also a little Warcraft 3 reference or something. This was during Legion, where they were doing a lot of nostalgic stuff. But either way, I think Gerties the Drowsy is pretty cool. And so that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 is Uda the Beast, and Uda the Beast is a Magar Orc innkeeper for the Filthy Animal Inn located in Dalaran. And Uda the Beast is probably the toughest innkeeper around. She says, you, come, drink, feast, rest for the next battle. But do not fight, or I will feed you to my wolves. And you know what? She's not joking. There's a quest in the game where her wolves are just eating people. Specifically during the Purge of Dalaran, where Uda and her wolves were held captive by the Silver Covenant in her inn. But she seems to have put up a good fight because her wolves Nargut and Ruka are feasting on the Silver Covenant corpses before her when you walk in. And so yeah, Uda the Beast does not play around. She's got her wolves ready to kill. She looks like she's ready to kill as well. And you know what? I think her name is supposed to be like Uda Best. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that name at like a quick glance. I was like, wait, is that Uda Best? And I was like, oh, Uda the Beast. Either way, Uda the Beast is number 8. 7. Number 7 is Lard, and Lard is an ogre innkeeper located in Reventusk Village in the Hinterlands. And this is one of my favorite classic WoW quests because it's just so goofy. So you talk to Lard and he's like, Lard was at secret special spot having picnic when ugly mean Vilebranch hit Lard with the big stick. Lard run back to Reventusk but forget Lard lunch. Lard hungry. Maybe you go back to secret special spot and get Lard lunch. Lard scared. Go north. Island dared to the north is the secret special spot. And so you go and you get Lard's lunch. It is on a random island and you loot it and you get attacked by some trolls and then you bring it back to Lard and he says, this hit the spot. Thanks, little one. Lard make you a special picnic basket for help, Lard. And according to the Warcraft wiki, there is speculation that Lard may have been part of the old Horde army that invaded the hinterlands during the Second War, explaining why he is affiliated with a forest troll tribe. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, I like Lard. I think he's a good guy. I always remember doing his quest, and so that's why Lard is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Ronka, and Ronka is the innkeeper at the Gold Tusk Inn in Vol'dun. And so a lot of people keep saying Ronka is insane. They're like, this guy's crazy, this guy's, you know, out of his mind, and he is a little insane, but you play through the story where Ronka is at the inn, he's like talking to a bunch of troll skulls, and you're just like, dude, what is this guy doing? Who's he talking to? It's like he's talking to himself or imaginary friends, but then they get attacked by Sand Fury trolls, and you help him out with that. You help get rid of the Sand Fury trolls, and so he's like, yo, hey, thanks for helping me out. You know what? I'm gonna introduce you to the gang. And you're just like, wait, what? I get to meet his imaginary friends? But then you drink some crazy potion concoction he makes, and you can actually see all of his troll friends, and they're like real. Well, at least I think they're real. You can see them, they're ghosts, but I don't know if they're real or not, to be honest. Also, Ronka is wearing a hat made out of bananas, so that adds a whole nother layer. I can't think of anybody else that wears a hat of bananas in the game, although there might be, who knows. But anyway, Ronka is pretty crazy. He's got a fun quest line. He's got a lot of cool imaginary but real friends, and that's why It's number 6. 5. Number 5 is a weird one, and it is the Arcane Guest Registry, which is a flying tome that serves as the innkeeper for Schnatz Hostel at Schnatz Landing in Uldum. And I had to put this one on the list because, I mean, come on, it's literally a book. It's a floating book that is an innkeeper at a really random spot. Even somebody on Wowhead was like, I find it rather odd that you can make your home in a town where everybody wants to kill you. And on top of that, you actually don't get any rest experience for staying here. So the only real benefit is like if you're questing in this area and you just wanted to set your Hearthstone here to get back here faster, that's literally it. And so yeah, I had to put the Arcane Guest Registry on this list because it is really one of the most unique innkeepers in the game, even if it is just a floating book, which is why it's absolutely perfect for Pointless Top 10, where I try to find just some of the most off, weird things in the game, and that's usually what I enjoy finding. So that's why the Arcane Registry is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Furno, and Furno is a fire elemental innkeeper located at the Inn of Camp Murrock in south central Ringing Deeps. And if you talk to him, he says, Tas Grinko, Tas Grin Turothko Grin, which is part of the Kalimag language, which, by the way, Kalimag is the standard language spoken by elementals. And another little funny thing I saw is when it actually says to make this in your home, it says make this in your home. But I really like that Furno is just kind of chilling in this big pool of lava or a forge. I don't know what it is, but whatever, he's having fun swimming around in it. It's like his own personal pool. And not only that, but he's right next to Shoe Duck. That's right, the Shoe Duck, the duck with shoes. And if you talk to Clive Del Gizmo, he says, welcome to Del Gizmo's. Need any snacks for the road? And you can say, what's with the stuffed duck wearing shoes? And he's like, Shoe Duck is not for sale. And you could be like, where do you get the shoes? And he's like, Shoe Duck is not for sale, all right? Which I completely understand. I wouldn't want to sell Shoe Duck either. And so this entire little atmosphere is great with Shoe Duck and Furno and Clive. It's just, what a great little spot. And so that's why Furno is number 4. 3. Number 3 is Daisy, and Daisy is the innkeeper and bartender in the Speed Barge Bar on Fizzle and Pozic Speed Barge. And you probably remember Daisy from back in Classic WoW in the Shimmering Flats, where she was the race girl that would always start the race, and then the Goblin and the Gnome would race around the Mirage Raceway, which, by the way, if they ever rebuild Thousand Needles or Old Azeroth, I would love if they brought back the Mirage Raceway and you could, like, watch the race, and maybe you could bet on races, and you'd be like, oh, the race is happening. And I don't know, I just always like the Mirage Raceway, and it seems like it would be a fun little thing to include into the game at some point again, but that's besides the point. Daisy is actually named after Daisy Dukes. She's also wearing a pair of Daisy Dukes. Also, when you talk to her, she says, hi there, gorgeous, welcome to the Speed Barge Bar. What'll it be? But she also talks like she's in The Sims, like she genuinely talks like a Sims 3 character. And I didn't even realize that till now, that a lot of the WoW humans just look like Sims characters. And yeah, you can buy numerous different types of drinks from Daisy, and it's got to be terrible to work at this place. In fact, I covered this in Pointless Top 10 Taverns in World of Warcraft, and bar fights will break out all the time, so props to Daisy, because I guarantee she is probably losing her mind being a bartender here. And that's why she's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Old Lula, and Old Lula is the innkeeper at Twilight Glade in Shadowmoon Valley. And Old Lula appears to have quite the obsession with frogs. In fact, the only thing she sells is gently squeezed toads. And the description of the toad is, the toad looks frazzled, but unharmed. And so there's a lot of different theories I've seen as to why Old Lula is like this. She does have a quest talking about how her husband and her went fishing in the marsh and fell asleep, and when she woke up, he'd been turned into a toad. Which then he comes back and is like, hey, I'm back. And she's like, I don't know if it's actually you. Which is like, is she just crazy? Or like, is he even real? I don't know if he's real at this point. And also, there actually is a Hypnotoad nearby who is in Pointless Top 10 Frogs, and it's possible maybe she got hypnotized by the Hypnotoad, so now she just really loves frogs. In fact, she definitely did, because if you talk to her, she says, the others don't believe me, but I have seen him, the Great One. Once you fall under his gaze, you will never be the same again. The other theory I saw is that people see that she loves licking toads and kissing toads, so maybe she's just getting really high off these frogs, and that's why she wants so many frogs, so she like licks them and squeezes them and then gets the juice out of them or something, and then she just lets them go. That's why they're gently squeezed. And I mean, if you have any theories on Old Lula, comment down in the comments section, because I'd love to hear them, but otherwise, she's just a really unique, interesting innkeeper and NPC, and that's why Old Lula is number 2. 1. And number 1 is Keeper's the Rat, and Keeper's the Rat is located at Breaker's Crown, which is a neutral camp in Gorgrond, and Rexar and his companions are located here, and 3 of his deceased animals are actually buried here. And so I think it's pretty obvious why Keeper's the Rat is number 1, and that's because he's a rat and he's an innkeeper. And that's it. I mean, what more do you need? He's literally just a rat innkeeper. It's amazing. I did actually talk about this in Pointless Top 10 Rats, though, because he was on that list as well, which is, was his name always Keepers, or did Rexar name him Keepers because he made him the innkeeper? Because at some point, Rexar had to be like, I need somebody to be the innkeeper of this place. And he's like, let's see, we could go with Budgie or Spirit or Puffer. Now, you know what? Let's go with Keepers, because his name is literally Keepers. Or was he like, hey, this is Ratathius, and your new name, Ratathius, is Keepers because you're an innkeeper now, right? Like, I don't know. But what I do know is that Keepers is fantastic, and that's why he's number 1. 10. Number 10 is this Kodo pulling a gnome prisoner cart in Ashenvale. And you know, there's a lot of animals pulling carts in World of Warcraft, right? When I thought of this list, I was like, we're gonna have some animals pulling carts. But when I found this one, I was like, this is probably the most insane one. So first off, there's like screaming gnomes in the back that are like, help us. There's some that I think are either passed out or dead. I have no idea. But then on top of that, the wheels are spinning at an insane rate to the point where it looks like it's spinning faster than the cart is even going. I don't know what is happening here. And then the Kodo also just goes into the ground at one point. And I just remember coming across this for the first time in my video series, Things You Might Have Missed. And I was doing Things You Might Have Missed in Ashenvale. And I was just so blown away. I was like, dude, I can't believe this exists in World of Warcraft. I've either never seen this or I don't know. But I was like, hey, you know what? That's an animal with a job. He's got to pull this insane cart. And so that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 are the tame pack goats, and the tame pack goats are goats, as you might have imagined, that are all over the place in Camp Nowhere in the Azure Span. And I contemplated a lot of different pack animals, because there's a lot of pack animals in World of Warcraft, and I want to have an entire list of like, here's a pack animal, here's another pack animal, right? There's like a lot of different animals I could use, but I just really like the pack goat because he gives me Crendor vibes. Like, he truly feels like he could be a spirit animal to me, or my spirit animal. I worded that weird, but I love how he's just chilling, you know, they got him on a rope and he's walking around like, I'm a pack goat. And then there's other pack goats that people are riding on, and you know, they're carrying stuff. They're pack animals, but they got a little bell underneath that, I don't know, that might get annoying if they're walking around and the bell's like clang, 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 clang. But maybe you get used to it. Or it just helps if your pack goat gets lost. You're like, where'd that pack goat go? And you're like, oh, it's where the bell is ringing, right? So I just like these goats. I think they're really cool, and they're doing a good job. So that's why the tame pack goats are number 9. 8. Number 8 is Kenshi the cat, and Kenshi is a house cat located at Catty Cathy's in Borealis. And this is a bit of a weird animal with a job, because I don't know if he truly has a job, but I think he believes he has a job, and that's good enough for me. So when you go to Kenshi, he sells you a half-eaten mouse if you give him a deluxe tuna. And apparently he never used to do this prior to November of 2024, which I believe was the big 20th anniversary for World of Warcraft. So it seems that part of the Operation Toy Rescue quest included Kenshi, and that's why he is now a vendor. So I like to imagine Kenshi was just a cat, just chilling around, having a good time, and then all of a sudden, he was just like, you know what? I am sentient enough to start selling a half-eaten mouse to people if they give me tuna. And so in Kenshi's mind, he truly does have a job. Like, this is his job, and his payment is tuna. And I like that. So that's why Kenshi is number 8. 7. Number 7 are all of the flight path animals all over Azeroth and the various other continents of World of Warcraft. But when I thought of this list, I was like, I gotta include flight path animals. There was a part of me that was like, hey, you know, maybe I'll find some different ones, or, you know, everybody knows about flight path animals. But no, I had to do it. Like, when I think of animals with jobs, like, my mind goes straight to the flight path animals. And you know what? That makes me feel kind of bad now that everybody just kind of flies around on their mounts. Although I guess mounts technically are also animals with jobs, so I guess I can lump them in with this. But I actually do use flight paths a decent amount of time. Sometimes I'm just lazy and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to use a flight path. So that's usually what I do. I'm actually curious, when you fly somewhere on a flight path animal, how do they get back? Because, like, let's say you ride on a griffin and it goes all the way to the eastern plague lands or, like, wherever. it has to get back, right? So does it just like wait for another person to want to fly back, but then you don't actually fly in the Griffin, you fly in somebody else's flight path animal? I don't know. That's actually something I never really thought of until now. And so that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the silkworms in World of Warcraft, as well as Silky, the giant imperial silkworm located in the Silken Fields in the Valley of the Four Winds. And I was actually curious how silkworms produce silk, and so I looked it up, and it says here that silkworms produce silk by secreting a liquid protein called fibroin from their salivary glands, which then hardens into a silk fiber upon contact with air. This process occurs as the silkworm spins a cocoon around itself for protection during its pupation stage. And so in Pandaria, there's a quest from Silkmaster Sai, and he says, "Would you like to be a silkmaster for a day? The first things you'll need are fresh mulberry leaves. You can find them in our grove of mulberry bushes to the northwest. Next, you will need to feed them to a hungry silkworm in our feeding pit to the west. And finally, you should get some raw silk from our processing hut on the south side of the farm." And so after learning all that and learning about Silkmaster Sai's quest, I still have no idea how silk is made. However, Silky does attack the farmers. He will pick them up and start eating them or like flinging them around, and that's probably the best part of all of this. And so that's why Silky and the silkworms are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Percy, and Percy is the Kaliri companion pet of Rashad the Arakoa. And when I started making this list, I really wanted to include some animal vendors. And so obviously we had Kenshi the cat already, but he's kind of like part of a secret, you know, he's still a vendor, but he's not like a profession vendor, that type of thing. But then we get to Percy, and he actually is a type of profession vendor. So he's carrying scrolls on his back, and he's got a scroll in his talons, and then he's selling inscription stuff, which I think is just really fun, right? Like he's just a little inscription guy. And I actually do want to give some Kaliri facts because they're actually pretty cool. So they are a species of bird that's bred by the Arakoa as their attack pets or guardians, and the females tend to be more rare than the males. Since they were hunted near extinction for their feathers, the Kaliri have developed very keen senses. Kaliri take flight immediately after hatching, and they feast on grubs when they're young, eventually graduating to anything smaller than themselves. And unlike other birds, Kaliri mothers don't chew their hatchlings' food for them. So yeah, I just thought that was pretty cool, and I think Percy's pretty cool, and so that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Caravan Brutosaurs, and the Caravan Brutosaurs are located all over Dazar Alor. And these Brutosaurs pretty much carry around everything you can imagine. They've got a bunch of different trade profession goods, like tailoring materials. They got a bunch of crates that they're throwing down to the floor. They carry around, you know, trolls and people, obviously. There's some that are carrying around watermelons and various types of food. They're carrying a whole bunch of stuff. And I love the Caravan Brutosaurs because, I mean, they're just big dinosaurs that carry stuff. And I just think that's cool. Like, I don't think there has to be that much more explanation for it. You know, they're an animal doing their job, but not only are they just any animal, they're a massive dinosaur. And not only that, I think they're one of the friendlier dinosaurs because they're just going around doing their thing. There's obviously that quest where she's like, something has spooked one of the Brutosaurs, so they get scared and stuff. So I think they're just a friendly dinosaur as well. But either way, I like the Caravan Brutosaurs, and they're doing a good job. So that's why they're number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Snuffle-Nose Gophers that are a part of the Blue Leaf Tubers quest located in Ratchet. And so it says that the Blue Leaf Tubers are a delicacy around the world, and the only place to find them is in the Barrens, deep in the earth, and Razorfen Kraal. And even then, they're impossible to find unless you know where to look, and that's why the Snuffle-Nose Gophers are here, because they can sniff out a tuber from 50 paces away. And this quest dates back all the way to classic World of Warcraft, so these are some of the hardest working animals you're going to find. They've been working for over 20 years at this point, sniffing out these tubers. And one thing that's actually pretty fun that I never really appreciated is the Snuffle-Nose Owner's Manual, which you can kind of read through. And I remember back in the day, I'd just pick it up as part of the quest and be like, all right, whatever, I gotta pick this up. But if you actually read through it, it tells you some interesting stuff about the Snuffle-Nose Gophers. It's got some funny little roleplay dialogue in there. It's just a fun little book. So overall, the Snuffle-Nose Gophers are doing a fantastic job of sniffing out these blue leaf tubers. They've been doing it for over 20 years, and that's why they're number 3. 2. Number 2 are the turtle transport boats, and I'm sure everybody has ridden on a turtle transport boat at one point or another, but they are located in numerous Tuskar locations, because usually these are used by the Tuskar, and they work by having the carrot on a stick dangle in front of the turtle, and then the turtle chases the carrot, and then they get the transportation. However, I don't actually know if turtles like carrots or how this really works long term. I feel like the turtle would figure it out at some point, but what do I know? I'm not a Tuskar that created a turtle boat. Also, I found some interesting information about the turtle boat from a WoW Insider interview way back in the day, and it says, the turtle boat, if you look at Northrend, the continent is shaped a little bit like a crescent with the 2 starting zones, Howling Fjord and Borean Tundra at the ends. There's a port located in the middle of the coast between these zones, and we wanted to have an easy method for traveling between the zones. The method of transportation we settled on is a giant turtle with a deck mounted on top of its shell, very much like turtles from Warcraft 2. It's simple, effective, grounded in Warcraft lore, but it's also one of those light moments that are so important to create the iconic Warcraft feel. So there you go, the turtle boats are actually based off Warcraft 2 turtles. I thought that was pretty cool, and so that's why the turtle boats are number 2. 1. And number 1 are Keepers, Budgie, and Puffer, who are all Rexxar's companions. And so Keepers is the innkeeper at Breaker's Crown in Gorgrond, and Keepers has actually been in 2 other pointless top 10s that I know of. There's top 10 rats and top 10 innkeepers. So I thought about just not including him on this list because I was like, he's already been in 2 other top 10s, but he's like one of the most well-known animals with a job. He's literally an innkeeper. How could I not put him on the list? And so now I think Keepers the Rat is number 1 in pointless top 10 appearances. But I was like, you know what? We can also include Rexxar's other companions because we have Budgie, who is a cleft hoof food vendor. So not only is he a food vendor animal, which I was talking about earlier, how I wanted to find some of these, but he's working alongside the innkeeper rat. And then there's Puffer the boar, who I don't think has a job here, but maybe he's like guarding the area or something. I don't know. I wanted to include him just because he's probably doing something, right? And so yeah, overall, I just thought this deserved number 1. And so that's why Rexxar's animal companion workers are number 1. 10. Number 10 are the Stonard War Drummers, and the War Drummers are Kodo riders fighting at the Bloodmire in the Swamp of Sorrows. And I'm pretty sure these are references to the Kodo beasts from Warcraft 3 because number 1, they look very similar to them, and number 2, those Kodo beasts did have war drum auras on them. Although I will say, it doesn't look like he's playing the drums very well. I mean, you can't actually hear him playing the drums, number 1. You would think they'd have like a little doom, doom, doom beat audio file to him or something, I don't know, but more importantly, he's not actually hitting the drums. He's hitting the saddle that he's riding the Kodo on. And it's not just him, it is literally all of the Stonard War Drummers marching around here just banging on the saddle of their Kodo, which I get it, that's the way it's animated. It's not like some of them are hitting the drum and some are just hitting the saddle. I also think it's funny to imagine them not knowing that they're supposed to hit the drums. Maybe they think the drums are just some decoration and they're like, all right, let's hit the drum. And they think the saddle is the instrument that they're riding on. Like, I have no idea. They're just dumb orcs being like, oh, you hit saddle. But no matter what the case is, I think they're pretty cool. And so that's why the Stonard War Drummers are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the harp players located in Suramar and Oribos. And I learned while making this that the harp actually dates back over 5,000 years with origins in Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. In fact, it's believed that it was used by priests and priestesses to communicate with the gods. Now, we do have music for both of these harp players that plays in-game. So we'll start with the Suramar music. So here we go, some Suramar harp music. And then here's the Oribos music. I will say, I think I like Suramar a bit more just because you have the water and it's very relaxing, and then you go to Oribos and it feels like they have a weird background noise there, which, you know, it's Oribos, that doesn't surprise me, but it's almost like somebody left a microphone too close to the sound system and you start getting that like that weird audible hum. But you know what? They're both playing the harp in the way that they know and enjoy. Plus, at least they got some in-game audio. That's cool. I always enjoy when they do that. So that's why the harp players are number 9. 8. Number 8 is a whole list of bards in World of Warcraft, because there's a lot of bards in World of Warcraft. So the ones I picked out were the Hired Bard in the Rogue Class Hall, the Russell Brower Bard, which is a reference to Russell Brower, the Borealis Bard, who is Jay the Bard, and Andrea Toyas, a bard in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. So let's start out with Jay the Bard, who is the winner of the 2017 BlizzCon contest and is also a fellow YouTuber and streamer. And this is a reference to him, and he's got a really cool NPC playing in a really cozy location. Then we have the Hired Bard in the Chamber of Shadows in the Rogue Class Hall, and he actually plays some music we can listen to. So there you go, a little bit of that. And listen, it's not much, but we got a lot of bards and a lot of musical NPCs to get through, all right? And then we have Russell Brower, who pretty much composed all of World of Warcraft's amazing music back in the day, so obviously he deserves a reference, and it almost kind of looks like him, actually. And then we have Andrea Toyas, a Pandaren bard that is a reference to the Blizzard casting and voice director, Andrea Toyas. Although I will say, I think she is playing this lute backwards. I don't know what happened, but I think it used to be the other way around, and now it just looks like she's playing it one way, but it's not the correct way. But you know what? It makes it funnier and greater for pointless top 10. And so yeah, we got a great selection of bards. There's actually a lot more bards in the game, but these were some of my favorites, and so that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 is Grenja, and Grenja is a member of the Gold Tusk gang at the Gold Tusk Inn in Vol'dun. And Grenja is actually the inn's resident bard, so you might be like, Crendor, why didn't you put Grenja with all the other bards? Well, that's because Grenja exclusively plays drums because she likes smashing things. And so unlike all the other bards who are just standing around playing their lutes, Grenja is just like, nah, dude, we're going with drums. And if you've seen some other pointless top 10s, you might be thinking, Crendor, haven't you mentioned this before? And I did. I actually mentioned Ranka in pointless top 10 innkeepers, and there's a whole big quest line, and at first you can't actually see Grenja, but then you drink some potion and you can see her as well as all of his other ghost friends. You go check out top 10 innkeepers if you want to learn more about that. But for this episode, we're just talking about Grenja, and Grenja doesn't actually get any audible music in here, so that's unfortunate. I'd be curious to see what their drumming sounds like, but you know what? That's fine with me. They're still really cool, and that's why Grenja is number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Revantusk Drummers, and these are forest trolls located in Revantusk Village in the Hinterlands. And if you have ever played a Horde character dating all the way back to Classic WoW, you probably remember these drummers, because these have been in the game since actual vanilla WoW, and they just are at the top of Revantusk Village at the inn, drumming away. And they actually do have some audio, so let's hear some drumming. So there we go. That's some drumming from the Revantusk drummers. But one thing I never noticed is the actual drum has this big metallic troll head on it. I didn't even realize it until I made this video. And so yeah, whenever I think of NPCs playing music in World of Warcraft, I always think of these drummers in the Hinterlands. And that's why I had to put them on the list. And so that's why the Revantusk drummers are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Mordresh Fireeye, and Mordresh is an elite skeleton found in the Razorfen Downs, and he actually used to be an orc shaman. If you read through his dungeon journal entry, it says, through necromantic magic, Death Speaker Blackthorn was able to rekindle the flames of Mordresh Fireeye's soul, returning him to undeath. As a former shaman, Mordresh has exerted his twisted control over the elements. He burns and scorches all those who threaten the Death Speaker's works. And he shouts out quotes like, soon Aminar will return. Our conquest of Kalimdor begins and nothing will survive our wrath. But aside from all that, he's just rocking out on top of this big pile of skulls. There's like fire going off behind him, and then there's a bunch of skeletons rocking out, and they're like, yeah. Also, it is pretty funny because they do have orc shaman skeleton models available after Warlords of Draenor, but they've just kept him as a male Forsaken. But it's probably just too much effort to go back and actually reanimate and change everything, so I don't blame him for it, but it is pretty funny. But either way, that's why Mordresh Fireeye is number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Grummels playing their flutes in the Kunlai Summit, and the Whistler playing his flute in the Zaralek Cavern. And I know whenever I see these Grummels, I always think of the Lucky Do rap. I'm sure many people do as well, because that's like one of my most popular videos I've ever made ever. But then there's also the Whistler, who's this Niffin located in the Zaralek Cavern that is somehow holding onto his flute with his giant nails, or I don't know how he's holding on to that, but he's just whistling along on his flute and everybody's dancing all around him and they're just having a great time. Actually, I don't even know how he's covering the holes. Like, he doesn't have fingers to cover the holes, but he's still doing it. This man is talented. I'm gonna tell you right now, people are underrating the Whistler. He's got no comments on Wowhead. He is going extremely underappreciated. Give some credit to the Whistler. And then we have the Grummels, who are also playing their flutes, although they have gloves on, so maybe it's harder to cover the holes with the gloves, so also pretty talented. Plus, we're up in the mountains, probably harder to have a lot of oxygen to play with up here, so like, I don't know. I think both these are very talented. I wanted to combine them because they're both just tiny creatures playing flutes. So somebody's probably going to be like, Crendor, that's not a flute. That's a blah, 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 or whatever. Like, I don't care. It's a flute. So that's why They're number 4. 3. Number 3 is Grol, and Grol is a Hosen located in the Kunlai summit all the way up north in this little secret cave. And Grol is definitely a reference to Dave Grohl, who is in Nirvana and the Foo Fighters. And Grol is actually awesome. I feel like I'm going crazy saying Grol. He's running around just smashing all these drums in this cave. He is like actually insane. He is just going, well, you can even hear his music. So here we go. Here's some Grol music. And so there we go. Not the greatest of drum beats, I would say, but you know, he's doing it. He's making his own music. That's all that matters, right? I mean, I can't be one to talk. I'm literally making a video about NPCs playing music in World of Warcraft. If anything, that's the equivalent of what Grol is playing on the drums right now. So anyway, that's why Grol is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the bands located on the Dark Moon Island, which are the Elite Tauren Chieftain and the Blight Boar. And I'm sure many of you already know who the Elite Tauren Chieftain is, as they originated as a band of Blizzard employees doing cover songs and eventually graduated to performing their own unique songs, including one that they perform in the game, which is called Power of the Horde. I would play it here in this video, but I'm not sure if it's going to get a copyright strike, so you can go listen to it in-game, or you can look it up on YouTube. And then the Blight Boar are the Forsaken death metal band at the Dark Moon Fair, playing at the Cauldron of Rock in the eastern part of Dark Moon Island. And their enemy is the Death Metal Knight, and their fans are known as Blightheads, and so you have to defeat the Death Metal Knight as the band is playing, and it's actually a really cool atmosphere and a pretty tricky boss fight. I don't know if they nerfed it, but it used to be a tricky boss fight at least, and you have all these banshees going around. It's really cool. And so yeah, I had to put these on the list because these are probably the biggest productions of NPCs playing music in World of Warcraft, and so that's why I put them at number 2. 1. And number 1 is Hard Rog and the Drogbar. And you might be like, Crendor, how are the ones you just mentioned not number 1 if they're the biggest productions? Well, because this is the best production in World of Warcraft. This is Hard Rog and his Drogbar, Bop Rule, Tink Rule, and Clomp Rule. And they are located in the Stone Dark Grotto in High Mountain. And they are quite literally playing rock music. They are hitting on the rocks, and here's some unbelievable audio of their in-game music. And so I think you can see why I put this at number 1. It's a great goof. Hard Rog is, I imagine, hard rock. That's what it's supposed to be, and they're literally playing rock music. Like, how can you not put literal rock music at number 1? Plus, look at that. They all got some great headpieces on. It's just a phenomenal experience. So that's why Hard Rog and the Drogbar are number 1. 10. Number 10 is Rogvar, and Rogvar is an orc alchemy trainer located in Stonard in the Swamp of Sorrows. And for the most part, Rogvar is just a standard orc alchemy trainer, right? He's here, he's teaching you alchemy, especially in classic World of Warcraft, where he says, "War Chief Thrall himself asked me to come out here. I was honored to obey, and it's no hardship. I couldn't have asked for a better posting than Stonard. Just about any herb I might need grows in the muck here." But then, when Burning Crusade hits, Cersei Dusksinger, a Blood Elf quest giver, shows up at Stonard and kind of takes over everything. In fact, she's got a pretty messed up quest where she wants you to go feed this fel-tainted food to the Lost Ones' captured livestock so that when they eat their livestock that they've captured, they become corrupted with fel energy. But anyway, Rogvar hates this. He's talking to his friends and he's like, "Her methods are cowardly. She reminds me of the Forsaken Apothecary," when they have this big dialogue. And then Cersei walks over to them and she's like, "Oh, you got something to say? Say it to my face." And then they don't say anything and she's like, "Yeah, I didn't think so," and walks back. And then Rogvar just says to himself, "Remember how quiet it was before the elves came here? I missed that." And then he also tells the other blood elf here to be quiet. Like, he's just, dude, he loved going here. He's like, "There's so many cool plants. This place is awesome." And then it got ruined by the elves. And so I just feel bad for him. And so that's why Rogvar is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Kolmar Sunrunner, a Wildhammer dwarf located at the Wingrest Embassy in the Waking Shores, and Forge Master Zakal, located at the Terrace of Crafters in Dazara Lore. And you might be wondering why I put them together here, and it's because both of them are really cool blacksmithing trainers, but they don't really have anything crazy about them, right? I just think they're cool. So you have Forge Master Zakal, who's got these two massive hammers, and he says, "Impressed with me dual hammer technique, it be taking a lot of practice to swing the hammers this way." Which is honestly pretty sick, the fact that he's just blacksmithing with these two giant hammers. And then you've got Kolmar, who is just like, "I never worked with a metal quite like this before. It's incredible." And he keeps holding it up to the sky like he's got a trophy or something, and he starts hammering away at it. And I don't know how he's not burning himself, because it looks like there's little bits of ember and fire and metal just going all over him, but he's just resistant. So I don't know if he's built up a tolerance or something. Although I don't think it's actually possible to build up a tolerance to fire and sparks hitting your skin. But you know what? We're in a fantasy universe and he's a dwarf, so maybe it is. But either way, that's why Kolmar Sunrunner and Forge Master Zakal are number 9. 8. Number 8 are a bunch of Goblin profession trainers that had to relocate to Azshara following the construction of the Orgrimmar Embassy. And so you gotta feel bad for these goblins. Like, they used to just live in Orgrimmar in the little goblin area, and then they were just like, "Get out of here, we're building an embassy." And they're like, "Where are we gonna go?" And they're like, "We'll put you in Azshara, that should be good." And so if you talk to Nivi Weavewell, who used to be the tailoring trainer, if you couldn't have guessed, she says, "I've been downwardly promoted." And then Zarbo Pork Patty, the former cooking trainer, says, "My position has been eliminated. Feels like early retirement." Then there's a couple others that aren't actually profession trainers, but I'm including them anyway because they're funny. So you've got Bezel the Stable Master, who says, "I got the axe. See, I brought it with me." Pezek Lockfast, the former trade supplies vendor, says, "We're here as part of a workforce adjustment." And then there's Crank Choplim, who was the first aid trainer, and he still carries his axe around, even though he's a bandage trainer now, but I don't think he cares too much about bandages. But yeah, I think all these goblins are pretty funny, but it is pretty sad they had to lose their jobs and get moved over here, so that sucks for them. So that's why I decided to put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 is Stacks, and I guess this is also kind of a 2-for-1, but in a different way, because it's still Stacks, but we have Head Chef Stacks. So Stacks is a cookatron located in Rustbolt on Mechagon Island, and Head Chef Stacks is located at the Wingrest Embassy in Waking Shores. And there's actually a few cookatrons throughout the game. There's Coggleston, Gusteau, Pierre, Waffle Joe, but none of them are actual cooking trainers. Only Stacks is the cooking trainer. And so I guess people love Stacks enough on Mechagon that they decided to bring him to the Dragon Isles and promote him to head chef. And he's like, "Head Chef Stacks greets you with a hearty clang of an oven door and some enthusiastic spatula waving." Or at least you're pretty sure it's a greeting. And you're just like, can you teach me how to cook?" And then he teaches you how to cook. So, I mean, he does teach you how to cook. He knows how to do it. It's just weird that he's cooking on himself, which probably isn't a very common thing really anywhere. I also love that he's like all curled up as an actual cauldron, and then when you talk to him, that's when he springs open like, "Oh boy, time to cook." So I think he's great. I love Head Chef Stacks. Fantastic cooking trainer, and that's why he's number 7. 6. Number 6 is Silkmaster Sai, and Silkmaster Sai is a Pandaren tailoring trainer found in the Silken Fields in the Valley of the Four Winds. And when you talk to Silkmaster, he says, "Greetings, stranger. I am Silkmaster Sai. Welcome to the ancient Imperial Silk Farm. This farm dates back to some of the earliest dynasties of Pandaria, and each generation exceeds the last in quality of silk." And then he offers you a quest called Where Silk Comes From, and he's like, "Would you like to be a Silkmaster for a day?" And he tells you to go get some mulberry leaves, and you have to feed the hungry silkworm, and then you have to go get some raw silk from the processing hut on the south side of the farm. Which I think is just him giving us all of his chores, but he's the Silk Master. He can do what he wants. But yeah, I just felt like putting him on the list because of like all the tailoring trainers in World of Warcraft. Like, this dude is the Silk Master. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of tailoring trainers where they're like pretty good at tailoring or they're good at other stuff, but this dude is the Silk Master. So I was like, I gotta put the Silk Master on the list, and that's why he's number 6. 5. Number 5 is Daroness the Learned, and Daroness is a high elf archaeology trainer located in Dalaran. And back in Wrath of the Lich King, Daroness was located in the Ledgerman Lounge in Dalaran, just chilling around, and she could teach you archaeology. But then, when Legion hit, she actually got an entire store called Things of the Past. And the actual shop is really cool. There's a bunch of artifacts all over the place, and she's trying to catalog everything and carrying books around and stuff. She really was the archaeology person. She even gave a bunch of quests for archaeology, and then archaeology went away. And so I feel bad because this is like her entire profession, right? And they gave her this entire store, and now none of it matters unless you're trying to, like, I don't know, go back and get a mount from archaeology or something like that, right? And so I just hope that one day, if they bring archaeology back or revamp it in some way, that they mainly go to Darren S. the Learned as the head archaeology person, because I think she's earned it. And so that's why I put Darren S. the Learned at number 5. 4. Number 4 is Oglethorpe Obnauticus, and Oglethorpe is an artisan gnomish engineering trainer located in Booty Bay in the Cape of Stranglethorn. But you probably know him best as being the guy that does all the mechanical chicken quests in classic World of Warcraft, where you find the mechanical chicken item and then it's like, go get the chicken and escort it to safety. That's this guy. And his name is actually a reference to the cartoon Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where one of its characters is an alien named Oglethorpe who consults a disco ball named Obnauticus for guidance. And Aqua Teen Hunger Force is also where I got the idea for my Taran's voice back in my old WoW machinimas, where I'd be like, "Hello everybody, it's me," and it's just my Meatwad voice. He also appeared in Battle for Azeroth on Mechagon, but I couldn't really find him there, but he was there at some point. He might be a daily quest or something, I don't know. It's also said that he was ostracized by the rulers of Gnomragon because they considered him an intellectual threat. That caused him to leave Gnomragon, which is probably why he's in Booty Bay. But what really happened was Sicko Thermoplug stole his blueprints and created the Crowd Pummeler 960 and set it loose in Gnomragon, and the ruling council of gnomes banished Oglethorpe, believing him to be responsible. So yeah, this dude is like one of the greatest engineers in World of Warcraft, and he makes robot chickens, so that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Honora, and Honora is a human enchanting trainer located in Uldaman. And prior to patch 2.3, Honora was the only artisan enchanting trainer in Azeroth. But after patch 2.3, most cities now have artisan enchanting trainers, making her pretty much insignificant. But it was actually really cool. You had to kill a bunch of scorpions around her camp, and after you do that, that's when she'd show up being like, okay, it's safe to come out now. And so not only did Blizzard get rid of her purpose after this all happened, but in Dragonflight, in the revamped version of Uldaman, she's killed. She's dead. You can find her corpse in the hall just before Emberon with the spiders and other dead Explorer League members there behind where the mole machine appears. So they're just like, hey, you know what? She doesn't got a purpose anymore. She's dead. Dude, I don't know what it is. If you're involved at any point with like archaeology or the League of Explorers or something, like Darren S. the Learned has to watch out. She might be next. Blizzard just like, I don't know. Maybe they killed her in the Dalaran crash. I forgot about that. Oh my God, dude. I need to find out. I might be onto some crazy conspiracies. But either way, I think Honora's really cool, and she just kind of lost her purpose and then got killed, which sucks. So you know what? That's why she's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Nami, or Nomi. I never knew which one it was, but Nami is a Pandaren cook, and since he was a young cub, he was eager to learn everything he could about cooking. Many folks who were passing by helped him along with a few words or advice or a recipe or two. He's encountered by players first as a boy in Pandaria, and some years later, he's now grown as a Pandaren and becomes the cook in Dalaran, but now he is in the Dragon Isles. And so I think everybody remembers Nami because he burns everything, right? They've even memed it. They're just like, Nami just sets everything on fire. Blizzard themselves have memed it up, and now you can talk to him in Valdrakken, and he says, "Hello, friend. I've come to the Dragon Isles with a hope in my heart to further hone my craft. From what I understand, many dragons tend to favor a style of cooking for which I share a certain affinity." And so when I was thinking of profession trainers, I was like, Nami has to be on this list. He's probably one of the most well-known profession trainers in World of Warcraft, just for not really cooking very well. But you know what? He's still known for that. And so that's why I put him at number 2. 1. And number 1 is Conjurer Margos. And Margos is a fishing trainer located just outside Dalaran, or I guess kind of still in Dalaran, on a floating island surrounded by a bunch of animals and arcane creatures and stuff like that. And if you read the faction description, it says, once a student of the Crendor, Margos has turned to fishing to ease his stressful life. And this made me realize that this is the most Crendor-coded profession trainer in the game. Like, this dude just gave up on being a student of the Crendor. He's like, dude, I'm just gonna go fish on this floating island and make my own reputation and give out like a bunch of arcane lures and murloc bobbers and just fish rewards and Trashy the raccoon and Squeaky ducks. And he's just chilling, having a good time, being a magical fisherman and sharing the fun of it with you. And so I was like, this has to be number 1. And that's why Conjurer Margos is number 1. 10. Number 10 is Anton, and Anton is a Forsaken meat vendor found patrolling the roads southwest of New Agamond in the Howling Fjord. And Anton is a meat merchant. He has the meats. He's like the Arby's of World of Warcraft. Which I guess isn't the greatest of accolades, but if you look at what he's selling a fresh pound of flesh, a haunch of meat, well, 5 haunches of meat, 5 cured ham steaks, and a bunch of mystery meat. He is actually a reference to The Merchant of Venice, which is a play by William Shakespeare. And I don't really know anything about the play The Merchant of Venice, but I read that he demands a pound of his flesh, which I guess is why this guy has so much flesh, including a fresh pound of flesh. And that's really it for Anton. He just patrols up and down this road selling his meat. But you know what? Somebody's got to sell the meat. And that's why Anton is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Vashti the Wandering Merchant, and Vashti is a night elf ghost vendor traveling the eastern path from the ruined sanctum to Fellblaze, Ingress, and Azuna. And Vashti's kind of interesting because it seems they've subtly changed him in a patch, and nobody really noticed because it's just some random NPC walking around. But on this show, we find these little things. So if you read the Wowhead comments, people are like, he doesn't seem too exotic to me, and everyone's like thumbing it up, and I'm like, what does it mean? Because if you look at his name, it just says The Wandering Merchant, General Goods, and I'm like, okay, but I guess he used to be the purveyor of exotic goods, because somebody says purveyor of exotic goods that only about 200 other merchants in all the land sell, and now he has general goods. So I think they actually changed him from a purveyor of exotic goods to just a general goods vendor. And as you can see, he does sell quite a bit of generic goods, so listen, even though he doesn't have his exotic goods like he was supposed to, he's still a wandering merchant ghost, which is pretty cool. And that's why Vashti the Wandering Merchant is number 9. 8. Number 8 is Hamlin Atkins, and Hamlin Atkins is a wandering forsaken fungus vendor located in Brill in Tirisful Glades. And Hamlin is actually a reference to the Atkins diet, which according to Wikipedia, the Atkins diet is a low-carb fad diet devised by Robert Atkins in the 1970s, marketed with claims that carbohydrate restriction is crucial to weight loss and that the diet offered a high-calorie way to stay thin forever. So I take it the reason they made Hamlin what he is because he's an undead, so obviously he's very thin, he's bones, and then he's selling fungus because mushrooms are extremely low in carbohydrates. And if you look at what he sells delicious cave mold, which I think is a pretty subjective opinion. I don't know if everybody's going to say cave mold's delicious, but maybe it is very delicious cave mold. Dried king boletes, I don't know how to say that, forest mushroom caps, raw black truffles, red speckled mushrooms, and spongy morels. I think you say morel, not morel. I don't know. I think it's morel. And that's pretty much it. He's a reference to the Atkins diet, and he sells mushrooms, and that's why he's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Grecian Ironstove, and Grecian Ironstove is a wandering dwarven bread vendor located on the road between the Valley of Kings and Dun Algaz in Loch Modan. And he shouts out, Modor Dagum, Dun Gash Haim Modor Dagum Rand. Or, if you can't speak Dwarvish, all kinds of bread here, made fresh today, get 'em while they last. And then he walks up and down the road selling the bread that he just baked. So he sells freshly baked bread, obviously, moist corn bread, soft banana bread, homemade cherry pie, Mulgore spice bread, and tough hunks of bread. I imagine he also bakes his bread in an iron stove because his last name is Iron Stove. So I guess it would be weird if he didn't use an iron stove. He also gets pretty dressed up to sell his bread. Look, he's got like a vest and dress pants on and everything. I thought he'd be dressed as like a baker or something, but either way, that's why Grecian Ironstove is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Craggle Wobbletop, and Craggle is a gnome that pushes around his cart full of toys in Stormwind. And Craggle was actually added in Cataclysm, selling his toys, but in Battle for Azeroth, he appears in the vision of Stormwind and manages to avoid going mad by using his robot toys. But the main reason I love Craggle is he's just a gnome pushing around his cart of toys. Like, that's just what he's doing. I mean, if you look at what he's selling, he's actually selling quite a bit. He's got the swine skin, so it's like a football. Then he's got like a football. He's got the war fuel back from that Mountain Dew thing way back in the day. He's got the Red Ryder air rifle and ammo. He's got a grind gear toy gorilla. He's got some thrashers. He's got ragdolls, paper zeppelin kits, copper racers, foam swords, train sets, a wind-up train wrecker. He's got a whole bunch of stuff. And you can tell that he loves what he's doing. And like they say, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life, except you probably will. It'll just be fun work, and you'll still have some work here and there that's not that fun, but that's why Craggle Wobbletop is number 6. 5. Number 5 is Xantish, and Xantish is a jungle troll snake vendor located in the Valley of Spirits in Orgrimmar. According to the WoW wiki, he fearlessly tracks, captures, and trains noble snakes so they will aid their comrades in battle. And he specifically sells 3 snakes. There's the Black King Snake, the Brown Snake, and the Crimson Snake. There's also a toy called Xantish's Flute, where you can call wild snakes to follow you for 1 minute. But the reason I put Xantish on this list is because he's such a prominent figure in World of Warcraft for me. Like, I remember going to Orgrimmar and seeing this guy walking around with his snakes, and it's like, dude, that's just the snake guy, right? And not only that, he's got a little bit of crazy lore. So back in Mist of Pandaria, when the Corcoran took over Orgrimmar with Garrosh Hellscream, they confiscated his snakes. He was even quoted as saying, "My snakes, man, they took my snakes." But luckily, after we regained control of Orgrimmar, he was able to get his snakes back, and he's had them to this very day, and that's why Xantish is number 5. Number 4 is Lazaric, and Lazaric is a goblin weapon vendor located on the road between the Crossroads and Ratchet. He's also accompanied by his ogre bodyguard named Jorb. And one thing people point out is that Jorb is affiliated with Gadgetson, while Lazaric has his rep tied to Ratchet. And apparently Jorb might be a reference to Homestar Runner, which that takes me way back. That's like when I was in high school 20 years ago, which I'm old, Gandalf. Man. But they added a quest for this guy back in Battle for Azeroth where he's like an investor in Venture Co. business, but aside from that, I just remember him walking up and down Ratchet to Crossroads being like, hey, it's the guy with the ogre. And that's really what I remember him for. And he sells a bunch of weapons. He's got claymores, swords, maces, hatchets, you name it. He's also got some potions for some reason. I guess he just got them from somebody who's like, hey, I got these too. I don't know. So the main reason he's high on this list is he's a goblin with an ogre bodyguard. That's pretty cool. And I'm pretty nostalgic because I always remember him when I was questing back in the early days of WoW. So that's why Lazaric is number 4. Number 3 is Antonio Pirelli, and Antonio Pirelli is a human exotic goods vendor that travels from Red Ridge to Westfall to Elwyn Forest to Duskwood and then does it all over again. And as far as I know, this guy probably travels the most out of any traveling NPC. Like, he literally goes between 4 zones, and before he goes to each zone, he's like, here I am back in the good old Red Ridge Mountains, or he's like, Duskwood, this is going to be a scary time. And it's pretty cool, actually. And it would have been really cool to get his entire path, but he has been bugged in World of Warcraft for quite some time because I went on Wowhead and everyone was like, hey, is this guy like bugged or something? Like, I can't find him. I can't interact with him. It literally took me like 3 laps before I found him. And then he just despawned. And I was like, what is it? What? And then I went into Classic Wrath and then I found him in Classic Wrath. So like, Blizzard, can you fix Antonio Pirelli? I just want to go watch this guy walk around and sell me stuff, but instead, he's bugged out. Also, he's apparently a Sweeney Todd reference, where there's a sailor named Anthony and a traveling barber named Adolphus Pirelli, hence Antonio Pirelli. And there's also a Silvio Pirelli located in the Caverns of Time instance Old Stratholme, so maybe they're related. Either way, I don't know. Fix Antonio Pirelli, and that's why he's number 3. Number 2 is Zixel, and Zixel is a goblin specialty vendor located on the path between Tarren Mill and South Shore in the Hillsborough foothills. He can also be found in the tower near Tarren Mill with his robotic guardian, Overwatch Mark 1. And believe it or not, Zixel is the one that made me want to create this traveling merchant pointless top 10. And he kind of reminds me of the goblin with the ogre bodyguard from earlier, but I think he's actually cooler because he actually built this robot. In fact, if you go to the old Hillsborough foothills in the Caverns of Time instance, you can actually see him creating his Overwatch Mark 0. So he's been working on this robot for quite some time. And he's got some great quotes as well. When he's leaving the ruins of South Shore, he says, "No point in wasting any more time here. Ghosts don't have money." He also says, "Now you've gone and done it. I thought you were better than the people at South Shore. They would have bought all my wares. Too bad they're all dead." And damn, loss of potential revenue is devastating. So, you know, he's your classic goblin, but he's pretty funny. I think he's cool. He's got a robot. He's obviously creative. So that's why Zixel is number 2. And number 1 is the Mad Merchant. And the Mad Merchant is a gnome vendor who occasionally appears in the Wonderworks in Dalaran, and he sells several unique items for extremely high amounts of gold. And he's on a random spawn timer, but will spawn region-wide for an hour at a time. And so this guy is clearly one of the craziest traveling merchants around, highly sought after, extremely rare, and I have a funny story about this. So my wife, who you may know as Toaster Woman or Mystery Woman from back in the day, she films these pointless top 10s, and so I give her what I want to be on the list. I'm like, all right, go film the Mad Merchant. But you know what? He's like really rare. He's crazy. He's mad. He's probably not going to be there. So just film the area and I'll like Photoshop whatever in. And she was like, oh, he was there. And I was like, what? And it's crazy. So he actually was up. And it's all because she was filming something else and these role players were role playing and they were getting in the way of the shot. And so she's like, I'll go look for the Mad Merchant, and logged in and boom, he was there. I was like, you kidding me? This is crazy. So there he is, the Mad Merchant. I didn't expect him to actually be here, but we got him, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And he sells Madman's Luggage, Prismatic Bauble, Celestial Calf, and Bloodfang Cocoon. Somebody on Wowhead also said the Dalaran music changes to silly circus music when he spawns. So that's pretty funny. So that's why the Mad Merchant is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the class trainers in World of Warcraft. And I had to put class trainers on the list because it blows my mind that they've gone from such a vital, important role in World of Warcraft to just people that send you to proving grounds. Like, that's all they do. They're just like, you want to port to proving grounds? Cool. See ya. That's all they do now. But back in the day, they would teach you your spells. They would help you with your talents. They would do, you know, so many things. These were the top of the line teachers of your class, right? Like a Warlock trainer was so good at being a Warlock or knew so much about being a Warlock that they were like, yo, you come to me and I'm going to teach you, right? Like these were the high tier educators of World of Warcraft for classes, and now they may as well just remove them from the game at this point, right? Like they don't really serve any purpose. Like you could have the dungeon queue thing just send you to proving grounds. Like who cares? It's embarrassing that these essential NPCs from classic WoW are just worthless now. They're just useless. And so that's got to feel terrible for them, right? You just stand around being like, yeah, I used to be cool. And everyone's like, what do you do again? And you're like, I used to do a lot back in the day. And they're just like, oh, that's cool. Oh, I don't want to go to proving grounds. See you later. But that's why class trainers are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Darkmoon Faire Carnies. And the Darkmoon Faire Carnies typically wander around the Darkmoon Faire carrying a broom and a bucket. So, you know, they're ready for anything that comes their way, I guess. But they got to clean up litter. They got to deal with all the patrons of the fair. They got to deal with the rides and setting those up. And then they got to deal with the animals, especially the basilisk that already froze one of the carnies. He's crystallized. There's the outhouses that somebody's got to go clean. And then there's a bunch of injured carnies as well that have quotes like, this gash doesn't seem to be healing. That's the last time I try to set up the cannon alone, and it hurts to move my arm. And there's also just the fact that nobody really knows that much about the Darkmoon Faire. Like, we don't know how these people are getting paid. We don't even know if they're, like, real. Like, I made a pointless top 10 about the Darkmoon Faire a while ago, and it was kind of mind-blowing how much shady, weird stuff is going on here, potentially influenced by an old god. So there's a lot of things that are questionable, but either way, shady old god or not, it's still a bad job. So that's why Darkmoon Faire Carnies are number 9. 8. Number 8 is Edwards, and Edwards is both a squire and a janitor. So he starts out as a squire to Siouxsie the Banshee. I think it's Siouxsie. I think that's how you say it. And he keeps being like, "My mistress, does your axe need sharpening? Might I brush your mighty steed? Did you need more corpse dust, perhaps?" And she just keeps being like, "Get away from me, Edwards, lest I behead you. And you can leave my sight, squire, before I slay you again." And then he's just like, "Oh, okay." But then after Legion, he becomes a janitor instead of a squire and says things like, "Oh, more dirt, it's a mirror to my soul," and "More cleaning to be done. This new job is much better. No mistress to boss me around." So really, Edwards went from a really bad job to just a normal bad job. But I thought that was worth making the list, and that's why Edwards is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the portal mages. And portal mages are just standing there 24/7, casting these portals, keeping them open just so you can port around the world. And I don't know if they ever take breaks. I mean, I would imagine server maintenance is their break, right? They're just like, all right, servers are down. They're just like, oh, shit. And they just go out and start smoking cigarettes like, oh, that was a rough week, you know? All right, well, back to it. However, I did see a theory that these are just mirror images because mages can do that, but still, that means you're still using some of your energy non-stop. And I don't know, I don't buy into that theory. I think it would be really cool if Blizzard made it so the mages actually just shut down the portal for like 20 minutes a day or something, like how a pharmacy takes a lunch break. They're just like, guys, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Everyone's just like freaking out, like, I can't take my portals. I would love that. It'd be so cool. And then we'd fix that problem. Be like, oh, they took their lunch break. They needed it. Now that I think about it, I think in Shadowlands, there's some NPCs that take shifts or turns. I might be crazy, but I think that is a thing. Either way, that's why the portal mages are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Revendreth elevator gargoyles, and these gargoyles just spend all day winding the elevator all the way up and then letting it all the way back down, and that's all they do all day, every day. And at first, it was pretty cool, right? When we were playing Shadowlands, like, whoa, this is cool. The gargoyles are in charge of the elevators, but like, now they're just doing this and nobody's there, right? There's like a couple people that show up, but like the gargoyles are probably like, oh my God, there's nobody here. Granted, maybe that makes it easier because when you had to wind up the elevator with people on it, that probably is a lot more difficult than if there's nobody on it, but they should be able to take breaks as well, kind of like the portal mages, where if nobody's there and you like get on the elevator, it's like, yo, who's in charge of this elevator? And then the gargoyle's like, oh yeah, sorry. He's like reading his phone, and then he starts winding it up. Also, I don't know what this gargoyle's doing. He's doing it backwards, but you know, good for him. But either way, that's why the elevator gargoyles are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the lazy peons, and the lazy peons had to be on this list. This is one of the most well-known quests in World of Warcraft. Even people that played the game for like an hour in the orc area have done this. And the foreman is like, cursed peons, they work hard gathering lumber from the trees of the valley, but they're always taking naps. I need someone to help keep them in line. And so the foreman gives you his blackjack, which I didn't even know what that was. I legit had to go look it up. And then you got to go around and wake these sleeping peons up. So this feels like this is the worst part. Like you have to do hard manual labor, chopping these trees. And then you're like, oh boy, I need to take a nap. And then you go to take a nap and then people just keep coming up to you and hitting you with this thing. And not once or twice, like this is over and over again. Imagine when a new server opens up and everybody's playing, it's just constant, right? These dudes are probably getting, you know, concussive symptoms. They're just bruised up. Like think about that. That's gotta suck. And so that's why the lazy peons are number 5. 4. Number 4 are auctioneers, and I didn't really know where to put auctioneers on this list, but I thought number 4 was a pretty good spot because this is a pretty difficult job because number 1, you have to stand on your feet all day. It's just you're standing there and you can't sit down, you can't go walk away. It's just you're standing and you got to listen to these people come up to you and just be like, I want to sell this thing. I want to sell this thing. And they're like handing you stuff and you got to take it. And it probably smells because most of the auction houses are just confined to one small room. And you know, there's some tar and there's some weird creatures walking around and they smell, especially if it's been raining outside. And then you have to deal with the people being like, I bid 1 silver. And they're like, I bid 1 silver, 1 copper. I bid 1 silver, 2 copper. And you have to be like, all right, slow down. Okay, you want that? You want that? Okay, and then it's a lot to take in. And so while at first glance it appears that auctioneers might have a pretty decent job, I think it's actually pretty difficult, and that's why they're number 4. 3. Number 3 are the goblins that have been working at Booty Bay since December 7th, 2010, when Cataclysm launched, and that is how long they have done absolutely nothing to Booty Bay. I mean, think about it. They have been working on Booty Bay for almost 14 years now, to the point where we are re-releasing Cataclysm as a classic version, and they are still not done. It is like real life construction where they spend like 20 years on the same road and then they just do it all over again like a year later. It is just, imagine you are working all day and night and you're like, man, I must have made some progress, and you walk away and nothing's happened. Like, are they even doing anything? Like, is this a Goblin Groundhog Day where they just work and then they show up the next day and nothing's happened and they're like, oh, I guess I gotta work again. They just do that every day and think it's day one? Like, I don't know what's happening. Is this a scam where like some guys like pretend like you're working, but you're not working, and then they just keep doing it to make money? But even if that's the case, the workers would probably lose their minds after at least like 5 years of doing this. Like, you know what, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Or Baron Revelgaz or whoever's in charge of Booty Bay would be like, you know what, this is a scam, shut it down and just leave everything broken. Like, I don't think he would keep paying money for nothing to be happening. It just makes no sense. And that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is anybody working at the Serene Dream Spa in Thaldraszus, especially the Pandaren that's in front of the podium, and she is the spa concierge that has to deal with numerous complaints from the spa patrons. Some of which are, this is the worst, standing in a line and never moving. My rating is 2 stars. Where's my private villa? I was told I would get a private villa. The elementals were mean to me. They should be fired. I demand to speak to the manager this instant. And so I decided to put this one at number 2 because I thought a lot of people watching this would actually resonate with this and, relate to it with real life work experience about dealing with the public. And you feel bad for the spa concierge. She's just like, I strongly encourage you to visit the VIP island as the lower areas are being improved upon. Oh, no, they are definitely not on fire. Please don't spread such rumors. So, she's just doing some damage control, right? And so you feel bad for her. She probably just wants to go home, not deal with anybody, and just relax. And that's why the Serene Dream Spa workers are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the irradiated workers, which are goblins found working in the radioactive rift throughout Area 52 in Netherstorm. And I think a lot of people have forgotten about these guys, but they are literally being radiated on the job. And then to relax, when the work is done, they go to Ravendweir for a magic show, and then to the inn for a drink where they respawn in the doorway. Also, for the amount of radiation there's like people just standing around in normal clothes like these two guys. I don't know what they're doing. But after work, the irradiated worker says, another long day in the trenches over with at last. Maybe the magic show will take away some of the afterglow. And then Ravendweir, the magician, does a variety of tricks ranging from changing his familiar Sagan into a skunk or turning one of the goblins into a block of ice. And then after his magic show, he just says, hey, if you'd be so kind as to bring your non-irradiated currency to tomorrow's performance, I'd appreciate it. And so overall, there's actually a lot of really bad jobs here. Like everybody in the town is getting radiated. The magic show guys got to perform for the irradiated workers. And then the irradiated workers have to actually work in the radiated mines of Netherstorm. So it's a pretty bad place. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Helpful Jungle Monkey. And that's really his name. I'm not just saying like, oh, this guy's, a funny, helpful monkey in the jungle. He's literally Helpful Jungle Monkey. He sells you 5 telebeam bananas for 1 silver and 25 copper, and that's what he does. When you go into ZG, you see this guy, and he's ready to help you out. Now, some people might, they might scoff at him, be like, oh, this banana barely even heals me. It's like 200 health he's healing. And I mean, I would say to that, listen, why did this monkey even decide to start selling you bananas in ZG? You know what I mean? Like, why is he here? Is he just like... Is he trying to aid the cause against whatever we're fighting? If that's the case, he's actually more useful than a lot of different NPCs we've seen throughout the years. I mean, this monkey is helping you in ZG more than Bane Bloodhoof was helping us in Shadowlands when you really think about it. That's why he's number 10. 9. Number 9 is Gronk Hamcheeks, and he is an ogre in the Twilight Highlands that just has his grill out, and he's just grilling. Like, honestly... This guy's fantastic. Like, in one hand, he's got a turkey leg. In the other hand, he's got his axe. He's not really cooking anything on the grill except maybe slop or I don't know. I don't know what that is on there. But either way, I think it is a reference to the Emperor's New Groove. Kronk in Emperor's New Groove. And this guy's named Gronk. And then, Ham Cheeks. He's an ogre. And then his title is Kiss the Cook, which... would make sense because I think at the end of Emperor's New Groove, Kronk actually wears the Kiss the Cook apron, and Blizzard does love their pop culture references, so it would not surprise me if this is a reference to that. But as for just a normal NPC, he sells various things. He sells the Vile Purple Fungus, Fungus Squeezings, Unidentifiable Meat Dish, Rock Hard Biscuit, Murky Water, and Oily Giblets. So... quite the assortment of edible and inedible, inedible arrangements. And just a fun NPC. I just love the fact that he's just some ogre grilling out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? And that's why he's number 9. Hey. Number 8 is Bitsy the Innkeeper. And Bitsy is an abomination that is in the hinterlands. And as you can see, they have a very nice little tent that serves as the inn. And, great hospitality. You've got flowers everywhere, a nice little candle on the inside. Sure, you've got a bloodied up table, decaying meat, dead animal bones, but, that's not what this is about. This is about the hospitality of a very welcoming and nice abomination. What are they selling, you might ask? Well, they've got tough jerky, they got mutton chops, they got cured ham steaks, they got roasted quail, they got wild hog shanks, and haunches of meat. So really just a lot of meat. And I mean, if you take a look around, you know, this is the place you want to buy your meat at. Like, why wouldn't you want to buy meat here? It's just, you know, very, All right, listen. So Bitsy isn't the most cleanly. You know, Bitsy isn't the most tall, right? You know, probably the shortest of all the abominations, but you know what? Bitsy's trying. And as they say, trying is half the battle. So, I mean, you know, are you going to get E. coli and food poisoning? Probably. But are you going to have a good time before that happens? I'm not actually sure. That's why Bitsy's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Applebow the fruit vendor. And Applebow, as you might have guessed, is an apple tree. Apple being apple, bow being a main branch of a tree. So an apple tree. And everybody loves Applebow, dude. Every time I was bringing up like food vendors to talk about, people were like, Applebow, Applebow. And according to Wowpedia, it is quite possible Applebow is a druid in the form of a treant, as they are classified as a humanoid, although this is strange as normal Tree of Life druids are considered elementals. So nobody really knows what Applebow is, honestly. But all we do know is they're an apple tree selling fruit, and you know, they got Dalaran apple bowls, deep fried plantains, tundra berries, telebeam bananas, although, you know, not as good as the helpful jungle monkeys bananas. But the weirdest thing is they sell fresh apple juice. So I don't know if they're growing these apples themselves and like squeezing them into the juice and selling it, or if they get the apples somewhere else. Like, I really don't know. I don't know if I want to drink Applebow's apple juice, but I mean, hey, you know what? If it's good, it's good. Who cares? I've seen weirder stuff in this game, all right? 6. Number 6 are the amphitheater vendors over in Zuldrak in the Amphitheater of Anguish. And it's a bunch of goblin snack vendors that throw out popcorn, ale, and peanuts if you wave at them. Kind of like you're at a baseball game or, you know, just some sporting event. Mainly baseball, because that's where they're like, peanuts, get your peanuts here, right? And then you wave at them and they throw you something. It's actually pretty cool. I didn't even know these existed until researching for this pointless top 10. But here's the weird thing, all right? They don't actually sell peanuts, popcorn, or ale. Like that, I don't understand that. Like, they're throwing all these things at you. You think they would also sell these things, but they sell crusty flatbread, pungent seal whey, sweetened goat's milk, sweet potato bread, and honey mint tea. But why aren't they selling the things they're throwing out for free? You know what I mean? You would also think as goblins, they would want to sell those things, even though they are giving them out for free, because they're like, yeah, some idiot will buy it, right? Either way, they're a cool food vendor, and that's why they're number 6. 5. Number 5 is Granny Smith, and Granny Smith is the food vendor in Shatrath. And much like Applebow, she sells fruit, but primarily apples. She's got shiny red apples, golden bark apples, and obviously her name is Granny Smith, which is referencing the apple. But she's also hard of hearing because constantly she's being yelled at by Crow Threadstrong, who is the orc leatherworking vendor who is very mad. And he is just constantly yelling at Granny Smith, being like, fruit vendor, your cart is still in our way. Fruit vendor, move your cart. Fruit vendor, do you think I'm blind? And he's just constantly yelling, but Granny Smith can barely hear, and she's like, what? Who's yelling? And then you got big ogre man over here named Gurag, I believe, and he's just eating the apples, and she's like, where'd these apples go? And he's just like, oh, I don't know. It's a fun interaction with all these different characters. And apparently, I didn't even know this was a thing, Crow came into existence because of a miscommunication during Shatrath's development when the leatherworking area was decorated with a huge fruit cart because of time constraints, and there wasn't enough time to change the fruit cart, so the designers responsible for NPC spawning came up with a backstory to explain it away. Player response was so positive that designers expanded upon Crow's reaction in later patches. Which, I think that's fantastic. That's the stuff I love to hear about, you know. It's like a little design decision that ends up becoming this crazy story meme type thing in the game. So, that's why Granny Smith is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Snack-O-Matic, and specifically it's the Snack-O-Matic 4, which I didn't actually plan out to have the Snack-O-Matic 4 at number 4. It just kind of worked out that way, but It's the machine you'll find on the Zeppelins whenever you're on the Horde and you take a Zeppelin. Well, you can go on the Zeppelin as an alliance, and I think you actually can use the Snack-O-Matic. And it just sells a wide variety of snacks. You got your cheeses, your ice cream, your bread, your water, food. Like, it's got everything you need. And I don't know why it's the 4th version, but over on the other side, you get the Vendotron Deluxe, and the Vendotron actually sells non-food items. So it's got like thread and copper rods and fishing poles. And it's not on the list because this is a food vendor list, but maybe on a normal vendor list, we'll actually include that one. But honorable mention. And, you know, here's a goblin fixing up the Snack-O-Matic. Now, the thing is, I don't know why we are on the 4th version of the Snack-O-Matic, right? Like, have we had the goblins work on a few previous versions and they just didn't work out and they settled on the 4th one? Maybe they used to have old Snack-O-Matics and they've just been upgraded throughout the years, which would actually be prior to Classic WoW, because from my research, the Snack-O-Matic 4 has been on the Zeppelin since, like, Vanilla WoW. So, I don't know. But either way, it's built well because, I mean, listen, it's been holding up for like 20 years at this point. I'm starting to see why they settled on the Snack-O-Matic 4. It's just a solid machine. Like, sure, you got the Goblin going around. He's got to tweak it up. But, you know, if he had a car and it was still running after 20 years and he had to, you know, take it into the mechanic every so often, it'd still be a pretty solid car. You know, it's still functioning, still working. And overall, it's just one of the best pieces of Goblin technology that we've seen. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Gorgon Zormu, the cheesemonger in Valdrakken, and easily one of the best new NPCs they've added into the game. This list was actually going to be about cheesemongers, but there weren't enough cheesemongers in the game, so they're just like, you know what? Let's just do food vendors. And he sells Ice Crown Blue, Mogu Mozzarella, Eternity Infused Burrata, Apexis Asiago, Curding of Stratholme, Temporal Parmesan, Black Empire Brunost, and Silithus Swiss. I definitely did not say some of those cheeses correctly, but, you know, if you've been here long enough, you didn't expect me to anyway. But great NPC. He's surrounded by a lot of cool-looking, rapidly aged foods. You know, Bronze Dragonflight, you get it. And Nomi is here. Apparently, Nomi is here. If you talk to him, he says he has come to the Dragon Isles because the style of cooking that the dragons use is favored by him, which obviously they burn their food, right? They're dragon fire onto the food and it's burned. That's why Nomi's here. You get it? Haha. It actually is pretty clever that he showed up. But he's not on the list. This is Gorgon Zormu's time to shine, and that's why he's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Curd Butterhoof, and Curd Butterhoof serves the best, finest, high-quality products you can find at a food vendor. These are homemade milk and cheese... Hold on a second. Homemade... Okay, well, let's just take a look at the products then. We got Skinny Milk, Pail of Warm Milk, Butterhoof Singles, Spicy Sharp Cheddar, High Fiber Gouda, Butterhoof Can't Believe It's Butter, Kurdos Yogurt, and Curds Soft Serve. Now, I'm not gonna say anything, all right? But I would question a lot of things here. And, you know, I'm sorry to Applebow earlier for talking about the fresh apple juice when Curd Butterhoof exists and is literally just an entire store of homemade products. But she's also one of the most unique food vendors in the game for that reason alone. She also has her baby in the back there. I thought it was Baby Moozy for a while, and then I remembered that's actually a different baby, so this is just random, unknown Curd Butterhoof baby. But overall, you know, very unique NPC. She also has a Butterhoof Milk Stout available at Brewfest, so, you know, pick that up at your local Brewfest when that comes around. And it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is Myra Tierngard, the bread vendor in Ironforge. The female dwarf bread vendor that has been in the game for as long as this game has existed. She just walks around Ironforge selling bread and buying all of your gray and green vendor trash items. She sells numerous amounts of bread. You got your buttery wheat rolls, your cornmeal biscuits, your crusty flatbreads, your freshly baked breads, your cherry pies, your grain bread, your corn bread, your nut bread, your spice bread, your banana bread. She's got all the bread. She's got even the Mulgore bread, right? She must import that stuff. I don't even know how you get Mulgore bread to Ironforge, but she knows people. She's got a way. And easily one of the most beloved NPCs and food vendors in Ironforge, and maybe just in the Alliance in general. Even a Horde, even a lot of Horde people are like, hey, it's the bread vendor, right? Like, you know, when I was trying to figure out who to put at number one, it was just, I was thinking of food vendors, right? And there's all these cool food vendors and everybody, but she was just the most notorious food vendor, right? Like, to me, she almost feels like the Gammon of the Alliance. Like, sure, Gammon dies all the time, and you can't actually kill the bread vendor, right? But that's not what it's about. It's about the notoriety behind it. Everybody knows who Gammon is, both Horde and Alliance. Mainly Horde, but on the, you know, the flip side, mainly Alliance. But everybody knows who the bread vendor is in Ironforge, and that's why, out of all these food vendors, out of all these NPCs, Myra Tierngard is number one. 10. Number 10 is a spot in Draenor Nagrand located near Halvalor Village. And it's located right above a waterfall, or I guess it is technically part of the waterfall, but I think it's a hot spring because it's all bubbling up, which I usually relate to hot springs, but whether it's a hot spring or not, you have a nice secluded swimming area all to yourself, which I also don't know how this floating device isn't like falling off the waterfall, but I'm not gonna ask questions. You've also got some beach towels and umbrellas here, so you can either sit in the sun or sit in the shade and just enjoy the scenery. It's a very nice, relaxing place. I will say that the one downside is you are right above Halvalor, which is the ancestral home of the Burning Blade clan, so they might get a little loud and angry down there, but, you know, that's just, everything's gonna have its downsides. But overall, this is just a really nice, relaxing getaway spot up in the mountains of Nagrand, so that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is this little house located on top of one of the Narsong Spires, which are these two big spires located off the southern coast of the Krasarong Wilds. And in between the Narsong Spires is the Angler's Wharf. Now, I will say that if you don't like heights, this is probably not going to be the spot for you. But if you don't care about heights, this is an unbelievable spot. You've got a nice little deck pier thing you can walk out onto and look at the beach and look at the sky and the water and everything. The actual inside of the house is also pretty cozy as well. You've got a nice little bed, you've got food, which is really all you need, to be honest. You've also got a picture of Shenzin Su on the wall. That's the giant turtle that the Pandaren live on. And there's also a little grassy area with a bunch of cranes walking around, and there's a little house for taking care of the cranes. I think somebody probably feeds them or handles the eggs or something like that. I have no idea, but they will aggro, so don't try to get near them. And then if you go down onto the beach, there's a turtle eating fish, there's a hosen standing around, and then there's a silkworm doing flips through the air. So that's pretty cool. It's like seeing a free show. You got live entertainment. But either way, I think this would be a great spot to take a vacation at, unless you're afraid of heights. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Isle of the Watchers Hotel, and don't mind all of the danger signs outside, alright? They just put those there for decoration, but if you go inside the Isle of the Watchers Hotel, it's actually a pretty cozy, fire-lit atmosphere. And the reason I'm calling it a hotel is there's a few little rooms in here that have their own curtains that kind of separate each room, so it's really nice, but I'm not sure it actually is a hotel. It just reminded me of it. I do think this place is a vibe. Sure, there may be poop on the ground. Sure, there may be fish bones laying around, but you know what? If you're a Murloc, this is a 5-star vacation, all right? A Murloc would pay a bunch of money, a bunch of gold in order to stay in a place like this. In fact, Sir Finley probably needs a vacation. He's been dealing with all the Delve stuff and the War Within. He probably just needs a nice getaway. He can come here, relax by the fire, eat some fish or fish bones, whatever he's into, and just have a nice time. So I think that's why the Isle of the Watchers Hotel Cave is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Steam Pools, and the Steam Pools are an area in southern Fairless that houses a holiday resort for the rich run by Gadgetson. And the resort seems to offer many things from mammoth rides to boat rides on the lake, food, drinks, but according to many guests, at outrageous prices, which doesn't shock me too much. So you would think this place would be higher up on the list, but there's a lot of question marks here, specifically this large barrel that looks like it's about to burst at any second, so I don't know how relaxing that is. Also, it seems like there's quite a lot of flies everywhere. Like, every other chair you look at is just a bunch of flies flying around. Like, you would think the goblins would invent some sort of anti-fly technology, especially for a a fancy resort such as this one, but I guess they haven't figured that much out. Also, there's this orc that's just flexing that kind of looks like he's doing the, oh, the beach is over, oh, that way. But hey, you know what? There's still a lot of good stuff here. I mean, they do have the actual steam pools that are shooting off steam, so that's pretty nice. They got coconut drinks, they got a lot of good food. So I mean, this is still a pretty relaxing place. It's just, they got some areas where it's like, I don't know. So that's why the steam pools is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Thastala House, and Thastala is a subzone of Val'sharah, and it is home to Elithir, the Archdruid of Lore. And it really is a beautiful area. There's great water outside, the trees are really nice, you got the Moonwell over here. The only issue is there's a lot of harpies. But there is a really nice house here. It's got this really nice carpet when you walk in. There's a winding stairwell that goes up the tree that's like the centerpiece of the house, holding it all up. And when you go upstairs, there's like a really nice type of bed and breakfast type of area. There's a bunch of beds, there's a sink, there's a bunch of food laid out on the tables, just a nice spread of food. And again, the downside of this vacation spot is there are numerous people getting treated from harpy injuries in the building. So even though you're upstairs enjoying your bed and breakfast or trying to read a book from the bookshelves here, it's just you probably are going to have a lot of agonizing screams from people that have suffered damage from the harpies. So maybe you could get a discounted rate on this place, but that would be great because it is a really beautiful location when there is none of that stuff going on, and that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the steam vent located in Dornegal, and this place feels like a much nicer steam pools that we talked about earlier in Fairless. Like, everything is much cleaner, everything seems much more up to date. You have actual steam beds that are like some crazy technology. Like, look at that. They've got the heated bed underneath, and you can sit on top of it. I guess it's like a hot rock, essentially. I mean, you can take a look at this guy on his heat bed. He is having a great time. He's falling asleep, which probably isn't the safest thing to do, but he is relaxed. There's a lot of people that are just enjoying their mead. They've got a bunch of mead all over. I was gonna say it's beer, but I'm pretty sure it's mead because there's the whole, like, you know, the meadery, and there's honey and bees and everything. Everybody, if you've played War Within, you're probably like, oh yeah, it's mead. I would say the only downside to this place is you are located in the city of Dornegal, so you've got a bunch of just randos flying all over the place, like me trying to go to the auction house and the bank, or being like, looking for group, right? That's gotta be annoying. But aside from that, it's just a beautiful environment with the water and the rocks and the green growing on the rocks, and just, it's really nice. So that's why the steam vent in Dornegal is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Gallywix Pleasure Palace, and the Gallywix Pleasure Palace is the residence of, you guessed it, Trade Prince Gallywix, master of the Bilgewater Cartel. And the palace was built on the summit of the relocated Forlorn Ridge in western Azshara, northeast of Telendris Point. The Bilgewater goblins moved the mountain in order to strip mine its minerals, which I still hate them for, because I love old Azshara. It was one of my favorite, like, weird, mysterious zones, and now it's just like completely ruined by goblin engineering. However, the Gallywix Pleasure Palace is still a fantastic spot if you want to take a vacation, because first off, I don't even think Gallywix is here. There's like nobody here, and the palace has an ocean view, a grenade golf course, a secret booze cellar, a luxury pool, and a sauna. Also, fun fact, apparently they were going to make the golf course playable with exploding balls, but they ran out of time. So Blizzard, I mean, if you want to go back, it's still here. You can still make it playable. But this really is a nice place. Like, it's a fantastic view. You've got the diving board and the pool all to yourself if you like swimming. And there's a bunch of Gallywix servants around here as well. Like, they're just walking around with food, or they're guarding stuff, or they're selling you stuff. Like, nobody's here. So, like, I don't know what they're doing. They must get paid. I mean, they're probably just doing their job. Like, I just get paid to stand around here, and I don't even have to talk to anybody because nobody's here. But hey, you know what? That makes it an even better vacation spot. You'll be the only one here. Well, and the workers, but they'll probably just give you food and drinks. So that's why the Gallywix Pleasure Palace is number 4. 3. Number 3 is this house located on the top of a mountain near Dawn's Blossom in the Jade Forest. And I think a lot of people know about this one. It must be popular because when I went here for the first time, I walked in and there were 2 people role-playing. It was a Blood Elf girl and a human guy or something, and they were sitting on the bench over here. And I was just like, I think I interrupted something, and so I just slowly backed out. But this is a very relaxing spot for a vacation. Like, you have this pond with a bunch of fish swimming around and some lily pads and the trees all over, and you can look out and see the mountains. You got the waterfall flowing over. Like, it's a really nice spot. Again, unless you're afraid of heights, in which case you're probably going to hate this spot. But then when you're actually inside the house, there's this really cool table with some artwork on it that's pretty neat. You've got this bed that kind of looks like a hammock that I thought was a hammock until I realized that it's just a weird boat-shaped bed, but There's a bunch of little totems on the shelves nearby the bed. The one right there, the little bird totem, I think that's my favorite totem out of all the ones on the shelves. It is kind of similar to the one we saw earlier in the Krasarong Wilds, but to me, I think the Jade Forest is just a little more relaxing, but that's also just a personal preference. So that's why I put it higher up on the list, and that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Kala and Tuktu's Grill, and that kind of rhymes, and I didn't actually intend for it to. So Kala and Tuktu's Grill is a small bar and grill area located on the northern coast of the Onaran Plains. And grill masters Kala and Tuktu sell examples of their race's different cuisines to Centaur, Drakthir, and Tuskar patrons. The place is decorated with a mix of Centaur and Tuskar objects, along with some Gorlock idols, and a Tuskar boat is beached on the shore below. In fact, there's an actual volleyball court down there. So if you want, you go down and play some volleyball. But this is definitely the place you go to if you're looking for a great meal along the water. You can actually see Kala and Tuktu grilling and cooking, and they're just cooking up some unbelievable stuff. Everything looks fresh. I would eat there in a heartbeat. But if you talk to them, Tuktu has improvised sushi, distilled fish juice, anchovy crisp, buttermilk, Gorlock fin soup, Tuskar port wine, and side boat. Meanwhile, Kala has Argali milk, Argali cheese, Dragon Spring water, seasoned mud stomper belly, frenzy and chips, own light, and Marukai mule. And so Kala and Tuktu's Grill seems like a fantastic spot to go on vacation, and that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is a combination of 2 spots in the Stormsong Valley. We have the Birdwatcher's tent up in the mountains, and we also have this really nice garden camp down near the water. And we'll start with the bird tent first because I love the view that the bird tent provides. Like way up in the mountains, you can look out, you can see the water, you can see the Stormsong Valley mountains, you can see literally everything in the zone. It's just an unbelievable point to, you know, sit at a campsite at, and you've got all your bird friends here, although I think the birds are just here because of the bird seed. Like there's a few big bags of bird seed and they're just like, dude, nice bird seed. But I mean, this is just an unbelievable spot way up in the mountains, looking out over the majestic views. You got your bird friends here. But then we also have this garden camp, and it's this big garden with a bunch of different fruits and vegetables all over. And then there's this little campsite. Well, I guess it's not really a campsite, but it is like a partially covered area, and it's got a rug there. And listen, it could be a nice relaxing sleeping area, all right? But when I saw these places, I was like, dude, I love Stormsong Valley, and these are just some nice little places in Stormsong Valley. So if I took a vacation in World of Warcraft, this is where I'd want to go, and that's why I put them at number 1. 10. Number 10 are the mechanical farmhands, which are harvest golems located at the Amber Waves in the Stormsong Valley. And I think these are really cool harvest golems. They're kind of an updated version of the harvest golem that got put in there in Battle for Azeroth. But the reason that I have them at number 10 is because I came here being like, dude, Stormsong Valley is going to have some scarecrows, right? Like I was looking around, there's so much farmland here. I was like, there's bound to be some scarecrows. And there was literally 0 scarecrows. I was blown away. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? Like out of all the zones where there could be scarecrows, you would think you'd find at least one here, right? Like there's plenty of birds flying around. We're near the ocean. Actually, I guess I see more butterflies, but there's probably birds. I actually don't know if there's crows near the ocean, but there's like other birds near the ocean, right? They'd probably try eating the crops. In fact, according to Google, it says that crows are often in open areas like fields, open woodlands, farms, pastures, and shores. So yeah, they would be near here. So yeah, the harvest golems are cool. I like their new models. Well, they're not even really new. They're kind of the old new models, but there should be at least a couple scarecrows here. And so that's why I had to put them at number 10. 9. Number 9 is a scarecrow located in Fallhaven in Drustvar. And I put this on the list, not because I wanted to show off this old classic looking scarecrow, which they are on the list, don't worry, but they have a bunch of wicker men located around here. And so in my mind, I was like, dude, why didn't they just use these big wickermen statues as scarecrows? Well, I guess that would be a little overkill, but you can make like tinier versions of it, right? But I also wanted to use this opportunity to show off these cool big wickermen because they're kind of like scarecrows, you know what I mean? But it's got like a moving head, almost like when you go to a restaurant, you see like a moving head of like a moose or something. I don't know, but it's got antlers. There's actually some birds flying around it. Maybe that's why you don't put this out there. Maybe the birds would actually be attracted to the weird wicker man thing. And you know, nothing against the scarecrow. You know, he's doing his job. He looks cool, but I'm just saying they had some better options. They could have went with those, but that's why I had to put him at number 9. 8. Number 8 is Ichabod, and Ichabod is a baby harvest golem that was obtainable for viewers who gifted at least 2 Twitch subscriptions to creators from November of 2022 to December of 2022, which you better have gifted those to me, all right? But I like Ichabod. You know, he's a little baby harvest golem. He's got a little pumpkin on his head, which I think is fun. According to the pet journal, he was tinkered with by the gnomes, which have made him far less likely to attack your knees, which is pretty funny. And so, listen, there's not that many scarecrows and harvest golems in World of Warcraft, so I was like, Ichabod's gonna make this list, all right? He's one of the most unique harvest golems in the game because he was the first baby version of a harvest golem added to the game, and I was like, you know what? I like him. Fun little guy. I gotta put him on the list, and so that's why Ichabod is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the scarecrows located at Beladar's Bounty in Hallowfall. And the reason I like this scarecrow is it's an updated version of the classic scarecrow. It's kind of got that same feel to it. They gave it a different hat, but it's very much a redone version of the old classic scarecrow. In fact, I thought this would be a great time to talk about scarecrow history. So according to Wikipedia, a scarecrow is a decoy or mannequin that is often in the shape of a human. Humanoid scarecrows are usually dressed in old clothes and placed in open fields to discourage birds from disturbing and feeding on recently cast seed and growing crops. Machinery such as windmills have been employed as scarecrows, but the effectiveness lessens as animals become familiar with structures. And apparently there's much better methods now than using scarecrows, such as aluminized pet films that you tie onto the plants to produce shimmers from the sun, or some people use inflatable tube men. So that's right, those big tube men you see at car dealers are literally being used as scarecrows, so that's kind of weird, but I guess it makes sense. But either way, that's why the Beladar's Bounty scarecrows are number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Haywire Golem located in Drustvar. And the Haywire Golem is a part of a world quest where you have to kill the Haywire Golem, and that's it, because if you couldn't tell, it's gone haywire, right? It's actually killed some of the farmers here, at least that's what you can piece together. They don't really give you any lore or reason. They're not like, the farmers got killed by the Haywire Golem. They're just like, go kill it. Something's going wrong over there. Like, they genuinely don't tell you anything about it, but I guess you can piece it all together from just looking around and being like, damn, this golem's gone haywire. I also just really like the aesthetic of this area. You have like the farmland, but you also have the mountains in the background and the barren trees, and just, I don't know, I just think it's a really cool area, aside from, you know, the hanging bodies. But if you look past that, it's a really nice place. And, you know, the harvest golem going haywire and killing everybody. But either way, that's why the Haywire Golem is number 6. 5. Number 5 are the scarecrows located in the Valley of the Four Winds in the Mists of Pandaria. And this is definitely one of the more unique scarecrows in World of Warcraft. You can obviously tell it's from Mists of Pandaria. It has the sedge hat, I believe is what it's called. It's got some bamboo arms. It's got, the body is made out of, I think, like a bag you would store vegetables or whatever produce in. And one of the scarecrows even has a kite attached to it. It looks like there's I almost said dragon. That's definitely not a dragon. That's a crane. It has a crane attached to it. At least I'm pretty sure that's a crane. And obviously there's plenty of these scarecrows all around because the Valley of the Four Winds is loaded with farms and farmland, and there's plenty of birds flying around as well, so they got to keep those birds away. So I like Mist of Pandaria, I like the Valley of the Four Winds, and I like these scarecrows, so that's why I put them at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Arakoa Scarecrow located next to the Void Touched Pumpkins in the Shadow Moon Valley. And I'm so happy we finally got a scarecrow that isn't just kind of a generic, you know, human looking scarecrow. Like, we actually have an Arakoa Scarecrow, dude. I love this. And I remember I was flying around Spires of Iraq and I saw these bird statue scarecrow looking things, and I was like, dude, it would be so cool if they used these as scarecrows. These would be the perfect scarecrows, but I couldn't find any. It was just kind of like shrines and stuff like that. Like, you can see right there's a bunch of them in the Spires of Iraq just sitting around, and I was like, I think that'd be so cool. And then I fly over to Shadow Moon Valley and I see this and I was like, there it is. I love it. I'm so happy we actually have it. It's kind of ironic because it's like a bird scarecrow to chase away the birds, you know what I mean? And so yeah, I really love the scarecrow, and I knew I wanted to put it higher up on the list because of all the things I just mentioned, and so I did, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the scarecrow located in Val'sharah, and it's actually just kind of a normal scarecrow, kind of like the one we saw back in Drustvar, but he's wearing a top hat and a suit. And this is a scarecrow that you can actually find in Gilneas. You can also find it in New Arathi Highlands. But I chose Val'sharah because, unlike many of the other scarecrows we've seen, this scarecrow is actually actively doing its job. Although I don't know how well he's doing his job, because with all these birds flying around, there are some that are just like chilling in the fields, like chilling by the scarecrow. Like maybe they don't really care about scarecrows, but you know what? At least he's giving it an attempt. And so that's kind of why I put this guy so high up on the list at number 3. Because not only is he a scarecrow wearing a top hat and a suit, but he's actively doing his job as a scarecrow. There's all these birds flying around, so he's clearly needed there, even if he's not, you know, scaring them away, but he's trying to, and it's a very scarecrow type of scene with the dark clouds and all the corn, and I think it's really fitting for scarecrows, and so that's why I had to put him at number 3. Number 2 is the Foe Reaper 4000 and the Foe Reaper 5000, and both of these are located in Westfall, although one is in the Dead Mines. And so the Foe Reaper 4000 is a rare mob that'll appear randomly every 4 to 6 hours in Westfall, while the 5000 is an elite harvest golem in the Dead Mines, and it is an upgraded model of the Foe Reaper 4000. And I thought this would be a good spot to actually talk about harvest golems in general, because nobody really knows the origin of harvest golems. Some people theorize that the Goblins created them, but a lot of people speculate that the Defias Brotherhood had harvest golems built to scare off local inhabitants of Westfall so that they could run their smuggling operations. And then later on, the Alliance just started to use them for their own, like we saw in Stormsong Valley, or they're also in Borean Tundra, Drustvar, pretty much a whole bunch of Alliance farms. And so yeah, the harvest golems are really cool. They resemble scarecrows, although much deadlier than actual scarecrows, especially the Foe Reapers, and that's why I put them at number 2. And number 1 is the classic World of Warcraft Scarecrow. This is the one you see in Westfall. You see it all over the places of classic World of Warcraft, Elwyn Forest, Arathi Highlands, Duskwood, it's all over. And he's just got some raggedy clothes with a pumpkin head and a hat. And even if it's not the most appealing Scarecrow, I think it really is the embodiment of a Scarecrow, especially with the pumpkin head. And I'd also include the Westfall Harvest Golems here because they are probably the most well-known Harvest Golems in the game. These are the harvest golems you would see leveling up your Alliance characters at like level 12 or whatever it is, so I'd also include them as a part of this at number 1. And like I mentioned previously, you know, this is the most common Scarecrow in World of Warcraft, to the point where you can see this used in like Battle for Azeroth, and so they finally updated the Scarecrow in the War Within, and it definitely was time for an update, but I still appreciate the old one and the harvest golems, and so that's why they're number 1. Number 10 is the Port of Zemlan Lighthouse, which is actually a broken lighthouse in Vol'dun. That's why I decided to put it at number 10, since it's not actually working, but it is still really cool. I didn't even know this lighthouse was here until I was flying around and I was like, dude, is that a lighthouse? And then I looked into the Port of Zemlan, which is a large ruined Zen'Balai port town on the southwestern coast of Vol'dun, and it's a cursed place ruled over by Pirate King Zemlan and his crew of the Eternal Damned. In ages past, the port was attacked by the faithless Sethrak, and Pirate King Zemlan refused to allow Zen'Balai refugees onto his ships to escape the attack, and he ordered his crew to rally and defend the ports with their lives. However, when it became clear that the Sethrak were too many, Zemlan instead gathered his crew on the Golden Isle and conducted a ritual with 3 magical idols to curse his crew into undead skeletons, forcing them to serve him for eternity. So, you know, he went a little far. But they had a really cool lighthouse. In fact, if you go inside, you can actually see there's like a ship, I don't want to say drawing, like a mosaic or a tile type thing. It's really cool. And I had no idea this was even in here. There's a troll just standing there guarding it, but it's awesome. And so really just for the aesthetic and the backstory of this lighthouse, I was like, you know what? This deserves to be on the list. So it goes at number 10. Number 9 is the Farshire Lighthouse, and the Farshire Lighthouse is north of Valiant's Keep in the southwestern part of the Borean Tundra. The lighthouse stands there to warn ships of treacherous rocks and icebergs that choke the harbor, which you can see right there behind it. But there's actually a few things that I really like about this lighthouse. One of them is how bright the beam is compared to some of the other lighthouses we're going to be taking a look at. And I love the aesthetic of this lighthouse. It's just very kind of cold, and obviously we're in a tundra, right? But it's funny, back in the day, I used to make fun of the Borean Tundra and be like, oh, it's the boring tundra, right? Oh, this place sucks. But after leveling through it again last year in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, I actually kind of enjoyed it. And maybe it's just because I've gotten older and I'm like more appreciative of these things. I don't know, my body feels like the Borean Tundra, man. Maybe that's what it is. I can relate to the Borean Tundra now more than I could back then. But overall, this lighthouse is really cool, a little bit outdated now, but it still holds up, and that's why it's number 9. Number 8 is the Stormwind Lighthouse, and the Stormwind Lighthouse is unique in that it's unique. It's one of the only lighthouses in the game that looks the way it does, and there's only a couple other lighthouses that can say that for themselves. It is a short distance from the mainland, northwest of the harbor itself, and it serves to guide the many ships into the harbor using its powerful light, which is perpetually shining, according to Wowpedia. But I actually think the Borean Tundra lighthouse light's a little bit stronger, you know? I mean, comparatively. The lighthouse is one of the key features of the harbor, and it's visible from almost all areas of it, and it's sat empty for some time since the harbor has become much safer in recent years. However, a tombstone, supposedly that of a former keeper and whose inscription has faded over time, is present behind it. In truth, the bloodied crown of King Teranos Menethil is buried here, likely done so by the refugees of Lordaeron, or possibly Thoros Trollbane. So a little bit of fun lore for you there, but I mean, in terms of just, you know, aesthetic lighthouses and everything, I mean, it's a cool lighthouse, right? Again, it's a very unique lighthouse. I almost kind of can see a face in the lighthouse made by the windows, almost like a little like smirking face guy. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm probably crazy, but I do think this is a cool lighthouse. This used to be probably the best lighthouse in the game back in the day, but now it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Tusk Isle Lighthouse, and the Tusk Isle is a small island in the Bay of Kings off the southern coast of Zandalar. The history is the Tusk Isle and the other ports in the Bay of Kings served as the ancient home of the Golden Fleet of Zandalar, one of the most powerful navies in Azeroth. At the outset of the war in Zandalar, part of the fleet was stationed at Tusk Isle, notably the flagship Resin's Claw. As part of a coup by Prophet Zul, the ships at Tusk Isle were taken over by mutineers aided by their Kautian Mogu allies. I did not say that correctly, probably. Zandalari, loyal to King Rastakhan, and members of the Horde quickly launched a campaign to reclaim the fleet in the Bay of Kings, and after cutting through Zul's followers on the island and dealing with a potent weapon on board Resin's Claw, they lit a blue signal flame on the Isle's watchtower to mark their victory. Now, here's the thing. They say it's a watchtower, but this is a lighthouse, okay? It made me go and look up what a lighthouse is, and a lighthouse is a tower or structure containing a beacon of light to warn or guide ships at sea, which it looks like that's what it's doing, right? Like it's just a big tower with a light on top of it. It doesn't matter if it's a flame or not. So to me, this is a lighthouse. Like it's a house structure, tower, and it's got a light on it. To me, it's a lighthouse, okay? And that's it. You know, this is a pointless series anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So that's why this is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Theramore Lighthouse, and I picked the Theramore Lighthouse because of how much lore and history is kind of behind it, because not only did Theramore get blown up, right, but we have Bab's Fizzletorque here, and this is one of the only places where you have a bunch of lighthouse quests. I mean, Bab Fizzletorque has the This Old Lighthouse quest, which is a reference to This Old House. And that same quest chain also takes you to Nat Pagal, and it has you fight a sea monster, so it's pretty cool. And Babs also appears at the fall of Theramore, cowering at the lighthouse, and it's likely she survived the attack on Theramore Isle as she was far enough away from the explosion. Something cool that I learned while researching a lot of this, even though it doesn't really pertain to the lighthouse in particular, is that this whole area was going to be used for a Southern Barons warfront in Battle for Azeroth, where the Alliance would attack the Great Gate into Mulgore, but none of this was ever used, and the idea was scrapped for whatever reason, but I thought that was really cool. I'm glad that the Gate of Mulgore did not get attacked, though, personally, so that's why the Theramore Lighthouse is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Gale Watch Lighthouse, which is the Gilneas Lighthouse, and it is a lighthouse situated on a rocky island in the northern reaches of Gilneas. There are several smashed boats lying in the sand on its small beach and a long winding path lit with lanterns leading to its top. All of the doors are closed, and there appears to be no inhabitants or mobs in the area. Also, according to Wowpedia, there is no incentive to go here during the Worgen starting experience, so it's really just there for aesthetic purposes, and I kind of love that. I really love the lanterns, the bridges, the rails, the rocky hillside thing that the lighthouse is on, and then just the lighthouse itself. Like, this is a really cool lighthouse, and I'm not gonna lie, the fact that the Gale Watch Lighthouse is pretty much pointless outside of the fact that it's there for aesthetic purposes, I think is pretty cool. So that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Westfall Lighthouse, and I think this is one of the lighthouses a lot of people think of when they think of lighthouses. It sits just off the coast of the far southern edge of Westfall, and outside the lighthouse stands the ghostly Captain Grayson, who gives you a few quests that involve killing murlocs along the coast. And speaking of Captain Grayson, he's a human ghost pirate, and he was once a pirate captain of a ship until his life was ended by the perilous rocks of Westfall's coastline because the lighthouse was not lit that night. When his life was ended, he had no clue what the afterlife held for him. He traveled as a ghostly pirate captain to the lighthouse and watched, helpless, as Old Murk-Eye led an attack and scared the keeper's family off. They returned and relit the flame, but Old Murk-Eye coerced the weaker-minded Murlocs to raid the lighthouse with him once again. The second time, the family was not so lucky, and before his eyes, they perished helplessly. With no one to keep watch on the flame, the responsibility has fallen upon him, and his afterlife plight is to see that no others follow his destiny. So that's actually pretty sad. Like, he's just here wanting no one else to get killed by the Murlocs, essentially. So, I mean, that's pretty deep lore compared to some of the other lighthouses where it's like, it's a lighthouse. It helps ships find where they're going, which isn't bad, but, you know, it's got a little more depth to it. So that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Aberdeen Lighthouse, and the Aberdeen Lighthouse is so high up here because it's one of the most unique lighthouses in the game. It's actually the only Night Elven lighthouse in the game, and it's pretty much just a unique Night Elf lighthouse, and it's not even in the game anymore after Cataclysm hit. So it's pretty cool to actually be able to go back to Classic WoW and see it now, because I never even knew this existed. And after, you know, looking around, I was like, dude, this really is the only lighthouse like it in the game. Apparently, Aberdeen has had a long history as a port. A long time ago, a ship commanded by the elf Allura crashed on the rocks near the lighthouse, losing her shipment of Elunite ore. And the Shade of Allura is actually in Classic WoW, and it's a night elf ghost located in the sea near Aberdeen, and once the captain of a ship, she's now cursed to roam the deeps and protect her shipment of ore at all time. But she too was removed in the Cataclysm. So apparently Deathwing just destroyed her ghost, I guess. Or maybe everything being destroyed helped her move on. I don't know. Either way, this is one of the most unique lighthouses in the game, and that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Tol Dagor, and Tol Dagor is a small prison island in Kul Tiras off the eastern coast of Tiragard Sound, and it's also a 5-man dungeon. It also has an amazing lighthouse. Like, look at this thing, dude. This lighthouse is essentially just a lighthouse dungeon, which is why it's so cool. It's got cannons all over. It's just fortified, and then the actual light from the lighthouse itself is just like a sunbeam. Like, that thing is crazy. A fun fact about Tol Dagor is that much like Tol Barad, the name Tol Dagor is derived from the Quenya and Sindarin languages created by J.R.R. Tolkien for his Legendarium. Tol is Quenya and Sindarin for island, while Dagor is Sindarin for battle. Tol Dagor would thus mean the island of battle in Sindarin. Also, I probably said some of that wrong again, but you're probably used to that by now. But really cool stuff. And I mean, the main point here is that this lighthouse is actually insane. This is just like a stacked, fortified lighthouse, like easily one of the biggest, baddest lighthouses around. And that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Western Watch Lighthouse in Drustvar, and Western Watch is an island in Western Drustvar. This is the exact same lighthouse that we saw in Tol Dagor, but I think there's just something about a lighthouse being out on its own little island, surrounded by nature and water and like a bunch of little things going on that really makes me enjoy it compared to being like this big prison dungeon. Like, I don't know what it was, because I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna put Tol Dagor at number 1 because it's crazy. But then I was looking at both and I was like, you know what, I think I appreciate this lighthouse just a little bit more. It feels a little more naturey. It feels a little more like an actual lighthouse. Maybe it's because it's more pointless. I think that might just be it. Like, Tol Dagor has a lot of purpose and meaning to it, and this lighthouse is just, you know, it's not completely pointless. Like we mentioned, it's still a lighthouse. It's still directing the ships on where to go and giving them a light to see, but it's a really nice lighthouse. It's probably the best lighthouse we've had just in World of Warcraft. Like, the design of the lighthouse is amazing. The little island it's on is amazing. It's one of the reasons that I still really like BFA, for its music and its art. And obviously, you know, it didn't really have a lot of great gameplay mechanics and stuff like that, but I really did love the BFA art and music, and I think this lighthouse is a display of that. And so with all those things combined, that's why this lighthouse is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the Goblin windmills in Bilgewater Harbor. And when you think of windmills, you don't normally think of goblins, but they do have the big goblin rocket on the front of them, and they're digging into the ground, or they're getting oil out of the ground. Whatever they're doing something that hurts the environment and provides the goblins with some sort of resource. And when I was making this list of windmills, I did not expect to find windmills at Bilgewater Harbor of all places, because I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to look at all the farms and all the places that you would normally think there's going to be windmills. But then I remember I was just flying over this place, and I was like, wait, are those windmills? Are the goblins really using windmills? And they are. So it is pretty genius by them. I mean, I was reading into it on historyofwindmills.com, which I'm pretty sure is a website that's only been used for like school projects. But it says, before the appearance of steam-powered machines, windmills represented the only machines that could be reliably used for the manufacturing of many materials. One area of the Netherlands had over 600 mills that were used for the creation of paper, paint, gin, mustard, oil, cut wood, and more. So there you go, a little bit of windmill facts and a little bit of goblin rocket windmills, and that's why they're number 10. 9. Number 9 are the windmills located at Garadar in Nagrand, and these windmills give me the most primal feeling out of all the windmills. They're made out of like big sticks, and it looks like hay or straw or something like that. In fact, in terms of the oldest windmills, it says the Netherlands have some that date back to the 8th century, and the Persians had them in the 5th century. But what's cool about these Gardar windmills that I didn't really notice with any of the other windmills is that they shift direction. I think because the wind changes direction, and so they're going one way, and then they go the other way. And most of the other windmills in the game, they just go one way. So I thought that was pretty unique about them. I also like the buildings that they're attached to. I think they're very cool, old-style windmill buildings. Although when you go inside, I was expecting to find the actual milling process occurring, and it was really just a storage place, so maybe that's an accurate thing. I'm sure many of them were used for storage, but it seems like normally there is milling occurring inside these buildings, right? Otherwise, why is the windmill attached to the building, you know? Or I guess I mean the windmill blades, because the actual whole thing is a windmill. It's just the blades. It doesn't matter. This is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the windmills at Area 52 in Netherstorm. And there's a lot of questions surrounding these windmills, because I don't even know if these are technically windmills, but I believe they are, because it looks like they're using wind to power some sort of extraction from the earth, but it's also possible these are anemometers, which are used to measure wind speed and direction. But I also started thinking, how much wind is there in Netherstorm? There's literally things floating around like there's no gravity, but then apparently there's wind powerful enough to make these things going around. So I'm like, is there even wind powering these things? It's just there's a lot of questions that I don't have answers to. But luckily for us, this is a pointless list, and inside pointless things are treasure. And so because this thing is so random and weird, and I don't know if it is pointless or if it has a point or whatever it might be, it doesn't matter. And that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 are the windmills located all around the crossroads. And there's one that's got little flags with a big stone base. There's one that's actually just a big house with a mill inside of it. And then there's one up above Wailing Caverns by this house in the middle of nowhere, which was actually on Pointless Top 10 Houses in the middle of nowhere. In fact, I think it's one of the coolest windmills. It's got these big eagle wings acting as the windmill blades, and it's got a little eagle head totem, and then the mill is actually right underneath it. You can see it crushing the grain. I almost said crushing the mill. It's crushing the mill. And even the smaller one is still cool. You know, it doesn't have big eagle wings, but it's got a weird bug man thing on it. I don't know what that is. And then there's just the big windmill house that belongs to this Taran lady that's holding a big loaf of bread. In fact, I didn't even realize that this house does have the eagle with wings as the windmill up top. So I think she does take the prize for the best windmill. But either way, all these windmills are cool, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the windmills at the Earth Mother's Bounty, and these are actually pretty cool because they have these big hammers that they're powering, and they go up and then they slam down, and I imagine they're smashing the grain. And they actually look a little more solid in terms of the craftsmanship of the wood compared to some of the other ones we've looked at, which might just be because the Tonka are very good at wood crafting, or it might be because this is in Legion instead of Cataclysm and Burning Crusade and Classic WoW. There's also a bunch of corn nearby, so I'm sure they're milling a bunch of corn. In fact, I don't even know what milling really is, so I looked it up. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. And it says milling is a process in which grains such as oats, wheat, rice, and corn are dehulled and ground into smaller pieces or flours to improve palatability, reduce cooking time, and create food products. In fact, ground grain was one of civilization's first foods. Ancient methods of grinding can be traced to the Far East, Egypt, and Rome. So there you go, a little food history and a look into a unique high mountain windmill. And that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the windmills in Westfall, and I think the Westfall windmills are some of the most well-known windmills in the game. I think a lot of people think World of Warcraft, their brain goes right to Westfall, and for good reason. These are like some solid, sturdy windmills. They have cool kind of metal tin blades. I don't know what they are, but I was curious because I was like, well, these don't look like they're really milling anything. They're just spinning and they're standing there. So like, what are they doing? And I looked it up and it said, homesteaders, farmers, and ranchers were no longer dependent on natural water as they could drill wells and pump water. Windmills were often among a homesteader's most prized possessions. The water pumped by windmills was used to cook, bathe, drink, water crops and animals, wash clothes, and more. So these are actually water pumping windmills. So yeah, I never really knew that. That's pretty cool. I swear, half the time I make these videos, I end up learning a bunch of stuff I never knew. These are like mini history lessons, but a lot less formal and probably not entirely accurate. But that's why these windmills are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Agamon Mills windmills in the Tirisful Glades. And these windmills are a little banged up. I'd say they've been through quite a bit, but they still look pretty cool. In fact, the Agamon Mills has some pretty interesting history. According to the WoW Wiki, it was a vast windmill network once controlled by the Agamon family in northern Tirisful Glades. The mills were lost to the Scourge, the family was slain, and the entire residence was claimed by the undead. The mills are perhaps the largest Scourge outpost in the Tirisful region. Another cool little fact is that the windmills of the Agamon Mills appeared in the background of the opening cinematic for World of Warcraft behind the undead Warlock. So although these windmills are banged up, they're falling apart, they got blades missing, they got things boarded up, they're still some of the oldest, most well-known windmills in the game, and they fit the zone aesthetic perfectly of the Tirisful Glades. And that's why the Agamon Mills windmills are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Thunderbluff windmills, and these are actually the windmills that inspired me to make this pointless top 10, because I was in Thunderbluff and I was like, dude, those are some cool windmills, right? You got the big eagle head. I just keep saying eagle for a lot of these birds. I think it's eagle. I don't know. It could be a lot of different birds. But what I love about these windmills is they're so high up, right? Like they're already on top of Thunderbluff, but then they're on top of these big, tall buildings. And it just makes me think, how did the Tauren get up here to build all these, right? Like, did they just have some really big ladders and they went up here? Like they had to build that big totem pole back there too. I don't know. I don't know how Tauren did all this. Is like figuring out how they built the pyramids. Also, if you talk to the Bluff Watchers, which are the guards of Thunderbluff, they'll tell you about engineering and they'll say, you must be looking for Palehoof, the engineering trainer who keeps our elevators and windmills in working order. Find him upon the lower rise. So Engineer Palehoof's the one that knows how everything here works, but I feel like he's not going to spill his secrets. And it's probably better that way. But back to the main point, they got a lot of windmills and I like them. And that's why they're number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Stormsong Valley windmills. And these windmills look like they're straight out of the Netherlands. Like just the aesthetic, the vibe here in Stormsong Valley, like the construction of these windmills just looks phenomenal. Like Battle for Azeroth, again, I say this in all these pointless top 10s, as much as people disliked it, it was an unbelievable expansion for the art team. Like, I think Battle for Azeroth maybe has some of my favorite art and graphics in World of Warcraft. Like, it is just phenomenal. And these windmills are no exception. Just the construction of them, the tiny little details, even the inside of the windmill is pretty cool. It just feels like everything about these windmills are perfectly designed. In fact, I even considered putting these windmills at number 1, but I ended up putting them at number 2 because there was one windmill that just blew me away. No pun intended. Maybe slightly intended, but we'll get to that next, and that's why the Stormsong Valley windmills are number 2. 1. And number 1 is the giant Twin Peaks windmill, and I love this windmill. Just the fact that it is built out of dragon wings is kind of insane. Like, the Horde were like, you know what? We need a massive windmill. What are we gonna make it out of? We could make it out of metal. We can make it out of wood, like all this stuff. They're like, nah, dude, let's make it out of dragon wings. Like, how insane is that? Like, it is, and it's so huge that it just like overtakes the entire area. Like, wherever you're sitting, wherever you are in the zone, you look up and you see that windmill and you're like, shit, dude, that's a big ass dragon wing windmill. Also, a little noted detail, these are red dragon wings. I don't know if that means anything to anybody. I don't know enough about the lore, but whatever it is, this probably wouldn't go over well in Dragonflight. Can you imagine like some of the people from Dragonflight coming here and you just see that and you're just like, ah. Either way, that's why the Twin Peaks windmill is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wells located at Storm Shield in Ashran. And these are pretty much your basic water wells. They got the hand crank thing, they got rope, they got a bucket going down, they got a little roof over it and the stone. I was actually curious, what is the roof for? Because I always see roofs over water wells, right? And according to the internet, it says the huge roof would prevent wind-blown dust and other materials from falling into the well, such as big tree limbs, leaves, etc. And it may have had other functions, such as shielding people from direct sunlight so they could work comfortably getting water out of the well, especially during hot summer days. And it appears that the roof would also be protecting the rope from getting soaked and rotting away, because nothing would be worse than you're just, wheeling the thing up with your water and then it snaps and now your bucket's down there, everything's gone, right? So pretty important. It also looks like both of these wells just have dirt in them, so maybe they already got all the water out of them. I have no idea, but you know what? They're pretty cool. And so that guy just walked through a light post. That's why these water wells are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the water well located at the White Grove Chapel in Drustvar. And this is not too much different from the water well we just looked at. It's got some variations, like the roof looks a little more worn down or rustic, I guess you could say. That's what they always say with those houses. They're like, it's got such a rustic feel. It's like, okay, it just means it's old and worn down. It's got a lot of character. However, I do really like the area that this water well is in. So that's taken into account here as well. You got the 2 wolves just chilling nearby. There's some benches you could sit down on and look at the water, or I guess look at the water well. There's some water nearby the well. There's, some trees and flowers and rocks. Like, it's a really pretty location. There's also a butterfly that keeps flying literally through the roof of the well. I don't know if it's using dark magic. There's that crazy, witch magic going on nearby. So maybe it's a demonic butterfly, but hey, you know what? It's having fun, I guess. So let it fly through the roof. Maybe the roof is transparent. Maybe it's not even maybe this water well isn't even real, dude. Maybe it's an illusion. An illusion? What are you hiding? Either way, that's why the Drustvar water well is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the classic WoW water wells, and I specifically picked the ones in Theramore Isle and Dustwallow Marsh and one in Borean Tundra, because, I don't know, they just felt like very fitting atmospheres for these water wells. Don't ask me why. It was an instinct. And they're just very basic water wells. It's stone, wood, and rope, and that's pretty much it. And so I thought this would be a good time to actually learn about what a water well is. And so it says here on Wikipedia that a well is an excavation or structure created on the earth by digging, driving, or drilling to access liquid resources, usually water. The oldest and most common kind of well is a water well, which is used to access groundwater in underground aquifers. The well water is drawn up by a pump or using containers such as buckets that are raised mechanically or by hand. I also watched a few videos on how water wells work, and I never thought I'd be learning about water wells from a World of Warcraft video, but here we are. And so anyway, these are some very basic water wells. Obviously, it's classic vanilla WoW, old models, but they're still pretty cool, and so that's why I put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water well located at the Golden Terrace in the Mist of Pandaria. And I guess you could say this is more of a fountain. However, I did find many wells that look similar to this one, especially wishing wells. Also, let me tell you, it is extremely difficult to find 10 different water wells. I'm surprised I even got the 10 on this list. So this is one of those hybrid fountain wells, all right? It's both. Also, there's the most important part of this water well, which is that there is a skeleton of what I believe is a gnome or some other small race in World of Warcraft that is just dead in here and has been dead for, I imagine, quite some time, if just the bones are left. And it looks like something fell on them, some sort of, some part of the well, like part of the stone slabs must have slipped off, or maybe something fell from the roof. I have no idea. I don't know how this happened. Maybe the gnome tried to pick up part of the well to like build it or deconstruct it and it fell on him and then nobody cared. I have no idea, but it's down there. There's your Easter egg. But you know what? It's a pretty cool area and a pretty cool well, and that's why it's number 7. 6. For number 6, we're going to a bit more of a conventional water well in Mist of Pandaria, which is at the Serpent's Overlook in the Jade Forest. And I actually like this one a lot. It's got a big wheel on the side that I imagine you can turn to pull the bucket up. The bucket looks pretty cool. The actual well has a cool, unique shape to it. There's actually water inside this water well, which we haven't seen in some of the other water wells. And on top of all that, there's actually a panda woman that is coming over to the well and seemingly gathering a bunch of water and then taking it away in her little bucket or pail or whatever it is. I also think the roof is really cool with this water well. It's got the same kind of roofs that a lot of the other buildings have, so it maintains that same aesthetic that a lot of the other buildings have. So it could have just been a normal water well. Like, they could have just made something really basic, but they went a little above and beyond and made it similar to the other structures of Pandaria, which I think is pretty cool. And so for all those reasons, that's why I decided to put the Serpent's Overlook water well at number 6. Number 5 are the Mulgore water wells, and these are actually really cool water wells. They almost act like a pump, like the wind spins around. I think it pumps the water up and then it pours out into the little area that you can see right there, but there's no actual water coming out, which I think would be cool if they updated it to have that, but you know, whatever, it's still pretty cool. And these wells have been used as sources for mystical well stones and vision quests and a whole bunch of other stuff, but they were taken over by the Venture Company, which tried to control the water supply and poison it and everything. But you end up cleansing the well as part of these quests, and then they're good to go. In fact, I think this is one of the only quests in the game that revolves around water wells, so that definitely bumped these up on the list, on top of just being really unique water wells in general. Plus, I'm just a big fan of tar and stuff and Mulgore and all that. But really, though, it'd be cool if these water wells actually had water coming out of them. It's not going to happen, but it would be cool. But anyway, that's why the Mulgore water wells are number 5. Number 4 is the water well located in Boralis, and I picked this water well for a few reasons. One is there is a cat up on the roof of the water well that massively upgraded this water well, I'm not gonna lie. And then there's some buckets of water all around, so clearly the well has been used. And then there's a bunch of these planks all over, which I thought was really interesting. Like, it's a very unique location, and the water well seems to be getting used quite a bit, but it also seems odd that they'd put planks over it while they're getting water out of it. Maybe they put the planks over it so the cat doesn't get in, or like other people don't get in. I have no idea. It's actually really interesting to why there's all these planks here, and then they're still getting water out of the well and then putting them into these containers surrounding the well. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was cool. The more I think about it, I'm like, maybe I should have put this at like number 7 or something, but I'm like, hey, you know what? Nah, it's a cool water well. It's in a cool location, and there's a cat up there. That's the main thing, the cat. And that's why it's number 4. Number 3 is the water well located in the Twilight Highlands at the Firebeards Patrol. And not only is this water well really cool with the griffin roof, and the wings are part of the roof. That's actually really creative. Like, the wings are the roof. Like, look at that. That's so cool. But this water well is actually getting use. Like, all these dwarves are running to the well, getting water, and then throwing that water onto all the burning buildings. So again, kind of like the Mulgore water wells, these might be some of the only water wells actually getting use in the game. I guess there was the Pandaria woman earlier that was, you know, getting water out of the bucket, but this is a much more intense situation, I would say. And there are actually multiple of these water wells. There are similar ones at the Thundermar Ruins, so that gives you a little chance to check it out without everything burning around it. And you can see that the one in the town that's fine has a little bucket with water in it, and it's kind of normal. And then the one that is in the burning town has numerous buckets all around it, because they're using those buckets to get the water and toss them out of the building. So I like that little differential there. Because, I mean, they could have been lazy. They could have just reused the asset and been like, people figure it out. They're just using buckets or whatever. But no, they actually added the little extra detail, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I love this water well, especially the griffin roof, so that's why it's number 3. Number 2 is Owen's Wishing Well, and Owen's Wishing Well is a small wishing well found inside the Tideview Thicket high on a bluff overlooking the Jade Forest. And the well is actually surrounded by a bunch of wishing frogs, as well as things like Chinese food containers and some birds and lanterns. And there's actually some golden coins that are lucky golden coins, and if you click on them, they'll give you the buff Made a Wish, like you tossed a coin into the wishing well. You can even see a bunch of coins at the bottom of the wishing well, which I think is pretty cool. And there's also a lootable dagger here called the Woden's Manted Shanker. And the story behind the well is actually pretty sad. It is a location that's a reference to Brian Owen Wicks, who visited Blizzard Entertainment headquarters back in February of 2012 through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and sadly he passed away a few years after, so rest in peace, Brian. But it's awesome that he got such a cool tribute. And this well is actually kind of similar to the one we just looked at. In fact, I think it may be the same model as the Golden Terrace Pandaria Hub one, but obviously this one has a lot more sentimental value behind it. And I think it's actually cooler with a lot of the little, you know, lanterns and the birds and the coins and everything. I do think it's really cool, so that's why I decided to put it at number 2. And number 1 is the Dalaran water well. To me, this is the most famous water well in all of World of Warcraft. I feel like everybody knows about it. They've at least walked past it like once in the entirety of WoW's existence, right? It's been, well, I guess it doesn't exist anymore, crashed, but if anything, that actually makes it more fitting for pointless top 10. There's also this really tiny water bucket attached to a rope, and it looks way too small for this water well. I feel like they should have had a much bigger rope and bucket, but I guess that's not really the point of this water well because you know, jump into it, but still. Seems a little weird. This also might be the only water well in the game that actually has stairs next to it. I don't think any other water well I've seen has stairs that you can walk up. And I mean, obviously that's so you can go up there and fall into it, or it's at least some sort of visual cue to tell the player like, hey, you could go up here and jump down, right? But it's definitely unconventional, especially compared to all the other water wells we've looked at. And it's actually got some really cool design with all the stonework and everything. So for all those reasons, that's why the Dalaran water well is number 1. 10. Number 10 is Admiral Taylor's farm, and Admiral Taylor's farm is located in the Spires of Iraq in Draenor. And you can see right here, it really is this little farm that's kind of tucked away in the hillside right behind Admiral Taylor's garrison. And so pretty much what happens here is Admiral Taylor gets invited to go see some Ring of Blood arena battles, and he's like, awesome, man, I'm gonna go see those. But then his subordinate Ethiel takes control of the garrison, and he's a necromancer, and Admiral Taylor comes back from the Ring of Blood arena battles. He's like, yo, that was fun. And then he's like, yo, what happened? Like, what's going on here? And then Ethiel has turned everyone into ghosts, and they're all dead, and then he turns Admiral Taylor into the Bone Wraith Soul Scythe. And then eventually you end up killing Ethiel and Soul Scythe, and Admiral Taylor's spirit joins you at your Alliance garrison. You're also able to find Ethiel's Dark Grimoire inside the house. So yeah, I mean, overall, this is just a really weird, kind of creepy farm, but I think it's a pretty unique farm in World of Warcraft. Not many farms in WoW have, like, necromancers and like crazy stuff going on. Apparently Ethiel is also a reference to Ephialtes of Trachis, who betrayed the Greeks during the famous Battle of Thermopylae in the Greco-Persian War. But yeah, overall it's a pretty unique farm in an odd location, and that's why Admiral Taylor's farm is number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Akhenet Fields, and the Akhenet Fields are a large farming area south of the Vernal Dam in Uldum. And there's a few reasons that I love this farm, one of which is it's just very unique, especially to World of Warcraft, where we have so many of your like standard farms that you would think of when you think of farms, right? Well, this one is based off of Egypt, so, you know, we have like the little channels with water in them, and we have the Ramkahen laborers just harvesting the crops out here. It's not something you see all the time in World of Warcraft. But then, in addition to that, we have the corrupted Akhenet Fields, where, you know, it's the same thing, but everything's kind of dead and dried up, and we have the, you know, the corruption just spreading, and we have all the monsters and the tentacles all over, and I think that just adds another layer to this farm, right? Because this is a farm that has been taken over by corruption and N'Zoth stuff, and so not many farms get corrupted by an old god, so I felt like that alone was worth putting it on the list for. Either way, that's why the Akhenet Fields are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Goshek Farm and the Debris Farmstead located in the Arathi Highlands. And I put these farms on the list because whenever I think of farms, I always think of these two farms. I always think of questing back in Classic WoW in the Arathi Highlands and going to these farms. And I remember there's the quest where the undead has you like go get all the heads from the Debris Farmstead people. And I was like, what actually happens there? Because a lot of times I would just do the quest and be like, whatever. But it says the Forsaken Genevieve Callow had a grudge against the Debris because they managed to survive and prosper after the Third War, while Genevieve lost her family to the plague, and her estate was looted and burned. In addition, the Debris stole the only precious belongings she had left to her after being raised to undeath. She wanted them dead, and so she sends you, the Horde adventurers, to kill them. Meanwhile, the Goshek farm is being used by the Forsaken and the Orcs, where the Forsaken are using it as a testing ground for their alchemical experiments, and the Orcs are just using it for supplies. There's also a whole bunch of stuff that happened here after the Cataclysm and Battle for Azeroth, and obviously it all got updated, but whenever I think of the Arathi Highlands farms, I always think of the old classic version. So that's kind of what I wanted to put up here. So that's why the Goshek farm and the Debris Farmstead are number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Amber Waves, and the Amber Waves is a large farmstead located west of Brenadum in Stormsong Valley. And I knew I wanted to put a farm from Stormsong Valley on this list because I just love Stormsong Valley. It's one of my favorite zones that they've ever made. I love the hills and the trees and the green and just everything about it, right? And so there's so many farms in this whole area, but This specific area is the one that I remember the most, I would say, and there's a few reasons for that. Number one is this is the amber waves, which makes sense because it's just waves of wheat, right? There's just a whole bunch of wheat all over, and it says here that wheat is often amber colored, especially when it ripens and is ready for harvest. And so yeah, I just thought that was really cool, seeing the waves of wheat all over contrasting with the green grass. And then we also have the Quillboar attacking, and the Quillboar have dug tunnels underneath all the farmland, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. And so you have to go fight the Quillboars. And I always remember doing that quest line. And so overall, just really cool farmland in Stormsong Valley. There's plenty of other farms in Stormsong Valley that are really cool as well, but I just picked this one. So that's why the Amber Waves are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Sludge Fields, and the Sludge Fields is a Forsaken fortification built over the Hillsbred Fields, which I'm sure many people remember from Classic WoW as the big farmland area where you did a bunch of quests. Well, now it's been turned into a prison for the captured humans of Lordaeron, where they're sent to do labor, or I guess they're just planted as seeds. For the quest Do the Right Thing, it says, "You have come upon a horrific scene. Someone or something has buried all of these humans up to their necks in a manner consistent with planting. The ghouls, which are seemingly tending the field of human seedlings, periodically jump to the nearest human and devour its head. You can end this right here and now. Take this shovel and save the humans." And so yeah, this is a very unconventional farm. Obviously, they are, planting human seeds, which are literally just humans, I mean, they're undead, right? They're just like, plant the humans, whatever, right? But it's still a farm, right? It used to be a farm. Now it's more of like a Forsaken farm, and it's just very unique and unconventional. And that's one of my favorite things to find, is unique and unconventional stuff that you don't normally see in World of Warcraft. So that's why the Sludge Fields are number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Draxora Fields, and the Draxora Fields are it's Draxotra. Oh my god, I've been getting it wrong this whole time. It's Draxotra Fields. It's like the Simpsons, where he's like, I've been calling her Crandall. The Draxotra Fields are Drakari farmlands found southwest of Draxotra and south of the Argent Stand in Zul'Drak. And it's actually here where the trolls are planting and harvesting water poppy. But in the grand scheme of things, this is another one of those unique, unconventional types of farms that we don't see very often in World of Warcraft, right? Like, there's all this water all over, and there's the big irrigation bridges with the water pouring over the top, and some of it's like sliding down the sides and the little water sled things, I don't know what you call them. And then you have the trolls with the water elementals all over. It's a really cool type of area. And whenever I think of Zul'Drak, this is what I think of. I always think of this water poppy field and all the water elementals and the trolls farming it. And I don't know what that says about me. Like, out of everything in Zul'Drak, this is what I always think of when I think of Zul'Drak. So, I mean, I get it. They got to get their pain meds, right? So either way, that's why the Draxotra Fields are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Dalson's Farm, and Dalson's Farm is located in the Western Plaguelands and used to be called Dalson's Tears. And if you played Classic World of Warcraft, I'm sure you remember this farm, because this is where you find Mrs. Dalson, who is a wandering skeleton, and after you read her diary, she can drop the key to the outhouse where Farmer Dalson is a ghoul that's trapped. Then, after the Cataclysm, the Scourge have finally been cleared from Dalson's Tears, which has then been renamed Dalson's Farm, and it's actually a pretty nice farm. And yeah, much like earlier with the Uldum farm that I mentioned, this is kind of a cool transformation, but the other way around, where instead of becoming corrupted, it was corrupted, and now it's become just like a nice, pristine, normal farm. Which is actually, I think, kind of ironic, because Cataclysm destroyed everything, right? Like, so many things got destroyed or changed, but then this is one of the places that actually got healed up from the Cataclysm. So I think that's kind of fun as well. But yeah, overall, this is a really cool farm. You see it transform over time. It's got some history, and so that's why I decided to put it at number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Saldian Farm, and Saldian's Farm is unique in Westfall in that it is the only farm that was never completely overrun by the Defias Brotherhood. However, the Defias Harvest Golems continue to roam the fields, which I'm sure you're familiar with if you've ever quested in Westfall at any point, really ever. And I mean, there's other quests here too. I mean, there's the quest where you have to cluck like a chicken. There's the Westfall Stew quest. I mean, there's a lot of quests revolving around the Saldian Farm. And I wasn't actually thinking of putting this farm that high up on the list, but the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? A lot of people quest here. A lot of people have nostalgia of Westfall and probably this specific farm, and it does have a lot of history behind it and a lot of lore. In fact, speaking of lore, during the Burning Legion's invasion of Westfall, a bunch of people were enslaved and killed by the Burning Legion, but Farmer Saldian and his wife managed to survive and hide within their home on the Saldian Farm. So, like, they survived the Burning Legion, they survived the Defias Brotherhood, like, these are the chosen farmers, man. And so anyway, that's why the Saldian's Farm is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the farms of Hallowfall, and I didn't really pick any specific Hallowfall farms because I think they're all pretty cool. They're kind of similar in a way, but it's just a really beautiful area with so much farmland, and it's kind of funny because we're underground. Like, when you think of farms and farmland, you never really think of an underground cavern. Like, man, we're going underground. I can't wait to see the farmland down there. Like, that's not really a thing that gets brought up. But to me, you could have put these farms above ground, and I would still love them just as much, because I love the crops that grow here. There's vegetables, there's corn and plants, and like a whole bunch of stuff. They got big windmills, there's scarecrows, like, it's a beautiful farmland. It's all over the place, and there's quests and big area events involving the farms. It's really a great area with so much cool farmland, and I felt like I had to put it on the list. And the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? These are some really cool farms. I got to put this high up, and so that's why the Hallowfall farms are number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Heartland located in the Valley of the Four Winds. And when I think of farms, this is my instant go-to. Like, I always come back to the Heartland in the Valley of the Four Winds, and according to this, it is the largest farming land in all of Pandaria. And the land is actually able to produce these large, massive crops due to the magical properties of the nearby water source, which comes from the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. And I always thought that was a really cool concept as well. Like, you have this big magical water source flowing over from the zone next to you, so you're getting these massive carrots and these massive watermelons and stuff. Like, I think that's just really fun. But what also makes it fun is when you have these massive farmlands and massive vegetables, you have massive vermin trying to eat your vegetables, and you have these big springtail vermin just all over the place trying to get at everything. And then obviously, you know, not everything is this massive vegetable farm. There's still animals like sheep and goats and yaks all around, and then there's still like standard farms and stuff like that. But overall, I think the Heartland truly is the best farm and, you know, I guess farmland in World of Warcraft, and so that's why the Heartland is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wheels located at Bradenbrook in Val'Sharah and in Gilneas. And at first I was going to have these water wheels be separate, and then I realized that they're actually the exact same water wheel, just in different locations. But there is one thing that separates the two, and that is one is connected on both sides, and the other one has one of the sides missing. So you can actually see the metal piece that goes in the center rotating on top of the water wheel, which I actually think is pretty cool, because they could have not animated that at all, you know what I mean? But they actually went ahead and did animate it. And apparently that is called the axis or the shaft. But I actually really like the aesthetic of this wheel. Like, it's very rustic, and it makes sense that it would be in Gilneas and in Bradensbrook, right? Like, it's got these planks that have moss growing all over, and then the actual, the paddles, which is like the inner parts of the wheel, also have that plank vibe. I think some are planks, but some are like bigger chunks of wood. I just think it's a really cool looking water wheel. I do think the one in Bradensbrook looks a bit cooler, where it's attached to both sides of the hill, and then the water's pouring down from the waterfall and going through. So you actually kind of see it in action. It's next to this cozy little cottage. And I'm not actually sure if the Gilneas one has always been like this, because I know the cataclysm happened. Obviously, nobody lives here anymore. So maybe this got broken, or the thing it was attached to broke off. I have no idea, but you know, it's the same wheel. It still looks cool, and we get a little peek inside of it. And so that's why both these water wheels that are the same water wheel are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the high mountain water wheels, and these are water wheels that are located up in the mountains of High Mountain. And I put them at number 9 because they are really cool. I love the designs on all these water wheels. They're very simplistic. You know, it's not like this massive wheel. In fact, I think these are probably the most basic water wheels on this entire list. But my main question is, what is their purpose? Because a lot of other water wheels are powering something, right? Like, even in real life, water wheels are, according to Wikipedia, used for milling flour, grinding wood into pulp for paper making, hammering wrought iron, ore crushing, and pounding fiber for use in the manufacturing of cloth. But it doesn't really seem like these are doing any of that. They're just kind of spinning around because the water from the waterfall is coming down and hitting them. Maybe they're trying to slow the water from the waterfall down for some reason. Like, that's all I could think of, because I don't see anything these wheels would be powering. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just completely missing it. So if you know, comment down below. But I tried to even find some real life examples of this, and I just couldn't find any. So maybe the High Mountain Tauren really do just like the aesthetic of it. But either way, that's why the High Mountain water wheels are number 9. 8. Number 8 is this big water wheel located in Borealis near the lumberyard. And I was trying to figure out what this water wheel was actually powering, because I thought it would be the sawmill with all these logs all around, but then I saw the sawmill is like in a different building across from this. So I was like, okay, and it's attached to this building which has no way of seeing inside of it. So I don't know what's going on inside of this building. Maybe they're processing the lumber and using the water wheel energy for some sort of processing. I have no idea, but that's my best guess. But aside from determining what it's being used for, the actual construction of the water wheel is phenomenal. Like, it just looks extremely well built. It looks like it was designed and constructed by an expert craftsman or a team of expert craftsmen that were like, yo, we gotta create one of the best water wheels. And so they did it. Like, it just looks really good. However, with that being said, I think it does lack a little bit of flavor, right? It's just a very basic, well-constructed water wheel. And there's something to be said for that, but sometimes you want something a little fun and different. Like, if this was a World of Warcraft race, this wheel would be a human. Like, that is what it is. And so for that reason, that's why I put it at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water wheel at the Cindermead Brewery in the Isle of Dorn. And this is a thick water wheel, dude. I feel like if I had to compare this one to a WoW race, it would be a dwarf. Like, this is the most dwarven water wheel I have seen. I should just compare every water wheel to a WoW race at this point. And it actually feels like this water wheel is going the slowest out of any of the water wheels. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just so big and heavy that it's rotating slowly. Like, I have no idea. I was also curious why there's a lot of water wheels at breweries, and so I found a Reddit comment, so it has to be true. Breweries were always built on a spring or river. The finished barrels or kegs might travel some distance by wagon, but not the water for the brewery. A water wheel was often used to power a pump to carry river water uphill. Then the breweries were built to be gravity flow from there. Or wait, be gravity flow? Do they mean let gravity flow? I'm not sure, but I get what they're saying, because they say that's why finished beer was always in the cellar. So there we go, some water wheel brewery facts and a cool water wheel, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Speaking of breweries, number 6 are the water wheels at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds in Mist of Pandaria. And so this is actually pretty interesting because one of the water wheels here is the exact same one that they have in Borealis. So I think the Pandas actually made it first. I was praising the Borealis one with their expert craftsmanship and everything, but like, the pandas, the drunk pandas ended up making it first. But then there's also this smaller water wheel that we haven't seen before, but I actually think this might be a simplified version of the bigger water wheel because they both have the water paddles, the thing that are going into the water, and they have little markings on them, and each of the water wheels actually has the same markings. So yeah, I put this higher up on the list. 1, because we have 2 water wheels here. 2, because they actually invented this water wheel and not the Borealis people. And 3, it's also attached to a brewery, which we talked about. So I had to put this higher up on the list. Plus, I think it just looks really cool here in the Valley of the Four Winds, sitting on the river with the breweries there. And it gives me Studio Ghibli vibes a bit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Hallowfall water wheel, and this is probably one of the best looking water wheels in the game because it was literally designed in this expansion that we're currently in, the War Within. Even the birds thought this was a really cool water wheel. Look at that. They put their nest up here. There's some eggs in there. It even has a very fitting aesthetic with a lot of the metal bits on the water wheel matching the Hallowfall Arathi logo design. And so it just feels like that the people that designed this water wheel actually put some thought into it. They didn't just, reuse a water wheel from, say, I don't know, Mist of Pandaria. That'd be crazy if they did something like that. But listen, I can see why they reused water wheels, right? It's a lot of time and effort to put into certain things, and you're like, do we really want to make an entire new water wheel? But I would say it makes sense in this situation because this is farmland. It fits, I think, the Hallowfall Arathi theme, and so I can see why they did it, and I'm glad they did it, because I've been wanting to make top 10 water wheels for a while, and the War Within finally gave me enough water wheels to really push this list over the edge, and so that's why the Hallowfall Arathi water wheels are number 5. 4. Number 4 is actually one that we've seen before. It's the one that's at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds. However, this location in the Jade Forest has taken it and repainted it to be red and gold. And I actually think it looks a lot better. It pops more. It fits the village that it's in more. And it's cool because it's right near this big waterfall. So the waterfall's like coming down and hitting the wheel, and then that's kind of powering the wheel to turn. So I really like the location of this water wheel. I think it's nice that we can actually see the designs more clearly because of the gold. And then the water wheel actually matches all the houses in the area with the same red gold colorization as well. So yeah, even though this water wheel is a reused water wheel, I like that they've taken it and they've just put their own spin on it, right? They didn't just slap it there and be like, some brown wood water wheel that just is going to be in the village. They were like, nah, dude, let's spice it up. Let's make it fit the village. And that's what they did. And so I love that. And so that's why this water wheel is number 4. Number 3 are the Stone Dark Grotto and Muck Snout Den water wheels located in High Mountain. And these are some really cool water wheels because they are made out of stone. We're so used to seeing all these wooden water wheels all over the place above ground, but now we go into these caves and we get to see these massive stone water wheels, and it looks awesome. And there's not just 1 or 2 of these, like these are located all over the place, which makes me curious of how they actually went about building these things and making sure they worked, but who am I to question their methods? Whatever they did, it worked great. So props to them. But yeah, I just really like the way the water wheels look. I think the stone looks great. I think the water pouring over the wheel also looks really cool. Like the rushing water is kind of overtaking this big stone wheel, but obviously it's made out of stone, so it's just kind of splashing over the sides. It feels very natural, you know what I mean? Plus, it's not every day you see a water wheel made out of stone, and so that's why I had to put it at number 3. Number 2 is a water wheel located at the Dawn's Blossom, which is a town in the Jade Forest in the Mist of Pandaria. And this is probably one of the most unique water wheels in the game. It has these buckets attached to it, and then it looks like the water rushes into the bucket, and then that kind of propels the wheel forward, and then it goes up, and then the water falls out, and it just kind of does that over and over. And at first, I thought the water wheel was going backwards, because I was like, wait, why are the buckets not filling up with water? It's like putting the bottom of the bucket down first. But then I realized what was happening. And so there's actually an entire Reddit post about this exact water wheel where somebody was like, the water wheel's going backwards. And people were just arguing in the comments being like, it's not going backwards. Blah, blah, blah. It's just crazy to see an entire thread about a water wheel. But that's exactly why I had to put this high up on the list. Not only because it's a unique water wheel, but it got people to argue about a water wheel in World of Warcraft, and that's pretty pointless, and so that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is the massive water wheel located at the Cragpool Lake in the Stone Talon Mountains. And I'm sure a lot of people saw this one coming, but when I think of a water wheel in World of Warcraft, this is just the first one that I think of. Like, it goes all the way back to Classic WoW. It is just this massive water wheel. This is where a lot of people died in hardcore WoW, and you could just see all the gears and stuff turning. It's just, this is such a ginormous water wheel that it's actually really cool to see up close when you're just analyzing the wheel itself and not trying to die to the Venture Co. killing you on your level 25 character. I don't remember what exact level you come here at. I think it's like mid-20s. And I even love the way the water is pouring over the crag onto the wheel, and the fact that they put the wheel up way high on these giant beams makes it even crazier to look at. It's just probably one of the biggest and most iconic things in the entire Stone Talon Mountains, and so how could I not put it at the top of the list? And so that's why the massive Windshear Crag water wheel is number 1. Number 10 is the forge at the blacksmith at the Arathi Basin, and I think before we even get into all this, we need to define what is a forge, because when I was doing this list, I was looking at some furnaces, and I was like, well, is a furnace really a forge? And it's not. Typically, a furnace is a big oven that has a closed door, while a forge is generally used for metal work, and it's an open fire source where you can place your metal into it and heat it to a temperature and forge it into shape. So you can't really do that with a furnace. So if you look in the background there, that is a furnace in the Arathi Basin. But if you have that big fireplace in there, then that is actually a forge. You know, I actually learned that. I didn't know the difference between either one, and it took a little bit of Googling for me to actually find that, but I love the Arathi Basin blacksmith, and I was like, yo, this would be a cool forge to have, and it's not even so much the forge itself that I think is cool, but the actual entire blacksmithing area more so than anything, right? I've always loved the Arathi Basin blacksmith. I think they did an awesome job updating it I think it's got updated in BFA, and I don't know, it's a very aesthetically pleasing area to be in, right? And so, for that reason alone, I had to put it at number 10. Number 9 is the Obliterum Forge, and this is a forge built by the Demon Hunters in Dalaran, which can destroy epic items in order to gain Obliterum Ash, which could then be combined in order to create Obliterum. But I don't really care about that. This is mainly because the forge actually looks really sick. It's got these big demon horns, and you might look at it and be like, Crendor, that looks more like a furnace. But The front of it does open up, so I guess that would allow you to forge your weapons and stuff, but as of patch 9.1, it can no longer be used, so it actually doesn't open up anymore. However, this also is like a forge that destroys epic items, so you're not really forging items in this, but I guess you're maybe forging epic items into, but no, you're burning them into ash. Listen, I don't even think Blizzard knows what a forge is. Maybe nobody knows what a forge is at this point, but it's called the Blitterum Forge. So you know what? It looks cool. It's got the crazy green glowing eyes and fire in its mouth, or fellfire. I don't know what it is, but it looks pretty neat. I don't know if it's actually a forge, so that's why it's number 9. Hey! Number 8 is the Rune Forge, and the Rune Forge, I think, is our first real forge that we found. Or put on this list, I guess. I mean, I've found all these already. I don't know why I said that, but a Rune Forge, according to Wowpedia, is a special type of forge used by Death Knights to emblazon their weapon with runes. A Rune Forge is required to modify any runes already in your weapon done via rune forging. So, there it is. You literally can forge your weapons with these Rune Forges, and they fit the bill, right? They got the open fire where you can stick the sword in, and that's it. And honestly, they're really cool. You know, these are from Wrath of the Lich King, obviously, and I don't want to judge them based on their graphical style because, you know, it's an anvil inside of a forge-looking thing that's a skull, you know? And I mean, for the time, it was pretty cool, but nowadays it would be a lot different, probably better graphics, better flames, better everything, but you know, there was still something nostalgic about it. I think everybody remembers making a Death Knight, going to this rune forge, forging your weapon, and being like, yo, I can put, like, runes in this and stuff. Like, it was just fun. I think when you think of forges in World of Warcraft, this is definitely one of the forges that stands out, right? I mean, they have rune forging in Hearthstone, rune forges in Naxxramas, there's updated rune forges. Like, this was a staple of forging in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Forge in Orgrimmar, and this one's actually really cool and unique because the Forge is not a flame you put the fire into, it's just the lava surrounding the entire room. So if you want to forge some weapon, you just dip it into the lava around the room, and it's really cool because then they got the water right there, right? So you put it in the fire and then put it in the water, and it's like psh, like they do in all the shows and movies or whatever it might be, but or real life, I guess, when they're forging stuff, but I just love this one because it's unique, because whenever you think of a forge, you think of, like we just saw, the Rune Forge, like a container with a flame inside, and you put the sword or whatever it is into that flame, and that's it. But this is just like, the orcs have gone crazy, man. Like, they're like, what if the floor was a forge? And they're like, yo, right on, man. Like, they might have been listening to the trolls a little too much. Like, yo, what if, like, the forge was in the floor? And they're just like, yeah, this guy smoking a bunch of weed is right. What if the forge was in the floor? And then here we are. And it's awesome. So I really wanted to put this one on the list because of how unique it is. But I also wanted to use this moment to give a shout out to the Stormwind Forge, which was the old Orgrimmar Forge, and just the forge of cities, right? Anywhere you went that needed a forge, this was the forge that was there. Just this little tiny classic WoW forge, and I was going to put this on the list, but something cooler showed up, and I was like, well, I got to put this on, so I wanted to give it an honorable mention anyway. Actually, there's multiple forges here. There's this other old forge as well, so I guess shout out to the old school forges for being basic but necessary. And I figured this would be a good spot to put them in since they're part of like a city and it's Orgrimmar, Stormwind, you get it. So that's why these are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Soulsteel Forges. And I know what you're thinking. Shadowlands, the Maw. Somebody's getting post-traumatic stress just from looking at these, but that's besides the point. We're looking at the art, the aesthetic of this forge, and it's awesome. I think if rune forges were designed today, they would look a lot like this, right? Like, they have the rune forges on the side, they have like swords for teeth, like, come on, they got the glowing eyes, the flame is gigantic in there. Like, these are really cool forges. You know, these are the forges you'd go to do the daily ingot loot quest, so that's right. But you know what, going back to the Maw when you don't have to do anything is a lot more fun. Let me just say that, all right? And you can kind of just appreciate more of the stuff there for its artistic quality. And this is one of the things that I was like, yo, like back when I had to do these dailies and then I stopped doing them because I didn't want to do them anymore, this place sucked. But when you just go there to appreciate what somebody designed and put into the game and you don't have to really do anything with it, it's fantastic. And so for that reason alone, these Soulsteel Forges are number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Forge of Souls, and I knew I had to put the Forge of Souls on the list because this is an actual dungeon that is a forge. So I was like, well, this is going on the list because not only that, but it's also pretty cool looking. I mean, like, for the time of Wrath of the Lich King, it almost looks like it could be out of Shadowlands, you know what I mean? Because that's how good this place looks. But I was thinking, well, what do they do with the Forge of Souls? Are they making soul weapons or something? So I don't know, but I was reading more into it. Apparently, the name for this instance might be inspired by the Forge of Souls of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, which is a workshop which crafts the unholy weapons of demons, which I think would make a lot of sense because a lot of World of Warcraft is just inspired from Warhammer. In fact, a lot of Blizzard products are just inspired from Warhammer. And according to Wowpedia, the Forge of Souls is a massive production facility that contains soul grinders. And I was like, okay, well, are these soul grinders grinding up souls and then making these soul weapons or something? But all the lore that I read doesn't really talk about what it does. But in Shadowlands, it would be revealed that the Forge of Souls' true purpose was to extract the world soul of Azeroth through Icecrown and Torghast into the sepulture of the First Ones, where the Zolval, the jailer, intended to use it for the power, the machine of origination to rewrite reality. But that doesn't really make sense to me, because forges are for forging weapons, right? Or for forging, I don't know, something. So what's he forging? Is he forging the world soul? I don't even know if you can forge a world soul. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna say that Arthas made this place to forge some cool undead weapons for his army from souls. That sounds cool. I think the dungeon's cool. This forge is awesome. It's number 5. 4! Number 4 is the Colossal Forge, and this is actually the forge that I forgot about and that I had to replace something on the list with because I thought it was so cool. So I was trying to complete my Traveler's Log. I had to kill 10 more raid bosses. I was like, you know what? Let's just go to Ulduar. So I go to Ulduar, and I was like, dude, the Colossal Forge. How could I forget about this place? Like, it is this massive, some might even say, Colossal Forge. And Ignis, the Furnace Master, is guarding it. And he is a giant fire construct that was created by Loken. And after his defeat in Ulduar, the Titan Keepers brought him back, and he is now working again in Ulduar's furnace. But the main point here is that this forge is awesome, right? It's just giant fire going on in the background. There's these big snake golden, I don't know if they're snakes or eagles or something. They're an animal head, and it's got the molten lava just pouring out. And, you know, Ignis himself, like, has a built-in forge. He's got, like, a cup of lava around him, so he can just, like, forge on the go. Like, this guy is awesome. And I'm glad I stumbled across this forge when I was doing my mount farming / Traveler's Log, because I would have been upset if I would have found this later on and been like, are you kidding me? This is a Colossal Forge I didn't put on the forge list. But then it would have made it into the pointless top 10 things I forgot to put in the pointless top 10s list, which, you know, that'll happen eventually. And that's number 4. 3! And number 3 is the Thunder Forge. And I picked the Thunder Forge here because I love the astral lightning look that it's got going on. So the Thunder Forge is found on the Isle of Thunder, and it was built atop of ancient Titan machinery and powered by the Fist of Ra-Den and the Highkeeper's Ward for thousands of years until some other stuff happened. But pretty much, it's a really cool old Titan Forge. I love the look of it. It's got that Pandaria aesthetic, which is also really fun. I think it's just really cool to look at and be in and walk around. However, a lot of people did not like the quest that was related to this back in the day. Pretty much you had to help Rathian, and he was walking around trying to work this thing, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing, and you gotta, like, fight off stuff, and a lot of people died all the time, so a lot of people don't like this place. But I think if you go back now and you just forget about that quest ever happening, it's a pretty nice forge. It's got the various anvils. It's got the lightning shooting down from the giant ball up top. It's got the buckets of lava. It's got pretty much everything you'd expect to find at a forge. So there's really not much else for me to say. I couldn't find that much more on it, but that's why it's number 3. 2! And number 2 is the Great Forge of Ironforge. And I feel like you had to know Ironforge was going to be on the list in some way, but The Great Forge, according to Wowpedia, is the heart and namesake of the dwarf capital of Ironforge. It was the first part of the city to be built by the early dwarves who first settled under Ironforge Mountain. The rest of the city grew around it and consequently named Ironforge in its honor. The Great Forge never shuts down. It's a loud, hot, and cheerful place serving not only as the physical center of the city, but also the central part of city life. Most citizens regularly pass through the forge, while visitors come to admire what is happening there. At the center of the Great Forge is the Great Anvil, where most of the best dwarven blacksmithing trainers can be found. Ringed around the Great Forge are several foundries pouring molten slag and a great deal of shops and guild offices, including trainers, etc. Another couple cool facts about it is that 2 bells were created here as a token of friendship, and the dwarves sent one to Lordaeron and the other to Stormwind City. It was also here upon the Great Anvil itself that the legendary blade Ashbringer was forged by King Magni Bronzebeard. So I'd say this is a pretty notable and historic place in World of Warcraft, and that would make it one of the most notable and historic forges in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the forge in Utgard Keep. Now, we've seen some forges today, right? We've seen a decent amount of forges, but look at this thing. This is like a backfired forge. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to forge your weapons in this thing, but it is going insane. And they're just kind of chilling, like, yay, Forge is just doing its thing. It's just shooting out massive flames, and we're just working by it. You know how it is. And, when you actually do the dungeon, you have to kill them, and then the flames go away. But prior to that, this thing's it's going crazy. Like, this is this is the most insane, intense forge I think I've seen in World of Warcraft. And it's also just a really cool room. It's got the big water troughs. It's got the anvils that have wolf heads on them. It's got the air pumpers. I don't know what they're called, but they're, blowing air into the forge. It's just an awesome forge, and I had to put it at the top, and I was like, you know what? This deserves to be number 1. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Royal Library located in Stormwind, and just like the humans, it's kind of generic and boring. But it does have a lot of cool history behind it. So after the Second War, the Book of Medivh was stored here for a period of time. Alterac spies stole it the same day Pargath Throatsplitter and Terran Gorefiend, what a name, and other Death Knights launched a raid on the castle to get it for themselves. The Horde agents found proofs linking Alterac to stealing, and so left the library before reinforcements could come. But aside from that, the library also has an extensive collection of scrolls, tomes, books, and texts on a whole bunch of historical stuff. Plus, maybe the most important part, Harrison Jones teaches archaeology in the library, which, as somebody who does not frequent the Royal Library, I did not expect to find Harrison Jones here teaching archaeology, but here we are, he's here. There's also a woman reading to kids, so this is really just a generic library with a lot of history behind it. But you know what? That's good enough for number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Algathar Academy Library, which is located near Valdrakken in Dragonflight. And this is a really cool looking library. You've got these lanterns all over, you've got the big walls of books, you've got the floating books flying around, you've got the big stairwell leading to even more books. It's a really cool looking library. And according to Kamora, who is a Drakthir located in the library in charge of archival studies, the Academy's library is spectacular, as there are books there that even the Azure Archives Annex of Valdrakken do not possess. Under the care of the librarian Hopastella, it is necessary for the Academy's members to obtain a library card in order to borrow the books, which I just find really funny for some reason. I don't know. It's just when I picture in my mind World of Warcraft, I don't genuinely picture an orc going up to a dragon to sign up for a library card. You know what I mean? It's just like, excuse me, I'd like to sign up for a library card. Like, it doesn't feel like something in World of Warcraft. I don't know. I just think it's funny. But this is a pretty cool library, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Dire Maul Library, otherwise known as the Athenaeum. And the Athenaeum is a library that also has a ton of history behind it. So this is where the Shendralar remain in seclusion, storing knowledge in the multitude of shelves in a large room. And if you don't know who the Shendralar are, they were a secretive highborn society who dwelled within the Athenaeum. After being expelled from their ancient city by the Horde, they were accepted back into the Night Elven Society shortly before the Cataclysm. Also, during the Fourth War, Wrathion Baratheon traveled here to learn more about the Old Gods and the Black Empire's dark magic in order to find a way to defeat N'Zoth and turn his powers against him. He also mentioned in his journal that when the Horde invaded Dire Maul and the Highborn fled the ruins, they burned down the Athenaeum. So I don't know if that's kind of like a Library of Alexandria type thing or what, but I found that pretty interesting. But aside from all that, I think the place just looks really cool as well. You got the big dragon skeleton hanging from the ceiling. There's kind of some artifacts just scattered about. Plus, I always remember in Classic WoW coming here to turn in the Librams or whatever they were called. So that gave me some nostalgia as well. So that's why the Athenaeum of Dire Maul is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Seers Library, which is the base of leadership for the Scryers and located at the top of Shatrath City. And one cool thing about the library is that in the middle of the library, there are several bookshelves that can actually train you in all professions, which I actually love, the fact you have to go to the library to read about and learn your professions. I think it just kind of gives that roleplay game vibe, which is why I like it so much. There's also Lore Master Skosiris, I don't know how to say his name, but he says that even the grand libraries of Silvermoon City pale in comparison to this library, which I don't know if I believe him. It feels like Silvermoon City would have more, but I don't know. What do I know? I'm like, all right, maybe he's right. But what I love about this place is how many things that are just spinning around. Like you have the big light fixture on the ceiling, or it's not really a light fixture. It's like the big planetary thing that's just spinning around. You've got the bookshelves that are rotating around, and I guess you just grab a book and you're like, hey, I'll read this one. It seems kind of inconvenient because you would think when you're picking out a book, you want to take your time, look over all the books, be like, what am I looking for? This is just like it's spinning around. You're like, okay, I'm going to pick that one. Oh, wait, yep, it just spun around. Okay, I'm going to wait for it to come back. Like, it feels unnecessary. It feels like they're just doing it for show. But you know what? It does look pretty cool for show. And then up top, there's a bunch more bookshelves, which kind of remind me of vending machines now that I'm looking at them. In fact, this entire place just kind of reminds me of a cafeteria now that I think about it. But I will say, it's a pretty fancy cafeteria. And you can go get a glass of wine out back. So you get a glass of wine, pick up a random book off the spinny shelves, and just sit down and read, which actually sounds pretty relaxing. So that's why the Seers Library is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Hall of Explorers. And the Hall of Explorers is located in Ironforge and is the headquarters of the famed Explorers League. And every archaeological expedition organized by the Alliance is coordinated from here. But the big thing about the Hall of Explorers is the giant library. The library is actually the centerpiece of the Hall of Explorers and contains the museum as well as a vast collection of tomes and knowledge. And if you're in kind of a slow walk roleplay mood, you can actually just pretend you're at a real life museum and just walk around and read all the little signs about all the eggs and the fossils and the relics and just be like, yes, this is quite interesting. Or you could just walk around normally as well. You could do both. And then the actual library room also looks really cool. It's got the big iron bookshelves, clearly because it's iron forged, so they got to make everything out of iron, right? And it's got the stairs leading up to the books and the cool floor pattern. It's really cool. In fact, this museum has the same dragon skeleton as the one in Dire Maul, but apparently it's a pterodon skeleton. So that made me curious. How is everybody finding these pterodon skeletons? And it says this intact pterodon skeleton was recovered from the remote Ungoro crater. Based on the skeletal structure, it is clear that this specific genus has not yet been encountered. This skeleton could have been preserved for any number of centuries beneath the region's rich soil. So, like, did everybody just go to Ungoro Crater, start digging up pterodon skeletons, or is it just like the elves and the dwarves? I don't know, but either way, that's why the Hall of Explorers is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Sepulchre of Knowledge, and the Sepulchre of Knowledge is a library located at the northern end of the Fungal Valley in northern Maldraxxus. And according to Wowpedia, it contains records of mortal souls who have arrived in Maldraxxus, histories of great battles, weapons, and combatants, and most valuably, the military writings of the greatest tactical minds to have ever served among the Necrolords. But what I love about this library is the aesthetic. You have this green glow kind of all around you, and then you have the bookshelves, which are made out of bones, it appears, and then you've got a bunch of candle lights, you've got these floating tattered books flapping around. You even have chairs that are made out of bones. Like, they went all out with the bone furniture in here. Like, the Necrolords were like, you know what? We need bone furniture. Like, we can't have any other type of furniture. It has to be bone furniture. And you know what? Like I say, anytime something from Shadowlands makes the list, that's pretty good, because, you know, Shadowlands. And that's why the Sepulchre of Knowledge library is number 5. 4. Number 4 is a really interesting one. It is the Scroll Keeper's Sanctum, which is a giant 3-level library in the Temple of the Jade Serpent in the Jade Forest. And what's so cool about this library is the amount of scrolls that are here. Like, there are scrolls in the bookshelves, there's scrolls on the floor, there are scrolls literally coming down from the ceiling that are gigantic, there's scrolls scattered about, there's scrolls that are literally making up the pillars of the room. Like, there's an insane amount of scrolls in here. But I was curious about the actual lore of what was going on here. So according to the adventure guide of the dungeon, it says, rising high above the east coast of Pandaria, the Temple of the Jade Serpent stands as a sacred monument to the legendary Pandaren Emperor Shao Hao's victory over the Shah of Doubt thousands of years ago. Recently, a disastrous conflict in the Jade Forest unleashed the Shah, and several of the entities have raided the temple's most treasured stores of wisdom and knowledge. So that's why there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on here in all these video clips, but there's also a floating fish over there. That's pretty cool. But I really love this place. I love the windows. I love the aesthetic. Like, it's just a really cool library, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Scarlet Monastery Library, and it's the Scarlet Monastery Library. I mean, everybody knows about it. In fact, some people know way too much about it because they've probably ran this over and over again to power level back in Classic WoW, but it is a really cool library, and if you don't know, the Scarlet Monastery was once a proud bastion of Lordaeron's priesthood, a center for learning and enlightenment. But with the rise of the Undead Scourge during the Third War, the peaceful monastery was converted into a stronghold of the fanatical Scarlet Crusade. The Crusaders are intolerant of all non-human races, regardless of alliance or affiliation, and they believe that any and all outsiders are potential carriers of the undead plague and must be destroyed. One of which is at the end of Scarlet Monastery Library, which is Arcanist Doan, and he is the keeper of the monastery's library, a guardian of the arcane that the Scarlet Crusade is rumored to distrust, yet he is indeed a trusted official of the Crusade, keeping a vital key that grants access to the Scarlet operations across the Plague Lands. However, in the modern Scarlet Monastery, Flameweaver Kogler is the final boss, and he is responsible for the destruction of many priceless artifacts, including almost all the papers and books that told the real story about the Scarlet Crusade. So there's a lot of history and nostalgia behind the Scarlet Monastery Library, so that's why I had to put it at number 3. Plus, I really like the stained glass windows up top too. Those are pretty neat. So that's why the SM Library is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Guardian's Library and the Guardian's Study, one of them being in the Karazhan raid and the other being at the Return to Karazhan dungeon. And the Guardian's Library was the private repository of arcane knowledge held by Medivh deep inside his Tower of Karazhan. And this probably is one of the biggest libraries in World of Warcraft. I mean, there's books everywhere, there's secret doors of books, there's a giant book door, there's bosses behind the books, there's so many books. And then you go to the Guardian's Study, and it's also filled with a bunch of books. There's a lot of cool lighting, and it's a beautiful place. Like, everything is aesthetically pleasing. It's really cool. But I got 2 things to complain about, and both of them are unrelated to libraries and pointless, making them perfect for this video. Number 1 is I had to do the chess event for pointless top 10 beds, and it was a terrible experience. Do not do chess event solo. It is so bad. That's a warning, and I hope Blizzard just lets you skip it at some point. Number 2 is the Westfall story is so bugged out still, and you have to, like, either nuke everybody down real quick, or Tony gets to 1 HP, and then you have to, like, log out. Unless you have Shadow Meld or Feign Death, you have to literally log your character out, get him out of the dungeon, and then go back. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Blizzard, please fix it. But these are really cool libraries, and that's why they're number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Scribe Sakellum, which is actually pronounced Sakella. I didn't know that. I had to look it up. But speaking of looking up, when you look up here, you're like, oh my god, look at this. There's so many books. There's floating books. There's just layers and layers of books spiraling all the way up to the top. Who knows how far up it goes? I don't know if anybody's actually glitched out and, like, gotten to the top or something, but it is pretty insane. But there's actually some quests where you get to get on the ladder and you float around and you get to pick out books from up top and just look around. It's really neat. So out of all the libraries, it might not be the most spacious library, but it's probably the library with the most books, and it's the most insane library out of all of them. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the World's End Tavern in Shatrath, and this is a possible reference to the actual World's End Tavern in North London and Camden. And according to their website, Charles Dickens ate there, so that's pretty crazy. But the World of Warcraft version doesn't have Charles Dickens. It has Harris Pilton, and I'm sure if you've been to the World's End Tavern or even just played Burning Crusade at some point, you've probably gone here and been like, whoa, it's Harris Pilton, right? It also has a high elf woman named Zephyr, and if you talk to her and you're revered with the Keepers of Time, you can transport to the Caverns of Time, which I never actually knew, but that's probably because I'm not revered with the Keepers of Time, so it checks out. Then the Elite Tauren Chieftain will play there every 4 hours on the hour, and Perry Gatner also does stand-up comedy here every day, and he does some really terrible jokes, such as, how many kobolds does it take to change a lantern wick? You know, take candle. What's the deal with kobold candles? But in terms of the actual tavern aesthetic, it's nothing too crazy. It's got some generic tables and rugs. It's got a stage. It's got some bear rugs and kegs. And so I was like, you know, it's okay. And that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Laughing Crane, which is a local tavern on the Wandering Isle in Mists of Pandaria. And one interesting fact about this tavern is that although it has an innkeeper, the player does not accumulate rest while inside, unlike most inns, which is pretty crazy. Like, you would think you'd get rest XP for being here. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it's a new player area. But at the same time, Razor Hill and those places have inns you could get rest at. So I have no idea. But either way, if you talk to the innkeeper, she says, ever since my husband came back, we've been really able to expand the place. We've even put in a brewery upstairs staffed by some of the most nice monks from the temple. So I was like, yo, this place is cool. It's a tavern and a brewery. And I guess it would also be an inn. I think you can stay here. Because a tavern is a place where you go to drink, but an inn is a place where you go to drink and spend the night. So technically, all inns are taverns, but not all taverns are inns. This is just like Turtle and Tortoise. But I really love the aesthetic of this place. It's very cozy. It has a bunch of lanterns and kegs. They got grills. They have these big tables with like a rice cooker in the middle, or I don't know if they're cooking soup. It's bubbling over, whatever it's doing. It's just a very cozy environment. And my only complaint would be it feels a little too spacious at times. Like there's just lots of empty areas that feels like it should have tables or just something there. So that was the only downside, but overall it's pretty cool, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Thunder Brew Distillery in Keranos, and it's probably one of the most well-known taverns in World of Warcraft, but it also has some of the craziest background story for the owners of it in World of Warcraft. So Grimboo's Thunder Brew used to be the owner or part owner, and when you talk to Ragnar Thunder Brew in Classic WoW, he says, welcome to the Thunder Brew Distillery, founded by dear old pappy Archelaus Thunder Brew. I've been keeping the place running ever since my older brother Grimboo's disappeared in a drunken haze a few harvests ago. And it turns out he is in Westfall, and there's a big quest where you help him make beer in Westfall. And then in Wrath of the Lich King, he actually goes to join Hemet Nessingwary in Sholazar, where he tries to craft his Jungle Punch, which is the Kungaloosh that you help him craft in Sholazar. But then, at Brewfest, in Battle for Azeroth, Ragnar participates in the tapping of the keg alongside Maiev Barley Brew. During their speech, Ragnar claimed that his father, Grimbooz, founded Brewfest. So at some point, they must have retconned Grimbooz to be the father of Ragnar, and now they used to be brothers, but now it's his father, so it's weird. I don't know, but either way, the actual tavern itself is fantastic. I know I just ranted about the owners for like a minute, but who cares? This is a pointless top 10, all right? You know what you were getting into. They got the barrel vases, they got the food on the table, they got the animal heads on the wall, they got the stone fireplaces. It's just a very rustic and cozy environment, and I really love that about this tavern, right? Everything's kind of compact and stone, and there's the snow outside, which I think really amplifies everything, knowing it's like snowy and cold outside. And then you go in and it's just a nice warm fire and the ale and just everybody, you know, standing around having a good time. It's great. And so that's why the Thunder Brew Distillery is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Deepwater Tavern at Menethil Harbor in the Wetlands. And the reason I picked this one is because it's a standard human tavern, which I wanted to put on the list, but it's a bit more unique, I guess, because it's actually flooded everywhere. So during the flooding of Menethil Harbor during the shattering, the tavern was barely saved due to being on slightly higher ground than the surrounding area and being protected at the front by a wall of sandbags. Since the disaster, the tavern appears to function as normal, with the sandbags being used as a bench by locals and riding rams and stable master outside, seeming tolerant of the water. But I think my favorite interaction is happening outside, which is these two dwarves, and they say, "Flood's not so bad. Not as bad as the ones we've had in Ironforge." "Aye, you mean the one you caused? You watch your tongue, you blootered chuff." "That was an honest mistake. You put a floodgate on a channel from the inside and trapped yourself. An honest mistake. And then you tunneled from the channel straight into a dining hall. We were finding carp behind the furniture for weeks. Well, at least the ale was safe. And I didn't even know this, but apparently this is a reference to Dwarf Fortress. I haven't really played much Dwarf Fortress, but I know a lot of people have, so there you go. But aside from all that, I do love the inn. Obviously, it's a very human-style inn, just like in Goldshire. I think a lot of people are probably like, the Goldshire Tavern, but I wanted to go a little bit off the grid. That's what I do with Pointless Top 10. I get a little crazy, a little wacky, like this rat. He's not in Pointless Top 10 rats, but he could have been. He's a great rat. But I love the kegs, the fireplace, you know, just the homey aesthetic of the human inn. And that's why the Deepwater Tavern is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Salty Sailor Tavern in Booty Bay. And to me, this is one of the most unique types of taverns because it's literally a boat tavern, right? I mean, if you go up top to Baron Revelgaz and Fleetmaster Seahorn, they're literally standing on the bow of a ship. It is the bow of a ship, right? The front of it, I think it is. But it's a really cool tavern, and it gives me nostalgia a bit, because I always think of coming here with Booty Bay. Like, this is one of the first things I think of when I think of Booty Bay is this tavern, because even if you don't want to go to the tavern, you do kind of have to go through it to get to the upper parts of Booty Bay and, you know, get a bunch of quests here. So this kind of is the heart of the city. I think it's always really cool that you have to like climb up the ship, and then there's like the pirate bridge on the inside you have to run along, which I always thought was a cool thing. There's the innkeeper that can like barely see over the counter, and if you talk to him, he says, "Hey, come in. Just don't sit too close to the stove. It hasn't exploded yet today, but just to be safe, I think you should sit elsewhere." But honestly, it kind of gives me Rainforest Cafe vibes. You know what I mean? It's like a themed tavern type thing. And so, you know, there's not a whole lot going on in terms of like people drinking or hanging out. It's just a lot of like pirate guys standing around. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's just a cool design for a tavern. There are cockroaches upstairs, but you know, what do you expect in Booty Bay, right? So that's why the Salty Sailor Tavern is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Drunken Drummer, which is a tavern located in Dazara Lore. And this is actually a really cool tavern I didn't really know about. It's a tavern that just has a bunch of drums, and you can actually go up to them, you can bang the drums. So I guess here you just get drunk and bang on the drums. But they got, you know, a bunch of different types of drums. They got orcs, and they got even a goblin drum. There's Bilgewater Speculator here, and he's just like, "Hey, they even got one of our drums. Who says goblins ain't got no culture?" They got some weird looking jar. I don't know what that thing is. There's this troll guy who's like hiding in the trees. There's like some other trolls that are just having some drinks out by a table outside. I think what I love most about this tavern is just how unconventional it is, right? When you think tavern, you're like, all right, there's some people sitting around drinking, whatever. But like, everyone's just drumming. They're just getting drunk and drumming. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. There's really nothing else about it. There's no like crazy lore or anything, but that's good enough for me to put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Hops, Line, and Sinker Brewery, which is a tavern located in northern Borealis. One thing that I learned from researching all this is there are about 30 taverns in Borealis. There's no shortage of places to drink in Borealis, I'll tell you that much. But the reason I picked this one is I felt like it was the best of all the taverns, clearly. I didn't even mention that the actual name, Hops, Line, and Sinker, is just a funny play on words. It's supposed to be like hook, line, and sinker, but they're saying hops like beer, you get it? Ha ha! But out of all those taverns, this one felt like it had the most going on. You had the bards singing by the fire, you have people drinking at the bar, you got people taking kegs and drinks all over the place. They actually have an outside area, so there's an outside bar, which is fantastic. There's the fish on the wall, you got the people playing Hearthstone. It's just, this place feels like an actual restaurant, you know what I mean? And I love that. And as I've been saying this entire video, it's very cozy. So that is why the Hops, Line, and Sinker is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Grim Guzzler, and I felt like I had to put the Grim Guzzler on the list because not only is it the place you go to during Brewfest, but it's just a giant tavern that's one of the oldest taverns in the game at this point. The Grim Guzzler is located deep inside Blackrock Depths, and it's part of the Shadowforge city, lying just beyond the manufactory and before the Chamber of Enchantment. The tavern is a large 2-level area filled with mostly inebriated patrons. These patrons should remain neutral to adventurers unless they get aggravated. much like real life. Something I actually learned from reading about the Grim Guzzler is that there was supposed to be a Shadowforge mole machine and the Grim Guzzler invasion in the Zaralek Cavern, but I guess that never happened, so that kind of sucks. That would have been really cool. But I mean, overall, I think the Grim Guzzler is probably one of the most notorious taverns in all of Azeroth, and now I actually use the term notorious right because I realized that in previous pointless top 10s, I've been using it wrong all along. I've been trying to call things notorious when actually I should have been using more words like infamous or prominent, which I think I did a couple times, but still, I'm learning grammar thanks to this YouTube series. And that's why the Grim Guzzler is number 3. Number 2 is Torga's Tavern, and Torga's Tavern's an underwater tavern located northeast of Torga's Rest in Nazmir. And up above the tavern, you got these little floating lights and all the seaweed and stuff and the kelp, and then down below, you have the actual tavern. And there's actually quite a few underwater taverns in Battle for Azeroth, but after looking through all of them, I thought this was probably my favorite one. I mean, I love the sand shell servers. They're these sea turtles that just float around carrying people's drinks on their backs. There's a siren named Cyrene located in the Torga Tavern, and she's just performing her siren song, and it is something, all right. I'd suggest going and listening to it. But I think what I love most about this tavern is just how much flavor and character it has, right? Like, I think even a lot of the other underwater taverns I went to, I was like, you know, these are cool, but some were a little too small, some were a little too big, some were weird. I felt like Torga's Tavern really had the best overall vibe and atmosphere and the right size to it. And so that's why I put Torga's Tavern at number 2. And number 1 is the Speed Barge Bar. And the Speed Barge Bar is where the old Thousand Needles Raceway used to be. And now it's just a bunch of goblins and gnomes getting drunk. The bartender is Daisy, and she used to be the race girl to like wave the flag when the gnomes and goblins were racing each other. And her name is actually likely a pun to Daisy Dukes, because she's also wearing Daisy Dukes. The chairs here can actually not be used by players nor by the NPCs. The latter are standing on them rather than sitting. And players can actually buy a bottle of grog from the innkeeper and use it to start a bar fight. But pretty much after I did all my research on all the taverns, I felt like this was the most pointless top 10 number 1 choice I could have made. Like, there's just chaos going on with the gnomes and goblins. There's weird fish sandwiches and weird electronic grills. Some of the gnomes are running at like super speed. Like, what are they doing? The guy's going like 800 miles an hour. He must have harnessed the old Tarn planes running ability. It's just, this place is just true chaos, and I love it. And it's just in the middle of nowhere. I feel like a lot of people forgot that this place even exists. You know what I mean? And so that's why the Speed Barge Bar is number 1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this pointless top 10 compilation. If you want more compilations, there's a 3+ hours of NPC facts, or there's a 3+ hours of animal facts. You can pick whichever one you want. Okay? Okay. See ya.